Okay, it says I'm live. Now let's go over to YouTube and see if I am. Now let's go over mute. Okay, that's muted. It tells me that there is one eyeball looking at me, and that would be Karen. Hello, Karen. How you doing, Karen? First off, people, let me apologize for the last video that I put on YouTube, and I left a comment asking you to go across to where and check something out. This morning, yesterday, I reposted that same video that I wanted you to look at 5 times. I get up this morning and I go and check, and it still says processing. So this morning, along with, 3 other videos, I had to repost 3 times. But that particular video, 3 times re-uploaded this morning. My last check, which was 10 minutes ago, still processing. Don't ask me why. All the other ones are showing. Some went up straight away. Some became visible after I re-uploaded a few times. But that one particular video, I even wrote on it, 8th time of posting. So I'm hoping that it catches somebody's eye, whoever is processing this stuff, or if somebody's looking or whatever, so that they let it go through. Might be of some help, might be of some help if people could see it. And if worse comes to worse, hey Big Red, hey Voynich, if worse comes to worse, then I'm just going to literally delete it, and I'll put the link from where where the video came from. I'll drop it into the comments under probably this will be my last video that shows, so I'll stick it in the comments under a pinned comment. So always check underneath my videos for a pinned comment. For those people that think that I'm just posting music, I'm not. Because some of those songs I would never listen to. The reason I put it up there is because I'm trying to give you a message. As well as that, I always post something under a pinned comment that you need to look at. So that's just for those people that think I'm just putting up music and that's all it is. It's not, because you guys know I find it hard to figure out what it is that I can post up here. Up here meaning YouTube. So that's the only way that I can get you to go and look at something if I think it's of importance, is by leaving a pinned comment under a music video, for those that didn't know. What else have I got to go through? My book's finally arrived, and I read a couple of pages and I laughed, which was a good thing. What can I tell you about everything that's going on in Perth? Basically, I think that the Premier here is trying to do things in a slow fashion because, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, as of the moment, obviously, people that want to go get a prick are going to go do it. The ones that don't want to won't. Um, I'm trying to get my bro off some of the meds that he's on and replace them with vitamins that hopefully may help him. So I've been busy with that. Been busy with a lot of my stuff that sometimes I just put it aside, put it aside, put it aside, and then it all just builds up and what have you. So if I disappear for a little bit, if you don't see me over there on the other platform, you don't see me here, you know that I'm either, it's appointment after appointment after appointment. And usually when I finish dealing with appointments with the government or things similar to that, you know, after those appointments, I don't want to fucking know any bastard. So yeah, I just kind of keep myself at home and I watch lawn mowing videos, you know, where a guy's mowing lawn because it's really relaxing. You should watch it sometimes. It's fucking great. Or I watch people in Asia that have gone out into the forest and they're building homes with bamboo and stuff like that, which I find fascinating. The things that they come up with to actually make from just bamboo. Um, oh, not saying Will, not saying that he won't. Beck, hey, not saying that he won't. So the fact is that after all the info out there, people, after all of the info, there is really nothing that anybody can say anymore. You're either awake to shit or you're not, you know? I found out a couple of days back that another member of my family, which we didn't know, had taken the prick, not one, but two, and is going to go get a third, regardless of the fact that in between all of this time, there has been I wouldn't say mass, but still, you can't, there's no level of when you're talking heart problems, all right? So that person, unbeknownst to us, ended up in hospital with a heart attack. That person, after a while, ended up with, is it tinnitus? Out of nowhere, the ears just started ringing. Then what made it worse on top of that was the eyesight was going, and that was all at the same time, the last two, okay? The eyesight was going, hence is what made them, for a second time, obviously call an ambulance, and they stayed in hospital for 3 days because the said medical professionals had no fucking idea where, why, and how. So my head is kind of all over the place. As I said, you know, it's between my bro, and I'm one of those fucking people. I try and say that that I don't worry about other people or whatever because I've got enough of my own shit, but you can't help it. You know what I mean? It's family. Whether you talk to them or you don't talk to them or whatever the fucking case it is, it's all petty shit when it comes down to everything that's going on today. It's just all petty fucking unnecessary junk. So yeah, that is kind of the latest here. Oh, I've also made a point of listening out for ambulances. And how many do I hear a day now? And I remember as like trying to compare it to before, you know, like when I had my animals, and you know how some animals just every time they hear an ambulance or whatever, they start to howl. It would be like not once in a blue moon, not like when I say blue moon, I don't mean like once a year or whatever, but it wasn't frequent. Now, and I don't know where these people are being taken, okay? Now, yesterday, for example, 4 times. And that's obviously just surrounding me, because if it was, you know, suburbs and suburbs away, I wouldn't hear it. But these, I'm just counting the ones that I can hear. So I'm assuming that they're not taking them to the hospital where I was, because I told you guys from the 4th floor to the 8th floor, it was creepy. Lights were turned off, rooms were empty. You know, nothing was going on there. So where they're taking all of these people, I don't know. And obviously, if the siren's going, it's got to be, because they didn't turn that bitch on for me until I was literally knocking on the pearly gates. So if I'm hearing the sirens, then they've got to be dire situations. Colleen, there you go. There you go. I'm not far from Joondalup Hospital. I'm hearing more ambulances more often. Exactly. So I've that's something that I do now, is like every time I hear one, I take note, you know what I mean, by the end of the day, and see how many there is. So for that kind of thing, there's definitely a rise. I'd say a lot of people aren't talking about their experiences, which they should. I'm sharing it with you guys. I mean, this is my family stuff, you know what I mean? And it's not something that I would generally share. But the time that we're living in, we need to share so that we know, okay? So that we know, like I said, another family member, and all of those 3 things in a span of not even a month, okay? First the heart attack, and then I don't know how long after, the tinnitus and the eyesight going, okay? So I want you guys to know this. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that everything is fucking honky-dory and peachy and all the rest of it, when it fucking ain't. You guys should know me by now. I don't sugarcoat shit for anybody. It is the way that it is. I mean, this morning, trying to find videos to put up on the other platform, you know, and yesterday, I'm going through all of this stuff. And it's just negativity and constant negativity, and doesn't matter which way you look, there's no good stories. And this morning, you know, I was watching a video about, and you can find it on the other platform, I put it up. I was watching a video about this girl talking about child sex trafficking, and I'm thinking to myself, and she even said the same thing, and I've said this before, how is it that the police, that the FBI, the CIA, the whatever the fuck they want to call themselves, the MI6, the MI5, I don't know, is there an MI2? All of them fuckers, okay? With all their surveillance, with all their tracking, how is it that they can't stop something like that? How is it? They know where you go shopping. They know where you're spending your money, but they don't know where these trap houses are, where all of this is going on. All of these years. They don't know. Because they don't fucking care. They don't fucking care. They simply just don't fucking care. I mean, I'm going to bring up again what I've said in a live stream ages ago. If anybody has watched David Paulides, it's the Missing 411. He has a YouTube channel. I think it's called Can-Am, as in C-A-N-A-M, as in Canada, America. I think it is half and half. When he talks about missing, although his missing is kind of sort of somewhat different to the missing that I'm talking about. But when you listen to him and he talks about the millions of children, the millions of people that go missing every year, makes me think of what this girl was saying. She says, you know, people don't believe that there is underground tunnels where these people get moved from one place to another. She goes, none of it is being investigated because they're all in on it. They're all in on it. And she was saying, like, you know, how often do you get an Amber Alert in comparison to how many children go missing? It's a good video to watch because it kind of makes you think. I mean, I looked at this stuff a while back, and I even gave you guys the name of a book that was written by, and I'm not going to fucking remember his name now. And he talks about sex trafficking and human slavery and all of that kind of stuff. And I even mentioned to you guys once, now we're going a ways back in my videos, when my daughter and her husband went to, I think it was Egypt, and she nearly got snatched off the side of the road by men in a white van. How my two kids nearly got taken out the front of my own fucking home. They were inside, the door was locked. They knew that they were never to open the door to anybody. But the next thing I could see both my kids walking across the front lawn, heading for a car that I did not recognize. Some woman standing near the passenger seat, or the passenger side of the car, holding the door open for them. There is nothing more fucking terrifying, people. I mean, at that moment, it felt like my whole entire existence went into slow motion because I was watering a plant. If I had been behind the house, I would not have seen it. But I was down the end of the driveway and we had a picket fence, so I could see through the picket fence, and I was watering a plant there. All I could do was I started yelling at the top of my lungs, get the fuck out of the car, get the fuck out of the car, get the fuck out of the car. While running around the fucking house to get to the back door to run through the house. By the time I got to the front, the woman obviously shit herself because realized that I had seen her. By the time I got to the front, my kids had already turned around and were heading back to the house. The car was halfway down the road. That, all I can say was that bitch, that cunt that was driving, she was lucky. She was lucky because she was out of the vehicle. I would have gone for fucking her first. But there is nothing more terrifying, you know? But I look at all of this, you know, and how do people not stop to think? Kids don't just fucking disappear. I mean, sure, there are murderous fuckers out there, and you know, it's the last thing that a parent wants to hear is that. But from to that many to go missing, and that the police and all of this fucking surveillance, that they can't find them, that they can't find these human traffickers, that they can't find the bastards involved. You seriously got to look at that. Personally, I think it's a load of shit. They know exactly where all of these places are, and they support it, and they continue to support it because the rest of society is busy watching football and busy watching soccer and busy going to the movies and busy whatever. They're distractions. All of these things are distractions, people, so that they can do whatever the fuck they want to do. You know? That's why you are distracted. Haven't you noticed, like, even through everything that we've gone through in the past couple of years, the footy's still on. You can watch it on TV. It's a distraction. This is still on. It's a distraction. So your mind doesn't go to where it needs to go. They continuously distract you. But that's the world we live in, and you're either awake to it or you're not. Because it's gotten to a point where, and again, I put up a couple of videos on the other platform, and you'll see in the description or underneath the video, I put on there, in your face, what are you going to do now? In your face again, what are you going to do now? Do you know what I mean? Like, people sit back and and one of these things would have been on TV because it was, they were giving a press conference, I think it was, you know? So imagine how many people watched that, and it was literally in their face, and they don't get it. They just don't get it. Well, I'm hoping that everybody out there has been okay, and that nobody is ill from any pricks or whatever. And you know, that's no different, people, to the judicial system. You've got to look. You can't let everybody lose when they go to court because people would wake up. Okay? You've got to let the odd few win so that people think that it's actually working for them. The judicial system was never designed to help people, ever, ever. And that's what they've done with the prick. You know, some people got placebo so that those people can go out and go, yay, you know, I'm all good. No dramas. Of course there's going to be no dramas. You got placebo. But it's playing Russian roulette because it's not written on the bottle. You don't get to choose. It's Russian roulette. Hey, Paul. Who else have I missed? Raz, hey. Watch the judge admonish prosecutor for knowingly intentionally violating rights, still only the prosecutor got no punishment. Trial just kept going, unreal. Audiotron, hey. Exactly. I mean, how many times have you seen this? You know, how many times have you seen it? There isn't. None of theirs ever go to jail, people. None of them. I noticed that years ago. None of them. They have only two options, okay? By they, you know who I mean. There's only two options for them. One, they either follow the rules, which isn't good for you. Two, if they don't, they get knocked off by their own. They don't go to jail. They don't put their own in jail because they know that that person may decide to blab. And they can't have that. They can't have that. The video that I posted on the other platform, I may as well tell you guys because it's pissing me off. You know, it was important that it go up. Is in Victoria, the health department sent its goons out to a medical centre to steal the doctor's patient records. They went in and the doctor did not want to give up the patient records. They didn't ask specifics. They didn't give the guy an inventory of what they took. They grabbed what they could. Now, did they come there knowing exactly what they were after? Or did they just randomly do this to let everybody know, well, this is what we can do and there ain't fuck all you can do about it because nobody doing shit about it? So that's what I was trying to put up to let everybody know there's no such thing between privacy between you and your doc. Oh, and that's another thing too. They actually took his appointment book. His appointment book. No paperwork to say that they'd removed anything from the premises. So obviously he was lucky that this guy was filming. But this is what it's gotten to. See, that's why they wanted people to put medical records online. Oh, it's great. You can access your own medical records. They can talk like that, you know, and I hate to say it, but we've all been duped for so fucking long that we believe this shit. Oh, it's so much easier, you know, I don't have to stay on the phone, I don't have to be on hold for ages, I don't have to this, I don't have to that. I can just go online and check my own shit, right? So much easier. When in actual fact, they wanted it online because they can access your shit easier. Like I said, with this doctor. Whether those things were people that didn't have their documents online, are they looking for somebody in particular? I don't know. Don't know. Don't know. But I wanted you to see what they've started like doing. So all this stuff about privacy between me and my doctor, you know. And if it started there, granted, it will happen in every state if people allow it. If people allow it. Hang on a minute. Oops, that's the wrong one. Is that the right one? No, that's the wrong one. I'm over here. Damn it. Why didn't somebody say something? I live in Dublin City, have millions and beside 4 hospitals. A few months it was noticeable lack of ambulances. Now they're non-stop. Hospitals are full of double-jibbed heart attacks, heart problems on the right. Absolutely. Absolutely, Paul. Dr. Tasman, isn't it Dr. Hobart? I have no idea. Anyway, I felt sorry for the man because he was trying to do the right thing. Sadly, the right thing does not apply anymore. You know, fuck the right thing, people. Okay, fuck the right thing. I mean, many, many moons ago, I used to like somebody would say to me, I think we were talking about stealing or something or other. Many moons ago, if I saw somebody doing something like that, I'd probably have something to say about it. Now, and for some time, no. I say to people, go ahead, just don't get caught. You know, don't get caught. Do what you got to do. Got to do what you got to do. Let me drop a link, which I totally forgot to do. Terribly sorry. But yeah, there's just so much. I bet they use the census forms we fill in to garner surveillance on us. Carleen, can I please tell you that I did not get a census form, okay? Because my intent was to literally send it back to them. I didn't get one. 2 streets away, lady that I know, also didn't get one. There's been a lot of people that did not get a census form, and I have no idea why. Because if I compare people, right, like for example, the 2 streets away, the one that they sort of didn't get theirs, they're not into what I'm into. So I was trying to find if there was something similar between all of us, but there wasn't. And yet a lot of people never got the census. Hey, Colette. Satanists always say, do as thy wilt. So yeah, there's just oh, another thing. Yesterday, I was meant to go live yesterday. The day before, I'd gotten a message a few days back saying that my internet will be down because NBN is doing maintenance or fixing something or whatever. Now get a load of this time, okay? That they'll be doing maintenance from 12 a.m. to 6 a.m. When do these fuckers ever work at early hours of the morning? My sister got the same message, totally different suburb. Her times were different. Now, the other night, I'm sitting here, midnight comes, totally forgot about it, right? Midnight hits, I've got no internet. And then I kind of have this moment, and I think, oh shit, is it that day already? So I check the date, yep, sure enough. And I was having a cigarette, so I was sitting here, just like staring at the fucking computer because there's no internet. And I was going to head off to bed. But 5 minutes later, the internet comes back on. So what the fuck happened? We're doing maintenance between 12 a.m. to 6 a.m. when my internet was only off for like 5 minutes. Anyway, I checked out the front, looked up and down the road to see if I could see any trucks or any lights flashing, whatever, if they're doing anything on the sidewalk, or not the sidewalks, but the wiring, what have you. No sign of anybody. Good, okay. Then yesterday morning, I turned my shit on. I turned my shit on and my shit ain't working. It's working. Do you think I can load YouTube? Nope. Do you think I can load BitChute? Nope. Do you think I could load any fucking page? Nope. My daughter sends me a text message and says, Mum, your other daughter's left a message on Skype. Do you think I could? Nope. Nada. So I sat there and fought with that for like a fucking hour before I gave up on it. And when it gets to that point, you just have to walk away, you know? You just have to walk away. So I'm curious as to what it is that they did when they said from 12 a.m. to 6 a.m. in the morning. And yet my internet went down for 5 minutes. If that. I mean, I've never timed how long it takes to have a cigarette, so that kind of gives you a clue as to how long. But anyway, now that I've brought all of yous up to date, I tell you what, if you keep hearing the cigarette lighter, no, I'm not a chain smoker. It keeps going out. Okay, we have the book, The Subtle Art of Not Giving a Fuck. Now, I put the link there, okay, so if anybody wants to come up, because I'm gonna read some of this to you. Oh, hello.
What up? Hey, hold on. I gotta fucking close YouTube.
So if
Hey,
anybody
Perth.
wants to come up, please feel free to come up so that we can discuss the topic of the art of not giving a fuck.
Well, first on the subject matter, thank you for bringing me up, Perth. I'm Autotron. I also have numerous pseudonyms. I do, Second Sun News and stuff like that in the past. But anyways, Perth, like, I'm literally saying, like, I think Aleister Crowley fucking he honed in on that shit. He beat you to the punch already. He's like, do as thou wilt in his whole Satanist thing. And I just left a comment in your chat, and you literally like whatever you got going on, girl. I really like it. You're angelic. You're bringing forward some truth. I think right now because when you were speaking, it literally dawned on me that yeah, like wow, like we're literally like in this time and place where like religious zealots, aka the state governments of every state, usually in the United States, right, are having some reference to God like in their constitution. You see what I'm saying? And then at the
Yep.
same time, they're doing all of these fucked up ass evil things. Um, eh, what I would interpret as evil to the people, to people everywhere. I mean, that is the perfect timing, perfect time to say fuck it all, and basically say do as thou wilt. You know what I'm saying? I mean, like, and forget all of the religiosity associated with the high moral ground, catapulted into, our lives and basically thrust into our lives by the statist ideology of, of these private corporations and profiteers and basically just fooling and tricking our fucking parents, getting us all right, fucking hoodwinked, basically. You know what I'm saying? To believe they're bullshit when we already know. We already know. We should be doing what we fucking want from the fucking beginning. Jesus Christ, not even fucking. It's not goddamn right, right?
Oh, listen, like I said ages ago, Autotron, to me, when I first woke up, I got shitty because I thought they actually screwed over my parents into helping them indoctrinate me. And then I got really fucking aggro when I realized that they had screwed me over into helping them indoctrinate my kids. And that is where I lost the fucking plot. That was my changing point. You know what I mean? That was like there was no fucking going back. There was no going back after that. That's when I started looking into everything. And if I questioned one thing, that means you need to question more. And the more you question, that gives you the incentive that you need to fucking question everything. Every fucking thing that's out there. You know, everything
including
that they
yes,
ever said.
absolutely. And I can't put it even better. We have to question every single thing. And that includes all of the shit that they threw on you and me, right, throughout our lives. As these are our issues, we need to fix this about ourselves. Don't you agree? Think about that. Society, and it's all the bullshit on media. Like, oh, you know what I mean? Like, oh, you're too fat. You're not wearing the right clothes. You need to. You don't have the right mindset. All this. Go ahead.
Oh
Fix
no,
this about
you're
yourself.
absolutely
Fix this
right.
about yourself, and then you can fit
Exactly.
in.
You're absolutely right. I mean, who says that you can't go shopping in your PJs? Oh, fuck no, because some bastard would miss out because you didn't buy their fucking clothes. I mean, if you're clean, you know what I mean? And why can't you? Even if you're not. Even if you're fucking not, you know? But there's all this bullshit out there that you need to do this and you need to do that and yada, 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 yada. And according to fucking whom?
Well, according to the legal fiction, greater person, the fiat person that's out there, right? That known as the corporate global person, right? That corporate global person is the one taking the consensus, right, necessary to determine what's best for you and me. Come on, let's get with it.
I have said to people, Autotron, ages ago, okay? Ages ago, there is these people standing up there that are telling all of us what to do. They don't know me. They don't give a fuck to want to know me. They don't give a fuck, do I have something to eat tonight? They don't give a fuck, do I have food to give my children? They don't give a fuck about any of us. They never have. They line their pockets. That's all it's got to do with. They sit in that chair and they think that they just fucking know it all and they don't know shit. They don't know shit.
Exactly. None of them have even had spiritual awakening. That's the interesting thing. A lot of people in the world that have been going through struggle in life, because of that struggle, have been forced into seeing reality. You understand? They see
Yep.
reality, and you know, without that struggle, it's really hard to see it. So it's no surprise why so many of the so-called 1% are in the fucking delirium, you know, in a straight up delirium, running frantic.
Hey, boy.
Hi, Perth. Hi, Auditron. Hi.
Hello.
Yeah, I heard you discussing like they don't give a fuck. Well, that's the whole art, right?
They don't.
I heard you say, huh?
No, I said they don't.
They don't, but it's the fucks that you've given that makes you want to not give a fuck anymore, right? But they didn't give a fuck from the start, from the get
That's
go.
right. That's
I
right.
think that's the difference.
Yeah, so now
Yeah.
we have to teach people the art of not giving a fuck.
I love it, Perth. It's fucking awesome. Everybody, put your hands together for Perth and Thursday.
Oh, please don't do that. That reminds me of when the media turned around and told everybody to stand on their balconies and fucking clap like seals. You know,
Ah,
for people that weren't even. Oh my god, I'm never going to get that shit out of my fucking
Don't
head.
do
No.
that. Don't clap for Perth.
Oh,
Oh my
that
god!
was just, yeah.
I think I remember seeing that shit on the news.
Oh
That
God,
was
yeah, like I
very
said,
strange. That was one strange moment in human interaction, right?
if you're gonna get your pots and pans out, people, do it if you're protesting. Otherwise, do not get your pots and pans out unless you're cooking.
Right? Yeah,
But
I
yeah,
must
So what
agree.
say you, man? Speak your mind.
Well, I think I'd rather not speak my mind. I think I have to be
oh,
careful with what I say because, I'm might be accused of inciting violence. You know?
Oh, really?
boy,
Free
don't
speech,
be
huh?
silly.
Yeah.
Just fucking
What
say
the
whatever you
fuck?
want to say. Who cares? I mean, we're being censored
Well,
left, right, and centre.
Yeah, don't even
Mate,
fucking let them get to you, dude. That's how they win that shit.
no, okay, but I don't know exactly the etiquette of this channel. So
who cares? Neither do I, mate. Neither do I.
no, okay, okay. So that's a good common ground to start from. So, but yeah, when I see the protests, people dancing and clapping and with the colors and well, in my country, it's the rain shields. They have these yellow rain shields and the yellow vests, and it's war, guys. It's war. We're not gonna win this in a court case, and we're not gonna
That's
win
right.
this by asking people. We just got to get creative and make guns. Yeah, or maybe not guns, but weapons. We got to make weapons. I'm serious. I'm serious. I mean, I'm talking to Mad Max country here, right? I mean, this is where it's gonna go, and I'm not looking forward to it, and I'm not a fighter at all. I'm not a peaceful person.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Pretty relaxed too, but this is war is war. You're not. When a dog is nagging at your feet, and he ate your little toe, are you gonna? What are you gonna do? You're gonna kick the dog out of your house? You're not gonna. No, stop chewing my other toe. Now you already chopped up this one little toe. Now, be a good boy and just leave that. No, now you did bite off the nail. Now you naughty boy. That's not how you do it, right? You just kick the dog. I mean,
Actually, you're supposed to put the fucking dog down. Let's be honest.
yeah, right.
Put it
Yeah,
down. Dead.
yeah.
Sorry,
Hey,
technical
boys,
difficulty
mate.
there. How's everybody? How you doing?
Not doing good. If you don't know Autotron's here, boys with us, 5 speeds on. Just before
Yeah, I know
anybody
Auto
starts,
Tune.
still human. Hey, how you doing, buddy? I see you still around. Good on you. Sonny Smith. I think I've got everybody covered. Colette, I
What's going on?
see you, and you did right, fuck. People, listen, if you're in the chat, do not be afraid to write what do not be afraid to use the word fuck. There ain't nothing wrong with the word fuck. We live in a fuck society. Today's topic is the art of not giving a fuck. Now, if they can write that on a fucking book and it can be a New York Times bestseller, there is nothing wrong with the word fuck.
Fuck, fuck,
Yep.
fuck, 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 fuck,
I
fuck,
second
fuck,
that.
fuck, fuck.
There you go.
Hey, fuck,
See?
fuck,
Fuck,
here,
fuck,
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 fuck
fuck,
there,
fuck.
fuck there, fuck every. I don't give a fuck, fuck.
How many fucks does it take before you're fucked up?
Right?
Well, we're trying to not give a fuck.
I haven't given
First,
a fuck for a long time.
the proper response is, who gives a fuck?
That's right.
Well, it's not easy. It's not easy to be fuckless. It's not easy
That's right.
to.
Oh, you have to
That's
be a
right.
Satanist. If you're
really
not, if
not
you're a
easy.
Satanist, yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, no, but I've been trying because I left my friends and family, because they were just, well, some of them were just straight up Satanist, and the rest was just demonic. Um, and so, I said to myself, well, no company is better than bad company. So I got to stop giving a fuck, right? And I got to stop caring about them or asking anything about them or be curious about their lives, and it's not easy. I mean, it's doable, but you end up
You know
alone
what?
still.
I'm gonna
It's
edit
not human.
my avatar. Sorry to interrupt. Keep going. Go ahead. I
Uh,
apologize.
but it's not human to not give a fuck. It's very inhumane to not give a fuck. That
That's
is the
right.
human condition. It's the human condition to care. When
boy,
we see,
boy, I think
and
that's
it's
how
not
you.
even. Yeah, please.
Yeah, well, go ahead, finish, and then I'll come in.
No, I think it's not only the human conditions, like the earthly condition. Like even uh, a duck will take care of a frog. Or, well, maybe that's a bit too weird, but a dog will take care of a kitten. I mean, Earth works like that because the dog sees that the kitten is helpless, and the dog sees that the kitten needs help, and that it's not a threat to his life, so it will feed the kitten for as
That's
good
right.
as it's able to, right? So
Yep.
it's not just the human condition; it's like the earthly condition. But what did you want to say, Auditron? Oh, you changed.
No, that was 5 speed, I think.
Oh,
I think
five
those
speed.
conditions that you're. I think those conditions you're talking about, boy, those are all inherent in the people. But what the
Right?
problem is what helps me to listen. I truly I don't give a fuck. I mean, I tried to with family members and friends to wake people up, and they're just not ready for it. And then I had to look back as what helped me to deal with those types of people was to look back and realize I was one of those indoctrinated fools too. Before I chose to wake up and do my own research because I knew inherent inside of me that this shit was all fucked up.
Yeah.
And you're right. It is a nature. It's in our nature. It's inherent in us. We're all good people. It's just that
Yeah.
the bar rats, the bar association, along with the magistrates and the judges, have been little busy bees running their little business, minding everybody else's business.
Yeah.
It's crazy, man.
And
It is.
when you're talking about that, it's human nature or whatever. It's not just human nature. Like Boy was saying, even animals. I mean, I watched a
Yeah.
video where this golden retriever, um, pretty much adopted these little ducklings. They
Yeah.
followed that dog around everywhere. She would lay down, they would be all over her. Do you know what I mean? And
Mm-hmm.
I look at that and I think to myself, if animals have that instinct and they know the difference when something needs to be protected, I've got to ask myself where animals obviously they're not below humans on the fucking intelligence bloody list. Um,
No.
they're not going to go out and put those little things that they know need help and protection. They're not going to put them in the line of fire, in a dangerous situation, whatever. I bet you anything that if you tried to hurt one of those dogs, that dog would go you,
Yeah. Of course.
right?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
yet, I ask myself, parents, that know what is going on with this prick and whatever, and I can't understand how millions of people are just taking their children to literally get put down.
Yeah.
You know,
It's
And
sorry,
we've
go
then
on.
even beyond
we've
that,
just been.
Perth, there's even people that get themselves how do you say that die, or their partners die, and they will still say, "Oh, I'm still glad he got the jab." It goes that deep. I mean, if people won't wake up, even if they die, they will still be asleep. And even if their children get hurt by the jab, they will even continue to get the second and the third jab. I mean, this
I
is
don't
how
know
the
if listen. I don't know if that's true 100% what you're saying right there, but I do see that happening. That people will always do that is not necessarily a fact, but the fact that they are repeating history is definitely evident. And right now we're
yeah.
fucked, right? Okay, we're literally repeating history, guys. We need to really look at this in a
You,
fucking serious way. What the fuck is wrong with people right now?
you know what
Seriously.
amazes me? You know what amazes me is a lot of these people out here on the social media platforms, they'll spend hours on top of hours on top of hours a day bickering back and forth in all this fucking discord, but they won't spend 2 hours a day researching to try to figure out what the fuck is going on.
Well, 5 speed. Since you said that, what do you think is going on as far as international? I mean, how do we affect change right now? Let's go.
Well, Joe Cool asked me this a year ago, and it all my opinion is it's
Joe Cool's
all
not here right
within
now. I'm
yourself.
asking you right now, today.
It's you got to look inward and not outward. You got to look into yourself.
That's not an
You got to
answer.
be the change you're looking for.
That's
Absolutely,
not
it's the answer.
practical, dude. But that's not practical. You should probably say something like, I mean, like a little more practical. You know, like what do you see? Like, haven't you ever thought about processes that you can take in
Yeah,
your
I
own
see.
personal life? What
I
processes are you
see.
working on in your own personal life to effect change, to stop the tyranny from affecting you? What processes?
Well, what processes do I do to make change in my own community?
I didn't say
Whenever
that.
they're
I said
live
to
on their
stop.
Zoom
I
meetings.
never said that. I never said that. I didn't ask that.
Okay, I'm not quite sure what you're after here. I mean, I just share with you what I do, man,
Not really.
and how
You
I
really
run
not
all
really.
of this.
Yeah, but what are you? Okay, so what
I
solutions are you?
learn.
Listen. I have solutions that I've been thinking about, and
You
possible
have
scenarios.
solutions in your paper terrorism
I'm sorry
world
about the
that
noise. A stupid
doesn't exist.
fucking. I'm sorry. City that I live in is so noisy.
See,
It's kind of nice though.
I don't believe in all the paperwork business, Autotron. I don't believe in that.
I never said
I don't
anything about
believe in.
paperwork. Okay,
Well,
but go ahead.
that's processes, and I think that's what you're talking about, isn't it? The processes that
Nope.
you
I
set in
never
relation
mentioned
with
paperwork.
paperwork.
But if you're
Okay.
thinking paperwork, so do you have a paper process?
No, I don't. I don't believe in paperwork. In the beginning was Word, and the Word was with God, and God.
Okay. Well, look, bud. The thing about it is, like,
Hang on one minute.
we can complain all fucking day, you know. But the only thing that's going to really make a difference is what are we going to do in our fucking lives? You know what I'm saying? That's going to be active. You know what I'm saying? That we're going to actually do to actually make the fucking difference. You know what I'm saying? And if people have ideas but are not sharing them, that's wrong. Okay. And if you sit back and you have knowledge of the law and how the systems are supposed to work and you hide it and you don't expose it and help people in your community, that's wrong. Okay. All right. I'm going to close that conversation.
Yeah, I hear what you say, but you might be able to help your community, in even better ways than you might even think of yourself. But you should also be allowed to help, right? Mistake you not that a lot of our people are very willing and able, but are just not allowed in a community. Yeah, for being awake, just for being there, even without saying my presence is an offense to people.
But now
My
what you're
presence
talking,
isn't.
I'm sorry, Void. What you're mentioning right
Yeah,
now is kind of a trivial side issue aside from what I was just speaking about, which is basically trying to solve the problem of reliving the past and having to relive the horrors of Nazi Germany all over the world, though, this time. And I was asking 5 Speed specifically, what solution has he been thinking of? Because he's so schooled, right?
all
Couldn't
right.
he help us? Couldn't he help us with some sort of international
Can I
perspective? Yeah,
can
go
I
ahead.
interject here for a,
Okay, I got it. Yeah,
I'm going
I
to
understood
interject
it all.
here for a minute. A while back, and when I say a while, I'm talking more than a year or two, possibly. I put up videos, which are probably still up. To my knowledge, they're still on my YouTube channel, where I started saying to people, like, just one day, do nothing. Don't send the kids to school. Don't go to work. Don't open the shop. Don't buy anything, period. Do nothing. Somebody told me the other day, and I don't know if it's true or not. I didn't actually go to check it out. Not sure whether it was Brazil or what country it was in. But apparently, the people in the country, everybody just stopped. Just literally stopped. And it brings back memories to when I used to put that up, and people would turn around and say, oh, you know, I can't not go to work because if I don't go to work, then this won't happen. People that were normally doing nothing all of a sudden found themselves busy on that day. Now there's 30 days in a fucking month, right? Surely you can take one day and just simply do nothing, which is what a lot of people do anyway, okay? I don't mean that you're not doing anything at home, this, that, and the other, but I mean, don't participate in the system, period, right? Now, obviously, one day is not going to fix this. But if the whole world, if 7 billion people decided to just stop for as long as it took, the problem would be solved, and not one weapon would have to be lifted.
I think that thought right there is intriguing, to say the least, because it prompts in me, at least, and this is Autotron speaking, that it basically prompts in me the concept of a global socialist or a communist or a communal belief system, which basically said everybody thinking one way, saying we're going to do this one thing that's going to stop all the drama, right? That is communism. That is socialism to a certain degree. But I do agree also with you that we need to figure something out, Perth. You're not on the wrong page by even thinking about that. You know what I'm saying? So,
well, see, wasn't our country here, America? Wasn't we formed as one nation with pretty much one ideology, one way of thinking?
There you go. Now you're fucking hitting on some truth. There you go. Yeah.
Well, let me go on a minute. So that's that. So if we want to know if we're going to go up against our enemies, I think we would want to know our enemies and what the rules of the game was of the foundation that was laid down that formed America. Now, wouldn't we? So we would have to go back into history and time with our research to figure out where the changes were made that brought all of this discord, this a whole fucking shit show out there on the world stage with all of these actors acting some other bullshit, practicing another form of religion, and everybody else following their ideology.
But in order to actually affect change and actually like go at that, wouldn't you have to give a fuck first?
Well, I don't know. I mean, me myself, I'm a believer in the higher power of creation. So therefore, you're not supposed to be worshiping any other god. So why are we worshiping these politicians that are public officials, heads of agency? Because that creator lies in the head.
You didn't answer my
those
question.
Public officials.
It's not just government that people worship. They worship their doctors.
True.
They worship, and not all people, don't get me wrong, not all people are bad, but if you know what's going on and you're not defending your clients, your patients, your whatever, then you're just as bad.
They're all in it for the money. They're all in it to the money too, Perth. They've all been bought out. They've sold out. They're not righteous. Those people in the medical industry, and the bar attorneys and the judges and the politicians, they're not righteous people anymore. They've sold their souls. They're self-righteous now, and they only give a fuck about themselves. They don't give a fuck about you.
That's nothing wrong with that.
Nothing wrong with that. Well, how in the fuck? Shit.
But Autotron, don't you think?
How can you say that, Autotron?
I was only saying that because Perth said it's the time to not give a fuck.
Yeah,
and
no.
So those people are not giving a fuck.
Conversation,
but we have to give a fuck about that, I guess, right? Like people throwing the society under the fucking bus. right? We have to give
I
a
mean,
fuck
I
about
guess-
that.
I
put
guess
it,
the
put it
most-
this way, the art of not giving a fuck, okay, for those that don't know, the subtle art of not giving a fuck is a counterintuitive approach to living a good life by Mark Manson. We were talking on my last stream about not giving a fuck and what have you, and in order to whatever yada yada, you'd have to give a fuck and all the rest of it. That's when I remembered this book, and I actually ordered it online, and that's going to be one of the things today is that I'm going to read a little bit of it, and it's this guy talking about the art of not giving a fuck, and it's supposed to be funny, okay? So I'm not wanting to tell people don't give a fuck about your family, don't give a fuck about whatever, you know what I mean? That whole concept of the art of not giving a fuck, where it's a book, okay? So let's get that straight, all right? It's a book.
See, when we
And-
look back at words, oh, go ahead. I'm
Go on.
sorry. I thought you were done.
No, go on.
No, I was saying when we look back at words, where do you think the word community come from in history?
Common unity.
Common unity, correct. Or you think they've destroyed that. They divided all of that. We're no longer together in our communities, and these people that are dictating our lives and people we're following, it's the ones that created all the divide. They've turned us all against one another. Because like Adatron said a minute ago, well, I don't give a fuck about that. I don't give a fuck, you know what I mean? But our enemies are these people. It ain't each other.
5 speed.
Our enemies.
Don't you think though that the divide happened because we allowed it?
Absolutely. It's our fault. We did it. It's self-inflicted.
All of it,
Absolutely.
everything. They have taught us from day one to participate in sport. What is sport? It's competition. I'm better than you are. You're better than this one. You're better than that one. It's in every form of whatever, in workplace, you know, the better ones get promoted. Now, what makes them fucking better? The other person put in just as much time at work. Do you know what I mean? There's always that fucking competition, that divide. And it wouldn't be there
because they now
if
have
we didn't allow it.
Yeah, they now have higher degrees, and the higher your degree, the more money you make, and yada, yada, yada.
Well, put it
But
this
I
way.
thought where we go one, we go all. You know what I mean? We're all we the people.
Put it this
And
way.
I'm not
when
just
I look
talking
at
about
that-
America here. I'm talking about the whole damn nation, the whole country,
Yeah.
the whole world.
When I look at that 5 speed, to me, just because somebody has got a piece of paper that's framed in a bit of wood on the wall, don't make them a better human being than me. It does not make them more intelligent than me. It makes them a little bit more knowledgeable about a particular thing. But when you're looking at overall, they're no different to what I am.
Well, usually that piece of paper framed on the wall makes them a bit more clingy to status, right? To their status.
Well,
So
that too.
Mhm.
That's actually
A problem.
See, in my mind, everything, and I do mean this, everything that I see here in America, all our system and our foundation, our founding and everything is proper. But it's
proper?
not being administered. It's not
Huh.
administered properly.
Tell us about it. Come on, 5 speed. How is it proper? It's all fucked up right now.
I don't know.
How-
Are you a spiritual man?
All I know is the common law of England comes from Jewish traditions. I've read some articles.
Spiritual man. You believe in a higher power.
That has not my personal.
You believe in
not have any-
science.
I don't need to believe in science to know the truth.
Well, you need me to tell you the truth if you already know it.
I think you're kind of distracting and just going away from what my original point is basically right now.
I don't know. You could be trying to troll me. I don't know. I haven't figured that out yet.
Yeah, I'm trolling
But
you.
I'm a very
I'm trolling
I'm
you
a
right now
very
on
spiritual
Perth
man,
channel.
right?
Yes,
You know.
yes. Because I knew you were going to
No.
be here. Yeah. Okay.
You asked me what it is, but then you
Fucking
say
retarded.
you
You are
know
retarded.
the truth.
Yeah.
So what was you doing
Well, no,
there?
you listen. Your statist ideology is not going to really measure up very
My
well against
status
the not giving a
ideology.
fuck
My
attitude.
status.
Yes,
Okay. Well, that's what's
you
wrong
have a
with the world today.
you have
Nobody
a
gives a fuck.
statist. You
Nobody
have a
gives a
state.
fuck. That's what's wrong
You
with the
have a
world today.
statist. Oh, so Perth is saying she's down for not giving a fuck, and you're saying that's a bad idea?
Oh yeah, about certain things, but not about this. This is serious talk. I'm not. Of course, I don't give a fuck what these fucking politicians do. But when you're getting down to some
Oh,
serious talk, trying to fix and understand what's going
right.
on in the world today and how we got here, that's a very
Yeah.
serious topic for me, and I give a
Mm.
fuck about that.
Oh, listen, I'm going to intervene again here. We got where we are today because we allowed it. Because people literally got to the point where they were too lazy to worry about their own existence, that it was easier to hand that responsibility over to somebody else. And it started like that. It continued like that, generation after generation.
We
And
weren't self-disciplined.
here we are. You know what I mean? Here we are. We have nobody else to blame but ourselves. Nobody but ourselves. We can point the finger at them all we want and yada, yada, yada. And yet, if you stop
Perth, what happened? If we stop, I think she was going to say if we stop, like
If we
blaming others,
stop it, silence.
blame
I
ourselves.
mean, it's
Yeah.
pretty clear.
No, if we stop ourselves, in other words, there is a certain element of self-responsibility that is necessary by all of us in order to actually change the tide. You know what I mean? But I don't think it's so poignant as to polarize ourselves with our adversaries, such as Five Speed is giving an example and saying that we have to somehow make enemies out of reality.
I didn't say that.
You
That may be
actually
your
did.
interpretation.
You
That may
actually
be
did
your
say we have
interpretation of what I
enemies.
said, but I
Well,
didn't.
tell me who
Well, we
is
do.
the
If you
enemy?
don't think we have enemies, if you don't think that these
Who is we?
these
Who is we?
pedophiles,
I'm
these
going to prove
politicians,
that this guy's a statist right now. Who is we? We have enemies.
go
Who is
ahead.
we? Who is
We the
we?
people. We the people.
Of who?
That satisfy your answer as a statist?
It does actually satisfy
We the
it.
people.
Yes. You're a
We the
globalist
people.
and a statist. Yes, I get it.
And what are you? Is
okay,
that a bad thing? A global
I'm
or
here
a
now as
statist?
I'm here now as pure awareness, and I will evermore remain the same. Thank you very much.
And what do you bring to the table?
Pure awareness.
Pure awareness or divide and discord?
did
I'm
you
aware
guys
of it.
even notice that I was
These are
bloody
serious
gone?
questions.
I did. We were filling the
These are serious
space until you
questions.
got back. We missed you actually. We missed you. I was literally like, oh, is he coming back?
Jan, yes, I am a flat earther believer. If you are, good for you.
I'm
And
a
if you're
flat
not,
earther.
good for you too. I don't
I'm a flat
try
earther.
to put people into categories. Categories are just another way of dividing people. So I'm open for all discussion and all topics and whatever. So yeah, we don't. I personally do not want to stick people into categories. I don't like being put in a category, but yeah.
You know, Perth, I started out as that too, with that attitude, in life. You cannot earn enough money to impress me, and you cannot have too little money to impress me either, right? I'm really not sensitive to that thing, but and it's not about the money so much or about status, but more about behavior or the way that people are. And I didn't make any difference there either, right? But I tend to do that more now these days. Like,
What is you not being
I,
in a category?
no, I'm not. No, I didn't categorize people, but now I categorize people like I will talk to you and I will not talk to you. You know, it's like these days it's either a yes or a no. It's not like, oh, anything goes. You
Yeah,
know,
but I get what you're saying, because I am like that. To me, if I come across somebody that is just what I refer to, and yeah, you could say it's a category, but to me, it's the character of the person. If they
yeah,
just suck my energy, no matter how I try and help, and you see that you're fighting a losing battle, I tend to
yeah,
avoid those people.
right.
I
And
Yeah,
there's
you
a
avoid
you
lot
them.
of
don't see
them.
me much.
But there's a lot of those people that you just described,
We're
Bert.
all
There's
we're
more.
all
There's more of
vibrational.
those.
We're all vibrational beings. We're nothing more than a source of energy. Why should we exchange energy with those types of people? There's
Right.
only good and bad in this world. Good and evil. Are those good vibrations or evil vibrations coming out of one's mouth?
Yeah.
I mean, at the end of the day, it's pretty darn simple.
That's pretty general. I actually really like what you said though, Five Speed. It's very, very simple. You're like evil, good, evil, good. But isn't that ambiguous also? Just curious.
Well, I
I think
guess it
that's
depends
just
on
simple.
It's not.
exactly.
I mean,
Keep it simple.
I think what he's
Stupid
saying is,
simple.
if it's pain, then it's evil. That's what I hear you say. Am I
Well,
correct?
I thought when we
Am
came
I
in
correct?
unity
Yes
as
or no? I'm asking a simple
I don't
fucking
know.
question.
I
If it's
don't know. I
pain,
can't
does
tell
it?
you what you
I'm
believe.
asking you a question. In your belief, does pain equate to evil? Yes or no?
Does pain equate to evil? Well, fuck no. What the fuck kind of question is that, dude? Of
Well,
course
I
not.
do appreciate your answer, and I yield the mic. I think I proved my point, guys. That
What I can
we
have
need to.
pain because I smacked
we,
myself with a fucking hammer, but that ain't evil.
yeah. uh, okay. Thank you for
Seriously,
admitting
dude,
that.
what point did you
That's
create? What right, exactly.
well.
But
There's a lot of
anyway,
different.
I
There's a
thought
lot
we
of
were
different
supposed to
pains
get
that are
rid of
going
all the
on right
bad
now.
stuff. I thought
Pains
we
are
were
going
supposed to
on.
weed out all the bad stuff
We have to
that,
very
that
much
caused
be able
pain
to
and
hone
harm.
in and understand what is the real root of of an issue that we want to get to a solution, right? Like, what's the
The real
goal? Like,
root is individuals.
where's the goal?
Where's the
The real
goal?
root is
Well,
individuals.
we all know. Well, no, it's not all of us know, because some are going along with it and some are not. I mean, I can really only speak about myself, and to me, I go back to what I've said before and what Five Speed said earlier when he got asked a question. And I used to say to people, you need to look inside yourself. You need to look in
And look
the
inward.
mirror and ask yourself, what are you prepared to put up with, to not put up with, who you are really, and how it is that you want to live, and what you want to see happen around yourself. I think that's where people need to start, because if you've got hate in you towards anybody for whatever reason, um, you need to eliminate that, because then you've still got the divide. People need to put all their petty differences aside and
Mm-hmm.
realize that one thing that we all have in common that we want is our freedom. Is the freedom to
It's
feed our children, the freedom to decide what's going to happen to our body, the freedom to decide, do we go to work today or not, the freedom of whatever, you know what I mean? We haven't had
Absolutely.
freedom for a long time. And I said to
look at
people
how
ages ago, I kept saying, you're in an open air prison, wake the fuck up. The only reason the jail was made with 4 concrete walls and wire at the top was to create the illusion that the ones on the inside of that wall are the prisoners and that you are free. No, you are not.
Right, and so that's why my main objective is, I think that we need a source group of people all throughout the so-called, whatever this thing, all the earth, right? The earth. We need a source group in the hundreds of thousands of people that actually have the ability to resonate, to like tap into Earth frequency. Like if you can do Om, and you can like at the same time all around the planet like do the same exact thing and consciously raise the frequency of humanity. That's the really only answer that I have. A solution that would actually really work would actually be to consciously raise the frequency of humanity, but we would have to do it in mass. Like a lot of human beings.
See, look at what you were talking about frequencies there, and then when I was said earlier, where we're vibrational beings, we're just energy. Now, when we look back in history at all the public officials that are called public servants, but back to the music part, look back in history. We got county recorders, and in the education system, your kids. You remember the day we had to do the little recorders? Do 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 do. But where do we go to record all of our transactions? Do we go to the county recorder and they do their proper accounting? Have we all been cheated out of all of the funds here in the world, which the funds come from the resources from the land and should have been divvied up equally between the communities by the public officials that are servants, and we are not slave masters because they took an oath and they signed up for it via a contract with full faith and disclosure, with a meeting of the minds that they don't give you, these public servants. Think about that a minute. Public servants enter you into contracts every day on the side of the road, and those servants are telling their masters what they're going to do. Now, we're not slave masters. We're just the boss. They said that they were going to do a job for the American people, and they entered into a contract by taking an oath with full disclosure.
I'm sorry.
But now it's just the opposite what they do to you.
5-speed, I think at this point in time, I mean, I get what you're saying, okay? It's all
Me
about
too.
greed and all the rest
It's
of
all
it.
an illusion. It's all false.
We all know that. We all know that. Yep.
The thing is, at the moment, 7 billion people are on the verge of losing any bit of, if you can even call it, freedom, okay? A better word for it would be privilege. A better word for it would be what you've been allowed to do where you think that you are free, okay? I don't think the word freedom is real. I don't think the only person that I think would be free is somebody that is totally away from the system, living in the jungle, totally self-sufficient. They are free. They're not being told what to do. They're not being told you have to pay for a fucking car that you've already paid for. They're not being told that you have to pay rates and whatever for a house or a block of land that you already fucking paid for. Do you know what I mean?
How did they?
7 billion people have one thing in common.
All of us.
7 billion people have one thing in common right now, and they are about to lose any form of freedom that they have left.
And anything, any form of freedom, and anything they
Actually,
own.
Perth, I have to disagree with you on what you got.
Boy.
I disagree with what you just said, Perth, because on one basis alone, okay? Not to dispute with you, because I love your work. To me, you're the most beautiful woman I know.
That's
I
just an old picture.
I just think that's not even her. It's a dude. It's a transgender woman. So,
Chat, do you hearing this? They're taking the piss out of me. I expect you guys to defend me, right?
No,
Go
just basically that people all across the world, man, we have to give people more benefit of the doubt. I mean, I lost my train of thought when we got off onto you.
Oh, listen, I'll bring you back to it. I can see in certain countries Okay, I can see in certain countries, not Western, but in certain countries in Europe, maybe in South America, whatever, where people won't allow that to happen to them because those people, okay, will come out and they will stand on the fucking street and they will go hungry and they will feed each other while they're on the street. They will become one and they will retain or keep their freedom, okay? It won't be
Oh
every
yeah.
country. It won't be every country. It takes a certain oppressed, a certain what's the word I'm fucking looking for? For example, people that have already been through a war.
Degradation. Degradation. That's the perfect word.
People that have already been through a war, they know what it's like to fight to survive. Okay?
Right.
They have
Yeah.
no fear because they have been there. They have
Yeah.
been there. They're the ones that will survive. My ma said many, many years ago when we used to sit, no TV, and they used to tell us stories and whatever. My mother turned around and said to me, with Australia, for example, she said, Australia doesn't know, and I'm not talking many, many years ago, I'm talking of late, more or less, okay? She turned around and she says, this country doesn't know true disaster. It doesn't know major war. It hasn't lived through bombings every day. It hasn't lived through where people have family fucking die in front of her, all the rest of it. They haven't been through that. And because they haven't been through that, when it does actually happen, those people become lost. They don't know what to do.
Yeah.
They don't know which way to turn, okay? But people
Super
that
sad.
have survived things like that or have had a hard life, they know how to fight to live. You know what I mean? Or at least fight to the fucking death for what you believe in. So some countries will do that. They will push it, and if they can't see that it's not going in their favor, that's it. I'm telling you now. I feel sorry for their government officials, for any police force that there might be, because they will fucking annihilate them.
I
And this is
surely
I'm
not
hope
wondering
telling
so.
when they're
people
gonna.
to do it. Okay, this is
I'm
not telling
wondering when they're gonna force. I'm wondering when they're gonna enforce this monetary system on all the living creatures of the world. We're the only ones that use it.
Yeah, all of this, like I said, slowly, they have been introducing for a very long time, and 7 billion people have just been going along with it, you know?
I think we're on the uppers of almost 8 billion now, aren't we? 7.84 or something like that.
Not sure. Not sure,
But hey,
but
listen, what I wanted to say to you is I think about you a lot over there in I think you're in Australia, right?
mm-hmm. Yep,
I
I'm on the
know it's
West
pretty tough
Coast.
over there, but I honestly believe big changes are coming to the world. We've got to shed all of this hatred and all of this discord, and you know, in a world that everybody wants to live in, that's what has to be done, right? If everybody wants peace and love and harmony, don't we have to shed all this hate? Don't we have to
Yo,
shed all this bullshit lording over other people and worrying about what other people are doing? As long as they ain't trampling on you, who gives a fuck?
well,
You know,
actually,
if a guy wants to lay out in his yard drunk all night, who cares?
first of all, listen. This is much deeper. You have to go one level deeper and go. How am I hating myself? Get rid of that.
I,
Then you can
I
stop
don't hate
hating
myself.
others. No, I'm not
I
talking
don't
about
hate
you.
myself.
Stop it. Stop
Oh,
taking it personal. Jesus
well,
fucking
you said
Christ.
you were talking to me. Come on, Otto Tron. If you want to have a conversation with me, bud, don't throw your bullshit shit away. Your
Anyway,
own voice and all that
guys,
Come
shit,
on,
man. Come on.
guys. We're supposed to be.
projecting only the best.
Hang on a minute. We're supposed to be having a discussion here. When I start
That
hearing
the dude
voices
sounds like a
raised,
little fucking girl right now.
no, he's not a girl. He's a
Right
guy. We're
there's what's the
talking
problem.
about
See, it's bullshit
You're just
we're talking
attitudes
whining,
about
like
dude.
that are
Shut your
common in the
mouth.
world today.
Look,
Fuck
you're like,
you, Autotron. That's
have you heard me
you.
be?
I try
Have
to
you
be
heard
respectful
me
and
be
not
like
interrupt
that at
people, but
all?
you interrupt people.
Have you heard me be like that? Like you're
I'm gonna
whiny.
mute both of you. I'm gonna mute
Fucking
both of you if
shut
you
up.
don't. Yeah,
Hey,
because
Perth,
to me,
I'm gonna
there
jump
is
out of
no
here.
point.
So
There is no
I'm
point
gonna
in
jump out.
talking about unity and whatever if we
Nah,
can't have a discussion without raising voices and without
I agree. I personally disagree with 5 speed on a lot of levels. Okay, but
Yeah, that's clear now. That's clear.
and I'm not willing. I'm not willing to sit here and participate with his mockery of the common law and whatever my
Mockery of common
interpretation.
law. I didn't even mention
Yeah,
common law. You
whatever.
did. I never mentioned common law.
hang
You
on,
did.
just give it, stop for a minute. The one thing that we do here is we don't have to agree with the other person's opinion. We just need to agree that they're entitled to one. Is it going to change our lives any whether we agree or don't agree? No. We need to get past that before we get
True.
anything through anything else, is the acceptance that somebody else is not always going to think the way that we think and still be able to have a conversation.
I agree, but the issue is that this is a community of people that are guided by narratives.
The thing is, you can't change that.
That's what they've changed that on us. They made us that way. They made the people that way.
Bullshit. You made yourself that
Speed.
way.
Hang
You
on,
follow the
5
narrative
Speed.
that you fucking dictate to yourself in your mind. Don't
5
ever
Speed.
blame other people for your own actions. That's retarded. You're
5
fucking
Speed.
retarded. Oh my god.
Don't, Autotron, don't go there, mate, because I'll have to drop you. You know what you can do and what you can't do here.
I'm sorry. I recant.
See,
I'll
I
take
know
it
when
back.
I'm
Fucking
trying to
5 speed, you're
troll
just
you.
being a fucking asshole, those 5 feet. Seriously, you are.
I'm not. No,
No,
why?
he's
Because I
not.
don't.
He's not being an
How am I
asshole.
being an
He's,
asshole?
he's,
See, you're calling me
he's
names.
stating, 5 Speed is stating what he believes, right? And he's entitled to that. So we can't go calling somebody an asshole because they want to believe something the way that they want to believe it or the way that they want to see it. What we can control is exactly the name calling.
I thought he said Astro.
I thought he had thicker skin than that.
Yeah, it's not about thicker skin. It's about the fact that you're on Perth
don't get into
Observers.
all this stuff.
5 Speed, hang on a minute. It's about the fact that you're here and
Yeah. Thank you
I
for
don't
that, by the
go
way.
for that, okay?
I love you.
don't go for name calling and whatever. So this is the only time I'm going to say it. So let's keep that out of the panel.
All right.
Like
You
I
got
said, everybody has a right to whatever, and I'm sure that we can discuss any topic and go, well, okay, you believe that, you think that way, you see it that way, but this is how I see it, and be done with it in that regard. Because I want to have discussions about everything, I really do, and I want people to participate.
I love
But
it.
with the understanding that people need to control themselves. We can't blame anybody else for doing something to us. Hang on a minute. We can't blame anybody else except ourselves, okay? For the situation that we're in today and for everything in our lives, whether it have been through fucked up choices, not fucked up choices, whatever the case. But I want to get people to be able to have a discussion without an argument, without insults, and allow each other our own opinion. I could sit here and talk about flat earth until the cows come home. How many can sit across from me and talk about around a ball earth, and for us not to have an argument? That is the kind of conversation that I want.
Okay. I promise not to argue with anyone.
Do I always try to be respectful person when I come around? Have you ever really heard me be disrespectful and call people names and shit?
Who, 5 Speed?
Really ever heard me do that?
You all the time, dude. All the fucking time.
Do you hear me argue and fight with people? No, that's why you guys don't see me. I'm not into none of that shit.
Yes, I do all the
It
time.
does
5C.
nothing.
It happens on
I
a
know.
regular basis.
It's actually really abstract that you would say you don't argue or fight with people. That's kind of strange.
Well, I'll rephrase it. I try not to, and then I'll just be disgusted and just leave, and I won't. You know what I
But
mean?
Five
Because
Speed, listen,
I'm not into that. That we get
to
nowhere with
me,
that stuff. You
listen,
get
to me,
nowhere.
we are brothers, okay? You and
We're all
me?
brothers and sisters.
No, you and me and you, right? We're brothers. So to you, I have nothing against. We're here to correct each other. I look at everything that I'm presented with in my life as that are challenges. I look for the opportunity.
Absolutely.
So don't ever forget that I'm always an optimistic.
I
You know,
got you.
I'm an
But you
optimist
and I
basically.
could have some. I've tried to have conversations with you before because I know you're. I'm not going to use the word intelligent because that's how we got here. People thinking that they knew more than the creation, and that's what's got us into this mess. Smart doesn't actually mean what we most people think it means. Smart is a pain in the side, a pain in the
Yep.
ass. But
Yep.
see, all of these words, how they've manipulated and brainwashed our minds through the indoctrination system,
Yeah.
is
Yeah.
how we've got here.
Okay.
Now we didn't. I mean, it was the blind leading the blind because we didn't want to have any fucking thing to do with it. We were out chasing girls. We were out doing all kinds of shit. We didn't want to be. We didn't know how much power we had, but with that power we have as an individual, as a live being, with that great power comes great responsibilities. Do no harm. Now, if you can judge and navigate your way in this world without bringing disdain and
That
harm
is
upon somebody
ambiguous.
else,
No.
that's
Wait a
hey, that's
minute.
the design here.
But wait, what about the gnats that I smack with my hands? That's harm.
We're talking the
No, we're
human
talking
race,
life.
brother. We're not
See,
talking
what I'm,
about
yeah,
night.
I know.
I
Oh,
got you.
you
I
don't
got
think
you.
a
I
gnat
got you.
is connected to the human race? I'm not trying to argue with you. I'm just
Well,
saying,
sure.
like, what the
It's
fuck,
there. It's
yo?
everything.
You are
I'm
trying.
Everything
serious,
has
guys. I'm serious. He
everything
is so
has a
disconnected.
purpose.
He's so
No,
disconnected.
everything has a purpose. Just like flies, they fly around on the shit and lay more eggs.
Love you,
Everything
brother.
has a purpose. Everything has a purpose. But your
Right?
purpose ain't a gnat's purpose, and a gnat's purpose ain't your purpose.
Listen, a peaceful man. This is what we're looking for. A peaceful woman. When I say peaceful man, I don't mean non. I'm saying
He knows what his special
non-gender,
purpose is.
non-gender specific, right?
Stop
Peaceful.
it. Stop it.
There's
You
only
say
male and
peaceful
female,
man, for
bro.
fuck's sake.
You guys
Fuck's
know what the
sake.
fuck I mean.
Correct yourself and make it a peaceful man.
A fucking peaceful
Please.
man just
All
exhibits
right,
the
Perth.
fucking
Couldn't resist.
the fucking conduct, right, of a peaceful man. That's all there is to it, you know. And there is no need to explain. You just go out and you act as a peaceful individual, you know, a peaceful man. Period. Done. Done. Dada. You know, if you're a peaceful man, then there's no enemies that you're gonna battle against. Hello, 5 Speed.
By being
You
a peaceful man, though, doesn't that bring it back to the fact that people need to look at themselves in the mirror? Because without being at peace in
Do unto
themselves,
others as you would want others to do unto you.
you can't be at peace or be peaceful with others. You know what I mean?
There you go. If you're not at peace with yourself, you said it perfectly. And I'm just saying, why would I see enemies in other people? The only reason is because I'm not at peace with myself. So I'm not trying to point the fucking finger. I'm just saying the only way to evolve, man, is to literally just fucking like be that thing, like 5 Speed was trying to say. But I don't see it in them. You know.
Oh, listen, there's a lot of, and I don't even want to say the word religions because that's categories again. But if people take
Democrat and Republican
their own belief
with
system,
religion.
if people take their own belief system and look at what it says and be at peace with oneself, okay, to be at peace with oneself, And for anybody that wants to say, that I'm Bible bashing, I've never read an entire Bible in my life. Okay. Life has taught me to try to accept different things. But if everybody would just look at that and then take a good long look in the mirror, because it does, all of this starts from us. We need to admit to the fact that we have been conned, that we have been lied to, that we have been indoctrinated. And I don't believe that dumbing down because of the chemtrails, we're all dumbed down, because if we're smart enough to say that, that means we're smart enough when we're not dumbed down, okay? So we need to basically just take a look at ourselves first and go from there. Yeah, I just see there's just so much hatred everywhere, and we can't point the finger anywhere else.
No. You know what? Perth, not giving a fuck actually means trusting yourself to make the right decision, that you trust that other people are the larger part of yourself and that they respect life just as much as you do. So there's an element of trust instilled in this concept of not giving a fuck, especially right now, because we really have to kind of have that perspective of higher consciousness right now, where we realize, hey, there's a higher purpose that maybe not a lot of us can really comprehend what the fuck is going on. But you still have that sense of awareness. Something in you says, hey, there's something bigger here.
The thing that helped me the most in my journeys, now I've been on about a 12-year journey here, and I've been deep in the rabbit holes, not only on the law side of things, but on the history side of things, trying to figure out what went wrong with our country. And my daughter just turned 12 years old, and I started researching heavy back then, and when she was born. The thing that helped me the most is when we look at everybody and everybody's opinions and everything else, it always seemed to be centered around them, right? So their main goal is always for them to benefit from whatever. But what I realized a while back was, this ain't about my life. This ain't about Perth's life. This ain't about Autotron or Voy's life. This is about life itself. No one's entitled to more than another. It's all life. We all breathe the same air. And that's what helped me to humble myself down and to get inside my own head, because I had a problem loving people that were my enemies, especially my public officials here in my community. When I first got wind of the corruption and all that shit, I was a loose cannon. But I got nothing for love for everybody anymore, because I realize it's life that we should be fighting for.
5Speed, would you like to connect with me privately?
I don't have a problem with that.
Let's do that. Let's connect privately, okay?
Oh, look at that. Look at that. They connecting, seeing all of you bastards in chat thought that they were going to have this full-on fucking row.
It started out.
No, I would leave first. I would leave first.
No. We're going to stun them all, Perth.
Hello, Dean.
That's hilarious.
Hi, Donna. And others. Hi, Colette in the
hello.
chat there.
Listen,
Hey.
let me read this, okay? Let me read this, and we can discuss the art of not giving a fuck, okay? Because this whole thing, all right, is about a book, and this book is funny, all right? Well, it's supposed to be funny. And then we can discuss what he talks about and see how many people actually relate to this. Obviously, I'm not going to read the whole fucking book, okay? But I'll read up to a certain amount of things until he literally gets to some topics that he talks about. But I think it would be good to literally see how many people can actually relate to this shit. So, the first chapter is called Don't Try. Okay? So, it's called Don't Try. Charles Bukowski was an alcoholic, a womanizer, a chronic gambler, a lout, a cheapskate, a deadbeat, and on his worst days, a poet. He's probably the last person on earth you would ever look to for advice or expect to see in any sort of self-help book, which is why he's the perfect place to start. Bukowski wanted to be a writer, but for decades his work was rejected by almost every magazine, newspaper, journal, agent, publisher he submitted to. His work was horrible, they said, crude, disgusting, depraved. And as the stacks of rejection slips piled up, the weight of his failures pushed him deep into an alcoholic-fueled depression that would follow him for most of his life. Now, already there, people, try and listen to what is being said and how many has this happened to that can pretty much associate to this, okay? Where it's rejection after rejection after rejection. And where does it actually get you? Bukowski had a day job as a letter filer at a post office. He got paid shit money and spent most of it on booze. He gambled away the rest at the racetrack. At night, he would drink alone and sometimes hammer out poetry on his beat-up old typewriter. Often he'd wake up on the floor having passed out the night before. 30 years went by like this, most of it a meaningless blur of alcohol, drugs, gambling, and prostitutes. Then when Bukowski was 50, after a lifetime of failure and self-loathing, an editor at a small independent publishing house took a strange interest in him. The editor couldn't offer Bukowski much money or much promise of sales, but he had a weird affection for the drunk loser, so he decided to take a chance on him. It was the first real shot Bukowski had ever gotten, and he realized probably the only one he would ever get. Bukowski wrote back to the editor, I have one of two choices. Stay in the post office and go crazy, or stay out here and play at writer and starve. I have decided to starve. Anybody want to chime in there? Does it ring any bells?
Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely.
Anybody want to share?
No.
Okay.
Well, by all these rejections, he got more deeper into the core of himself, right? Even though he failed and he was self-loathing, he was still sort of pure. You know, I don't know if he was that. Maybe he was very perverted. I don't know, but uh, he didn't have very much interaction with the outer world, right? So that kept him to himself, and yeah, I think that helps people grow in general.
The part that got me, right, the part that got me was where he says that he had two choices. It was stay in the post office and go crazy, meaning that he went to work every day to a place that he fucking hated.
Yeah.
How many people do that today? That they go to a job that they fucking hate,
Hold on.
right? But he chose to actually stay home and do what he liked doing, which was being a writer, and starve. He says, I have decided to starve. So he is happier within himself being at home, not
Start.
necessarily starving, but you know what I mean? Like struggling for money,
Right.
knowing that he's doing what he loves doing, than to interact with this with society, fucking with a job that he fucking detests. And I mean, if you're that unhappy, how the hell can you be happy within yourself every day?
I love it. Perth, do me a favor. I want to
Mhm.
hear it again. Can you please read it again?
What, that
And then
whole
and then we can move on. It wasn't that long. No.
okay.
It looked like it took like all of like a minute and a half. Go ahead.
Okay. Bukowski wanted to be a writer. I'll start there because before that, it's just saying that he's a cheapskate, a deadbeat. His worst days of a poet. probably the last person on earth he would ever look to for life advice, right? Bukowski wanted to be a writer, but for decades his work was rejected by almost every magazine, newspaper, journal, agent, and publisher he submitted to. His work was horrible, they said, crude, disgusting, depraved. And as the stacks of rejection slips piled up, the weight of his failures pushed him deep into an alcohol-fueled depression that would follow him for most of his life. Bukowski had a day job as a letter filer at a post office. He got paid shit money and spent most of it on booze. He gambled away the rest at the racetrack. At night, he would drink alone, sometimes hammer out poetry on his beat-up old typewriter. Often he'd wake up on the floor having passed out the night before. 30 years went by like this, most of it a meaningless blur of alcohol, drugs, gambling, and prostitutes. Then when Bukowski was 50, after a lifetime of failure and self-loathing, an editor at a small independent publishing house took a strange interest in him. The editor couldn't offer Bukowski much money or much promise of sales, but he had a weird affection for the drunk loser, so he decided to take a chance on him. It was the first real shot Bukowski had ever gotten, and he realized probably the only one he would ever get. Bukowski wrote back to the editor, "I have one of two choices. Stay in the post office and go crazy, or stay out here and play at writer and starve. I have decided to starve."
Yeah. It's a nice way of saying it, right? It's yeah.
And I mean, this, like I said, you can put this to people today. You know what I mean? Like, how many out there? How many out there have gone through life in the same in just in that minute? Just
I
in
was
that
just
minute.
Perth, I was just
Like,
sitting back here laughing my ass off. That is so true and funny as fuck too. Wow. Oh my god. If you guys weren't laughing, I don't know what was wrong with you. But that's an excellent story. But it's really relevant. A lot of people are just caught up in that work.
you
You know what I
stop
mean?
and look where he says that for 30 years, every time he wrote out to a publishing company or to an agent or whatever. Now, these people literally have people's lives in their hands, okay? And
Yeah.
they stated that he was crude, disgusting, and depraved. Now,
Hmm.
I'm sure that a lot of people listen to me when I go on a rant and every second word is fuck this and fuck that and yada, yada, yada.
Fucking this.
And and they could call me crude and disgusting, but does that mean that I have nothing to say? Like, does that make me just that and nothing more? So they've already judged him that he's crude, disgusting, and depraved, and for 30 years nobody ever gave him a fucking chance in society. And this is what we do to one another, you know? It took one person to
Telling you.
change his life.
Fuck society. Hey, listen, honestly, well, I like changing society. Society's kind of good but bad at the same time. It's changing it.
And
Norms. That's what you have
I
to look
love this
to.
bit. Listen, I love this bit.
Mm.
Upon signing the contract, Bukowski wrote his first novel in 3 weeks. It was called simply Post Office. I must find that book. In the dedication, he wrote, "Dedicated to nobody." I like that. Bukowski would make it as a
Oh.
novelist and poet. He would go on and publish 6 novels and hundreds of poems, selling over 2 million copies of his books. His popularity defied everyone's expectations, particularly his own. Stories like Bukowski's are the bread and butter of our cultural narrative. Bukowski's life embodies the American dream. A man fights for what he wants, never gives up, and eventually achieves his wildest dreams. It's practically a movie waiting to happen. We will look at stories like Bukowski's and say, see, he never gave up. He never stopped trying. He always believed in himself. Personally, and this is me now, okay, not the book, I think that he would have made it well before he actually did if people just didn't look at how he was saying it, but what he was talking about. That's just me personally. He
Mm.
persisted. He persisted against all odds and made something of himself. It is then strange that on Bukowski's tombstone, the epitaph reads, "Don't try." See, despite the book
Just
sales and the fame, Bukowski was a loser. He knew it. And his success stemmed not from some determination to be a winner, but from the fact that he knew he was a loser, accepted it, and then wrote honestly about it. He never
yeah,
tried to be anything other than what he was. The genius in Bukowski's work was not in overcoming unbelievable odds or developing himself into a shining literary light. It was the opposite. It was his simple ability to be completely unflinchingly honest with himself, especially the worst parts of himself, and to share his failings without hesitation or doubt.
yeah. But
Anybody?
you know what I also
I
hear,
have shit to
Perth, is
say.
that
Yeah.
it might also have been the case that society and was just not ready for that kind of antagonist. What a protagonist that was the anti-hero, right? Society was just not ready for that view, for that point of view,
I think that's exactly it.
right?
That's not just.
They
That's not
were,
just. It's not just could be that. That's probably exactly it.
yeah,
That's
I
the
think
moral to
that's
the
it. Yeah,
story. Yeah. You
yeah,
think?
yeah.
Okay,
They,
this is the real story of Bukowski's success. His comfort with himself as a failure. Bukowski didn't give a fuck about success. Even, and I didn't add that word. This is the way the book is written. Okay. Even after his fame, he still showed up to poetry readings hammered and verbally abused people in his audience. He still exposed himself in public and tried to sleep with every woman he could find. Fame and success didn't make him a better person, nor was it by becoming a better person that he became famous and successful. Self improvement and success often occur together, but that doesn't necessarily mean they're the same thing. Our culture today is obsessively focused on unrealistically positive expectations. Be happier, be healthier, be the better than the rest. Be smarter, faster, richer, sexier, more popular, more productive, more envied, more admired. Be perfect and amazing and crap out 12-carat gold nuggets before breakfast each morning while kissing your selfie ready spouse and 2.5 kids goodbye.
that's pretty extreme there.
Then fly your
You got.
helicopter to a
There you go.
wonderfully fulfilling job where you spend your days doing incredibly meaningful work that's likely to save the planet one day. But when you stop and really think about it, conventional life advice, all the positive and happy self help stuff we hear all the time, is actually fixating on what you lack. It lasers in on what you perceive your personal shortcomings and failures to already be, and then emphasizes them for you. You learn about the best ways to make money because you feel you don't have enough money already. You stand in front of the mirror and repeat affirmations saying that you're beautiful because you feel as though you're not beautiful already. You follow dating and relationship advice because you feel that you're unlovable already. You try goofy visualization exercises about being more successful because you feel as though you aren't successful enough already. Ironically, this fixation on the positive, on what's better, what's superior, only serves to remind us over and over again of what we are not, of
Hmm.
what we lack, of what we should have been but failed to be.
Interesting. Can I comment on this, please, if you
Yeah.
don't mind? A part of spiritual awakening is actually realizing abundance and realizing how manifestation works and things are around. So like I kind of I understand what you're saying is kind of a mental disability is being depicted as such by this reading, right? Is actually some sort of like actually higher learning and higher place of attainment. You know what I'm saying, for the spiritual you know what I mean, seeker. You know what I mean. So like
Yeah.
it's it. Why? Why do you think that is? Why is there the question of whether my seeking such and such is a spiritual or such a otherwise thing?
Just give me a minute. Chemtrail Warrior, the book that I am actually reading, okay? The book that I'm actually reading is called The Subtle Art of Not Giving a Fuck, and it was written by Mark Manson.
Love it. I love it. Subtle Art of Not Giving a Fuck, written by Mark Manson. Someone should, whoever has a wrench, please post the link. I know it's uncomfortable. If you have balls, just grab them. Post the link in the chat.
I just came in because my bottle of fuckatol was empty, and I heard someone saying about not giving a fuck.
Bucket towel.
Hey, Troy. Hey, Gut. Just everybody that's popped in. Hey to everybody that's there. And I do read what you say, like after I've read portions in the book. So it's not just about us on the panel, but I am reading what you guys are contributing as well. But yeah, it's basically like who was it? Walter said, instead of trying to be something that you're not or someone that you're not, it's simply be yourself, I guess. From everything that he says, like doing affirmations and this, that, and the other, and whatever, isn't really gonna fucking help you. It's simply taking a long, hard look at yourself.
Well, actually, Perth, the affirmations do actually help to entrain the brain. However, you have to, when you look at the self, you have to actually be able to look at other people too. So it's really hard, man. It's really hard. It's really hard. But you know what I mean?
Where are we? To remind us over a lack of what I've failed to be. After all, no truly happy person feels the need to stand in front of a mirror and recite that she's happy. She just is.
Yep.
There's a saying in Texas, the smallest dog barks the loudest. A confident man doesn't feel a need to prove that he's confident. A rich woman doesn't feel a need to convince anybody that she's rich. Either you are or you are not. And if you're dreaming of something all the time, then you're reinforcing
Can
the
I
same
comment?
in
Can
2
I-
seconds.
Okay.
Then you're reinforcing the same unconscious reality over and over that you are not that.
Well, basically, I'm just simply saying that if I see that I have a talent for like helping people in a certain subject matter, and I tout myself as the guru of that, right? That is not necessarily. That's not necessarily like wrong, to tout it as that. It's not eccentric or like even like, you know what I mean? So how could confidence be construed as something negative? I mean, I think it's observation. I think the looker is the one who's construing, the confidence, the one from the objective,
Yeah, I
like
know
a
what you're
group.
saying.
So
I know what you're
yeah,
saying, but so
yeah.
building confidence is not something you do by looking at yourself or talking to yourself. It's the one that's talking. It's the one that's talking. It's the one that's looking. That is the thing that grows. And it's not something that you build.
Oh, you don't build it? You don't build it?
No, you don't build it, you grow it.
Fucking with you, okay. How do you grow it if it's already there?
Right?
Boy, I was
So it
going
grows
to say,
bigger, just
No, I'm
like a
just
plant. It just grows bigger.
yeah, I was going to say to boy, if you don't build it, they won't come.
Jesus Christ.
No, cool. So
Oh my
then I
God, that
won't
is so
build it
funny.
because I hate them and they hate me. So that's cool.
Okay, let's
No,
continue.
you definitely have to build the morale. Yeah.
You get anxious about confronting someone in your life. That anxiety cripples you, and you start wondering why you're so anxious. Now you're becoming anxious about being. This is fucking hilarious. Listen to this, people. Now you're becoming more anxious about being anxious. Oh no, doubly anxious. Now you're anxious about your anxiety, which is causing more anxiety. Quick, where's the whiskey? Or let's say you have an anger problem. Get pissed off at the stupidest, most insane stuff, and you have no idea why. And the fact that you get pissed off so easily starts to piss you off even more. And then in your petty rage, you realize that being angry all the time makes you a shallow and mean person, and you hate this. You hate it so much that you get angry at yourself. Now look at you. You're angry at yourself, getting angry about being angry. Fuck you, Wall. Here, have a fist.
That's fucking awesome. I love that. Life
Isn't it?
story. Life story. Life story. And see, not many people are willing to go vulnerable and just admit that that's them, because most of them are just fucking pussies and haven't leveled up to who they really are in reality. They actually see a shell of who they really are as a reality. And as a matter of fact, most people would sit there and try to judge me, right? Without and when you ask them who do they know who they are, they'll say no. So who the fuck is it that's judging me then? Jesus Christ. It's fucking sick, man, the society that we live in today.
Yes.
Hey, Gary. Guys, I'm gonna go to the loo, so occupy yourselves for a minute.
Yes,
and
my
yeah,
balls. Yes, my
Gonna visit the
nuts.
dunny?
Yes, my nuts. Yes, my nuts.
I don't mind being judged. Actually,
Excuse me. Hey, can you hold on a second, sir? Who are you?
Who?
Yeah, you, right there. Who are you?
Right there. The dean.
What is you? The what? The dean?
Yeah.
The dean
that's
of
what it
the dean of
Doesn't it say
what,
that
what
on
the fuck?
screen?
Tell us about yourself, man. What's going on, man? How are you, dude? What's up? Oh, what the fuck? You acting all shy and shit. Look at you.
No,
So
I
what's
just
up?
learned proper stream
What's up?
etiquette.
Where are you from? What do you mean stream etiquette? I don't know what that is. But are you implying something right there?
Yeah. Like if there was ask ask Perth what Wobbly Boost would have done to you by now. He would have been
is
gone.
Wobbly Boost still alive? Because I've been thinking about him.
Yeah,
You guys
he's
are
pretty
fucking
cool. He let me-
tyrants.
I had
If
fun
it's
with
like
that guy
that,
on his streams.
you fucking retard. You can't outsmart me. You want to fucking result to just like cutting me off. That's how tyrants work. Chop his head off. Get that head off there, that body. That's
Yeah.
exactly how you are.
Yeah, but sometimes when the annoying is just everybody else. Is totally annoyed.
You sound annoying. Every time you commented, you didn't make any sense. Yeah. Like, you want to talk shit? You're the one.
Shit, poo poo,
Yeah.
caca,
Just
feces.
poo poo caca. Yeah, baby. Fiki, yeah, all that shit. Whatever you call it.
What'd you graduate from? Fucking
What the
California
fuck did you graduate
college or
from?
something?
Yeah, Cali. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I can see that everybody is talking such deep and profound
You
stuff
think you're
here.
so smart.
Oh, man. Hey, Perth, what would Bobbly Boost done to this guy by now? Where's your name? Armatron?
I actually go by Autotron on YouTube. You fucking
Autotron?
douchebag. Yeah, shut the
Okay,
fuck. What's wrong with you, dude? Show some respect.
Back to the book.
Autotron.
Shut your mouth.
Hey, we are gonna conquer the live stream. We're
Whatever,
gonna
dude.
shut
Anyways,
up all these
You're
old
trying to
fuckers.
hijack Perth's stream right now? Is that what this is about?
No, she went to the dunny, so I figured I'd have fun with you.
I think she just came back, though.
Yeah, no,
She's-
me going to the toilet doesn't mean off topic and whatever, and I come back to this. So yeah. Anyway,
I'll behave now.
Let's go back to the book.
None of
shall
us give a fuck, Perth. None of us give a fuck.
Wow.
Yeah.
Or you're so worried about doing the right thing all the time that you become worried about how much you're worrying. Or you feel so guilty for every mistake you make that you begin to feel guilty about how guilty you're feeling. Or you get sad and alone so often that it makes you feel even more sad and alone just thinking about it. Welcome to the freedom back loop from hell. Chances are you've exchanged it in more than a few times. Maybe you're engaging in it right now. God, I do the feedback loop all the time. I'm such a loser for doing it. I should stop. Oh my God, I feel like such a loser for calling myself a loser. I should stop calling myself a loser. Oh fuck, I'm doing it again. See, I'm a loser. Calm down, amigo. Believe it or not, this is part of the beauty of being human. Very few animals on Earth have the ability to think cogent thoughts to begin with, but we humans have the luxury of being able to have thoughts about our thoughts. So I can think about watching Miley Cyrus videos on YouTube and then immediately think about what a sicko I am for wanting to watch Miley Cyrus videos on YouTube. Ah, the miracle of consciousness. Now, here's the problem. Our society today, though the wonders or through the wonders of consumer culture and hey, look, my life is cooler than yours, social media, has bred a whole generation of people who believe that having these negative experiences, anxiety, fear, guilt, etc., is totally not okay. I mean, if you look at your Facebook feed, everyone there is having a fucking grand old time. Look, 8 people got married this week, and some 16-year-old on TV got a Ferrari for her birthday. And another kid just made $2 billion inventing an app that automatically delivers you more toilet paper when you run out. Meanwhile, you're stuck at home flossing your cat, and you can't help but think your life sucks even more than you thought. The feedback loop from hell has become a borderline epidemic, making many of us overly stressed, overly neurotic, and overly self loathing. But in Grandpa's day, he would feel like shit and think to himself, geez, I wish, no, gee whiz, I sure do feel like a cow turd today. But hey, I guess that's just life. Back to shoveling hay. But now, if you feel like shit for even 5 minutes, you're bombarded with 350 images of people living totally happy and having amazing fucking lives. And it's impossible to not feel like there's something wrong with you. It's this last part that gets us into trouble. We feel bad about feeling bad. We feel guilty for feeling guilty. We get angry about getting angry. We get anxious about feeling anxious. What is wrong with me? This is why not giving a fuck is so key. This is why it's going to save the world. And it's going to save it by accepting that the world is totally fucked and that that's all right because it's always been that way and always will be.
Right? Yeah.
Anybody?
Yeah, we get tricked by thinking this is like a good place. That's how we get tricked. It's not a good place.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's
You
not
got
a
to
good
keep your
place.
head in the sand and just say, okay, and not give a too much. I mean, you got to draw. I mean, I don't give a fuck about a lot, but what's happening right now, you got to give a fuck a little bit because it's gone real bad because too many people didn't give a fuck for such a long time. It's like, yeah, I don't care about what's going on in politics. Fuck that. It don't bother me now. It's like, I'm working, and shit like that.
I honestly believe that good things are coming, and this is a big smoke and mirror what everybody's seeing right now. Just to
Yeah.
kind of, you think about it, it's woken a lot of people up.
Oh, yeah.
So you don't see too much division between left and right, Democrats and Republicans anymore. They're all thinking about it now. What's the shit show
Can
going
I
on?
can I just interrupt? Autotron, you dropped off and it said something about your mic and your camera or whatever, and I couldn't get you back up. So just so that you know.
You weren't wobbly boosted.
And another thing too. I mean, what the guy is saying here is it's so true. Is that people get on social media and they look at all of this stuff, like he says, they get bombarded with look at these people, look at the lush lives that they're living, look at this, look at that, look at whatever. They don't stop to look that some of the pictures are even fucking doctored. You know, you've got to be a certain way, whatever, and it pushes people allow themselves to get more and more depressed.
Right. And I agree with that wholeheartedly. But one of the things that I think that to get away from that is back to the beginning. We got to look within inside ourselves when we got to figure out who we are before we can decipher what's true and what's not true, what's false information, what's not false information, because if we can't look inside of ourselves through faith and that golden rule to do no harm to our fellow men and women, then how can we even judge what information that we're processing from these social sites? See what I mean? And I think that's what gives someone an understanding of what's true and what's not true. Because they, like me, I won't settle for nothing less than the truth. It just won't happen. You can come to me with $50 billion and it's not going to change my mind. It's not going to change my ways. I give two fucks about money.
I think what he's trying to say too is that people also overanalyze their themselves too much. Because if you look where he says about his grandpa in the field saying, "I feel like shit," and then he just continues on working, right? That's the end of that. But if you look at the other side of it, and the way that people are, they're judging themselves continuously. I shouldn't be like this, and why am I like this? And then they get angry over that, and then angry over being angry, and yada 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 yada. I think it's the whole thing that he's trying to say is just don't overanalyze. Acknowledge to yourself right now, I'm in a shitty fucking mood, and let it go. Yay, no?
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah, Nate. In a shitty mood. Let it go.
By not giving a fuck that you feel bad, you short circuit the feedback loop from hell. You say to yourself, I feel like shit, but who gives a fuck? Oh, there you go. And then, as if sprinkled by magic, fuck giving fairy dust, you stop hating yourself for feeling so bad.
Yep.
I'm sorry, but certain things I find humorous, and that's just one of them. Let me read that to you again, just in case you didn't get it before. So, like Grandpa, right? Like Grandpa, don't overanalyze, okay? I feel like shit, but who gives a fuck? And then, as if sprinkled by magic fuck giving fairy dust, you stop hating yourself for feeling so bad. So that's what you've got to do, is you've got to literally don't overanalyze your feelings. Acknowledge it
No, but
and move on from it.
acknowledging. I noticed this as a very young boy already when I was in a bad mood, and that didn't happen too often. But when I said to myself, when I said to somebody else, like I'm in a bad mood, it would instantly disappear. So by not acting your bad mood out towards people, like being grumpy and giving short answers or just not giving an answer at all, I would just say, I'm in a bad mood, and it would instantly disappear. And I was amazed the first 3 times that it happened. Like, huh? I said I am in a bad mood, but now that I've said it, I'm in a good mood.
Okay.
So can I ask you a question about that? When you said you said, hey, I said that I was in a bad mood, right? Right? You're just acknowledging the fact that you have the mood or whatever.
And that's it. And that solved it.
And then all of a sudden, by your recognition of it, you were able to alleviate it. Are you here solving? So is that what this is all about? I mean, I thought we were here not giving a fuck, but you sound like you care, sir. I'm sorry. I'm just Perth. Am I wrong?
But
he sounds like he cares.
Not.
Hang on. We're discussing. We're not here because none of us give. Because we all don't give a fuck. We're here.
I'm making a fucking joke. God damn it, motherfucker, laugh.
I was gonna say, like, how many times do I need to tell this fucking guy that this is a fucking book? But no, I do agree.
I'm just being funny.
I do agree.
No, yeah,
I think I'm gonna have to smoke some of that magic fairy dust now.
You should. You probably should.
No,
actually, it might actually be.
It's not fairy dust. It's fuck giving.
I'll have some.
Okay, on to the next thing. George Orwell said that to see what's in front of one's nose requires a constant struggle. Well, the solution to our stress and anxiety is right there in front of our noses. And we're too busy watching porn and advertisements for ab machines that don't work, wondering why we're not banging a hot blonde with a rocking six pack to notice. We joke online about first world problems, but we really have become victims of our own success. Stress related health issues, anxiety disorders, and cases of depression have skyrocketed over the past 30 years, despite the fact that everyone has a flat screen TV and can have their groceries delivered. Our crisis is no longer material, it's existential. It's,
Yeah.
where am I, spiritual. We have so much stuff and so many opportunities that we don't even know what to give a fuck about anymore. Comments?
Yeah, we've lost our morals, right? I mean, and this is by design. The morals were mocked
Absolutely.
and then were replaced with perversion, and then perversion was perversion or a sickness, and now the perversion or the sickness has become an identity to be proud of. I mean, if that isn't madness, I mean that's what's happening in this world, and it's by design.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Look at everything that they've taken over on the American people. Like here in America, I mean, I can't speak for other countries, but I'm assuming it's the same. But look at the medical industry. Well, as a matter of fact, I know it's the
Yeah,
same.
yeah, it's the
Rockefeller,
same there.
or not Rockefeller, Rothschild back in the 30s bought the first petroleum plant and turned it into a pharmaceutical. All the pharmaceuticals today, most of them are petroleum based that are going into our bodies that are not of all natural or anything like that. It's all these patented things, because these patented things these people can profit from. See, anything
Yeah,
from the earth, any of the resources from the earth, they cannot patent. That belongs to the people. That belongs to the animals. That belongs to you know society.
yeah,
But look what they've done. They've done away with all the holistic medicines. Because you can't make no money off of that. There'll
Yeah,
never
because
be
they
a cure for
modified them.
cancer
Yeah.
because there's no profits in cures. These people are all false prophets. They're self-righteous, no
Wow.
good
I
pieces of
gotta
shit.
go. Talk to you later, Perth. Good show. Love you.
Okay.
Look at your food, all the genetically modified foods and shit, all the chemicals they're putting in your foods.
But in saying
yeah. But
that Godspeed it basically comes back to what the guy is saying, which is
Yep,
that we don't even
absolutely.
know what to give a fuck about anymore because there's so much shit out there that
Yeah.
you don't know where people don't know where to start.
See what
But
I said
anyway,
earlier, Perth? What I said earlier is if we're gonna fight a battle, don't we want to know our enemy? So don't we have to go back and find out what they've done so we can battle our enemies correctly? Do if we
well,
want to go into a spiritual war, we want to win that war, don't we?
well, I look at
We
yeah.
it
So
don't
like,
to
go.
speak.
You got to
go
know
on,
thy
boy,
enemy.
boy, go on.
Yeah, just wanted to state that you will always become what you're fighting against, right? That's just a given. So if you want to fight the war, you got to become a soldier, right? So that doesn't work. Then you're making a war. So um,
Well,
same goes
well,
for same goes. Sorry.
to 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 that though, to that though, to what's the old saying? To win the battle without raising a hand is of supreme excellency. We shouldn't have to raise our hands. We should speak it into existence through faith and love and honesty.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I could go for that.
So
I don't
Still
know
want to
how to
yeah,
shake
do
your
it.
so I
hand, though.
it's just another extension of thinking. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
was that the artist or whatever the hell? Well, I forget exactly how he quotes it. To defeat
Anyway,
one's enemy without raising a hand is of supreme excellency or something.
Well, is that not what is being done to us now, to all of the humankind, all of mankind?
Well, I do, and I'm going to have to jump off here soon myself. But I'm a guy that does think that good things are coming. Uh, I'm connected with a lot of people around the world on different social platforms all over, and we have serious conversations like we have tonight, but with a bunch of us. Guys
Hmm.
researching different areas of law, different areas of history, and we all come together and join in. And I think each and every one of those soldiers, because we've helped form who each one of us are today in this movement of prosperity to change the world. And we try to be the change, the example of that change we're looking for. I
Yeah,
always say popularity without a positive purpose is pointless. There shouldn't be
yeah,
no LeBron Jameses out here. There shouldn't be none of these people that these false idols that our children are worshiping and they wouldn't give two shits about it. I know I told my kids all the time, don't talk to strangers, but yet all of these politicians and public officials are strangers dictating how you're going to live your life.
yeah.
What? See how fucked up that sounds?
but anyway, moving on. Because there's an infinite amount of things we can now see or know, there are also an infinite number of ways we can discover that we don't measure up, that we're not good enough, that things aren't as great as they could be, and this rips us apart inside. Because here's the thing that's wrong with all of this, all of the how to be happy shit that's been shared 8 million times on Facebook in the past few years. Here's what nobody realizes about all of this crap. The desire for more positive experience is itself a negative experience, and paradoxically, the acceptance of one's negative experience is itself a positive experience. Let me read that again. The desire for more positive experience is in itself a negative experience, and paradoxically, the acceptance of one's negative experience is in itself a positive experience. This is a total mind fuck. So I'll give you a minute to unpretzel your brain and maybe read that again, which I already did. Wanting positive experience is a negative experience, accepting negative experience is a positive experience. It's what the philosopher Alan Watts used to refer to as the backwards law. The idea that the more you pursue feeling better all the time, the less satisfied you become, as pursuing something only reinforces the fact that you lack it in the first place. The more you desperately want to be rich, the more poor and unworthy you feel, regardless of how much money you actually make. The more you desperately want to be sexy and desired, the uglier you come to see yourself, regardless of your actual physical appearance. The more you desperately want to be happy and loved, the lonelier and afraid the more lonelier and afraid you become, regardless of those who surround you. The more you want to be spiritually enlightened, and the more self-centered and shallow you become in trying to get there. It's like this one time I tripped on acid, and it felt like the more I walked towards the house, the further away the house got from me. And yes, I just used my LSD hallucinations to make a philosophical point about happiness. No fucks given. As the existential professor Alan Camus said, and I'm pretty sure he wasn't on LSD at the time, you'll never be happy if you continue to search for what happiness consists of. You will never live if you are looking for the meaning of life. Or put more simply, don't try.
Yeah. I once heard a monk, a Buddhist monk, say that even if you would do nothing all of your life, just meditate all of your life will lose nothing of its intensity. You will still have experiences People will still bother you. You will still be hungry. You will still feel rage. You will still be disturbed. You will still, you will
Yeah.
still live, and you will still experience. It's weird, but once you think of it or do it, you will notice that it's true. It's actually true. Even if you sit inside a cave for 20 years, you will still live. You will still have hard times and good times. It's,
See, if we ever
Okay.
really pay attention, do we ever
yeah.
really pay attention to some of the words that these people use? I mean, man, I could share so much, but it's a topic, that a lot of folks don't want to hear. You know what I mean?
Oh,
Because this
listen,
this just didn't
I had,
happen overnight. I mean, they slowly did this. This has been going on for
absolutely. The thing is, they
hundreds and
slowly
thousands
did
of
this,
years.
but we allowed it. We allowed
Yes,
it.
we did. Because see, here in America, the very first amendment to the Constitution is the most important. That's why it's first.
Yeah.
Congress shall make no law basically affecting religion. Religion
Well,
is faith. I don't give a fuck if there's 10,000 religions. That religion better be of faith and do no harm. You see what I'm saying? They've even bastardized religion. Democrat and Republican is another form of religion to what? Create divide. Left or right. We don't swing left or right. We swing right down the middle.
yeah, but the
The
whole
road
thing is,
less
Clive
traveled.
Speed, right now, globally, whether any country has a constitution or not, it is literally, according to the higher ups, the elites, they've wiped their ass on any constitution anywhere.
Well,
Okay,
that's
by what
true.
they're
That's true.
doing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So
Yep.
it's hard to follow something, right, that your enemy is not following. You cannot fight a system that was never designed to fucking help your ass, um, you know, get on. When people
Well,
say
see,
take
hold on.
court or this, that, and the other, how can you fight these people when the courts belong to them?
Well, I agree. I agree on that part right there. But the other part where you said in a system, the system is designed, now, at least here in America, the system is designed properly. Because, see, when we look at it as a spiritual being and we look at it in that spiritual form of faith, see, government is even entitled to operate, right? And we're to follow government. But government is supposed to be acting in that image of faith as well. And when they're not, that is what they've done. They've come in there, the little snakes, the little lizards, and came in there and slowly indoctrinated us and enticed us to start practicing a whole nother form of ideology and religion to where
And we
now
never
it
complained.
is okay if I give you a license, it is now okay to do something that otherwise is unlawful. Because
Yeah.
now we can profit from it, and now I can pin Perth against Boy and Boy against Perth, and I'm still going to sit back here and profit from it. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because the bar attorneys, they've been kicked out. They've been kicked out before. They're on their way out. I'm so far up these guys' ass in my community, it ain't funny, and that's why I don't have a problem telling you folks that I do. I wholeheartedly and honestly believe good things are coming to everybody across this planet. This shit
Yeah,
show is about to be over.
5 speed to
They got to
me.
take down
I don't.
America.
I don't want to be pessimistic, but
I
because
got you. I
I do want
understand.
the better, right? I obviously do
Right.
want the better. We all want the better. But unless people do something, it's not going to get better. You know what I
Coach,
mean? And it
can I
needs
ask you
to
a
be
personal
a
question?
collective of people, not just a few. And when I say few, I mean not just a few 100,000. Okay. That's not going to cut it. It's not going to cut it in any country. The fact is that if 7 billion people don't fucking stand up and go, we're not taking this shit no more, it's not going to, it won't get better, because for every day they make a new rule and nobody stops it. And even the ones that are trying to stop it can't stop it. So fighting this their way, or trying to fight it their way, or the way that we think is the correct way, the way that they've told us to do it, doesn't work with them, because they follow their set of rules.
Exactly.
They follow
got you.
their set of rules.
Can I ask you a personal question
Yeah,
about faith?
yeah.
Or do you believe in God or a higher power?
I believe in the Creator. I've had too many experiences in my life for me not to
Okay.
believe.
Well, the Creator, well, like in the Bible, I understand the Bible was written by men, just like the books that your kids were educated with, and us as well. But it goes back to what I said about finding yourself within inside yourself and that faith, that spirit, right? And then now you can look at things from a different aspect and come up with a different meaning, because it's all judged from faith within. But back to the Bible, where God created man and told man to go out and prosper and be abundant from the resources from the land. The land isn't for sale, for it is mine forever and ever, and you are strangers and sojourners here with me. What these people have done to us, with the help of the banks and the bar attorneys, the bar rats, the disgusting, filthy rats, have stolen all of that from you, and everything that is created out here today come from the land, and each and every person is entitled to a piece of that.
Buzzbig,
That
can I
is
just
with
interrupt
prosperity
you?
and abundance.
Yeah, can I just interrupt you there for a second? Firstly,
Sure.
somebody can't take something off you unless you allow it. Okay? We allowed all of this. I look at
Yeah,
the fact
but they
from
slowly
a creative,
indoctrinated us into this.
from a creator's perspective, and I've always said this, he seriously needs to go to the Bahamas or to some island somewhere, sip on the beach, take a breather, and sip on a pina colada or whatever his choice of drink is. If I was the creator, I would not be coming down to save anybody's ass right now. You know why? And I've said this before, the creator, if we're going down that way, gave us everything that we need to survive. Everything. What did we do with all of it? We pissed it right up the fucking wall. And now we want the creator to come down and save us. Well, the creator gave you legs. Stand the fuck up and do something, right? It's that simple. It's that simple.
Can I touch on the coming down part?
Yep.
See, I don't believe in the creator as being some magical fairy guy in the sky, or God. I call it God. I mean, a lot of people get offended by it, but to me, it's God. But anyway, even in the Bible, it said God lies in the head of man. The creator's within you. And see, when man and woman come together, woman was created from the rib of the man, which is unity. When they come together as one. We come together as one, and the home is the foundation of the family, isn't it? We've broken all of those foundations. You're right. We squandered all that away because he has given us everything. Look at what all these corporations done. They're dead corporations.
We allowed
The
it.
corporation is a dead entity, but we allowed
We
this shit.
allowed
We
it.
thought, well, we're going to go into business and we're going to make all this money and yada, yada, yada. Perth, when I go and I look at words like business, when I look at words like prosperity, abundance, when I look up the root meanings of those words, it's nothing what you think of today. I'm telling you, I literally, when it first slapped me dead between the eyes a few years ago, I went in about 6 months of almost depression, because I was like, how in the fuck could I be so fucking stupid all these years? How did these people play this over on my mind? Because I always thought that I was a smart, intelligent, loving guy that would give you the shirt off of his back. And to be so deceived, I was so pissed off and so disgusted with myself. And that's how I found myself with inside myself. I had to stop looking outwards and start looking inwards.
Can I just address chat there for a minute? Chemtrail says this has been done again and again and again. Screws in the desert and artifacts that make no sense in Egypt. They have been doing this over and over and over, resetting us. Chemtrail, mate, that's why, to me, I think, and from what is said in the Bible, and that's the King James Version, where it says under the firmament, right? There's a firmament. There is many things that have pointed me in the direction to think that we are in a confined space. But then at the same time, death, or if what I experienced, not recently, but this is when I was meditating, wherever it was that I went to, there was a sense of unity. There was a sense of, basically there's no word to describe the feeling that I felt, that if somebody had said to me, do you want to go back, as into Earth, I would have said, hell the fuck no. Even though I was without body, I didn't see anything. I didn't see any flowing rivers. I didn't see any of that, right? But then going back to what you've said, you know, like there is so many things that you look at and you think, hang on a minute, like, how could that have been? Like, it just makes the mind boggle. And it makes it worse is that we're being fucking lied to on history, on Lord knows what. You know what I mean? So
all the history is fucked. Every bit
basically,
of every bit
shitloads
of
of
it's lies.
questions. You know,
Think about it. History, his story. Look at the word therapist. Now, what does a therapist do? You go to a therapist, you know, when you're feeling down and out and the world's just all, you can feel the weight of the world on your shoulders, and you start telling your therapist, what's your therapist? Your therapist is just sitting there making buku bucks, running a nice business on manipulating your mind by telling you what you want to fucking hear. Now, spell out the word therapist. It's the rapist. They're raping your fucking mind. The rapist. Therapist. Now, secretary. The root word of secretary is secret. What the fuck is secret here? See what I'm saying? How they've done this through the indoctrination system? To go out and get a degree, and D means less than? Degree, less than D? And we know these things that are in our conscience. We know D means no. Now, if you want to turn up the temperature, globally, turn up the thermostat. Start getting out here on the propaganda media websites and spitting all kinds of bullshit lies and get everybody stirred up. Turn the blacks against the whites. Turn the fucking Christians against the non-Christians. Turn the fucking gays against the straights. Turn the class of societies that's got money that don't have money against each other. Look at the divide they've created. Just
what
over
Colette
time.
basically says, what Colette said also in chat, we still have everything we need to fix it. Colette, personally, when the way that I look at that, when you say we still have everything, we need to fix it, we do. And that everything is each and every person that is on this planet. That is what we have to fix this. Not tools, not paper, not whatever. We as a human collective need to fix this. We are the tool. If we don't use that tool ourselves, this is not going to end well for anybody. But that's for anybody that's left.
I think even the word human. Now think about that word hue. Now we have that on our cameras on our phone where we can kind of change the hue, right? See now, we've been taught, well, you are a human being, right? And then we agree and we say yes. Well, human, they're defining human as a monster, enemy combatant, well, you name it. Look at the court system with a Jolly Rogers flag in there, with an Admiralty flag in your district courts and all your courts, right? Now, in those, you probably, everybody on here probably knows that those are Admiralty courts, right? So where did that whole Admiralty come from? Well, think about it. When you're uh, in your mother's womb, you're in a body of fluid, right? You're in a body of water, right? And then when you come down, when the water breaks, the baby slides down what? The birth canal. What's on shipping, on ships when those containers come in? There's a manifestation there, right? There's a birthing docket, right? That tells everything on that vessel, right? Where do you think that birth certificate come in when you came out into the hands of that doctor and crossed that threshold into another world, another dimension of the world?
5 speed, that's no different to when you go to a courtroom. I mean, where do they sit? The dock, you know.
Yep. Dry dock.
I mean, they do. They use words and whatever. But let's go on to what he says after the don't try factor, right? Because he says you'll never live a meaningful life if you're literally looking for it. So he says, don't try. Now I know what you're saying, Mark. This is making my nipples all hard. But what about the Camaro I've been saving up for? What about the beach body I've been starving myself for? After all, I paid a lot of money for that ab machine. What about the big house on the lake I've been dreaming of? If I stop giving a fuck about those things, well, then I'll never achieve anything. I don't want that to happen, do I? And then it goes to, so glad you asked. Ever notice that sometimes when you care less about something, you do better at it? Notice how it's often the person who is the least invested in the success of something that actually ends up achieving it. Notice how sometimes when you stop giving a fuck, everything seems to fall into place. I'm going to stop there for a second because there was a book that I read by Dale Carnegie, and I always forget the name of the book. I think it's called One Day at a Time. I read that book 3 times while I was living in Indonesia. And there was one part out of the whole book that pretty much stood out to me. And he was saying that if you have a problem, there was 3 questions that you need to ask yourself. And I'm going to forget one of them because I always forget one of them. Basically, you ask yourself, have I done everything to try and fix that? Everything in my power. Have I done everything in my power to try and fix it? And if the answer is yes, then you ask yourself, if I don't fix it, is it going to cost my life? And if the answer is no, and like I said, there's a 3rd question that goes with that, which there is an answer of yes to also, right? So you've got 2 yeses, then you ask yourself, if I don't fix it, if I can't fix it, I don't fix it, is it going to cost me my life? And the answer is no, because then you hand it to the universe because the universe will fix it. So that's what came to my mind with what he's saying here, is notice how sometimes when you stop giving a fuck, everything seems to fall into place. Now, Dale Carnegie isn't saying that you stop giving a fuck, but it's the same, it's pretty much the same thing but different wording, right? If it's not going to cost you your life and you've done everything that you can to fix the problem, hand it to the universe. Now, does that mean hand it to the universe, hand it to the creator, hand it to whatever? You can make of that what you will, you know, whatever your belief system is, but basically it's one of the same.
Correct. Can I just looked up real quick. In the 1828 Noah's Webster Dictionary, the word human, 1, belonging to man or mankind, pertaining or relating to the race of man. What's that race in those books we were talking about? As a human voice, human shape, human nature, human knowledge, human life, having the qualities of a man, profane, not sacred or divine, as a human author. See how they manipulated our minds and we think one way? So think about that. How many people, when you're debating in a court situation or whatever, they'll come up and I'm sure you've heard it, and I'm sure you probably run across it. They say, "Well, you are human, aren't you?" And when you say you're human, when you agree that you're human, you just consented to their bullshit in their fucking false courts, in their synagogues. This is the shit
Anyway,
that they've casted upon us over time.
let's move forward. So he says, what's with that? What's interesting about the backwards law is that it's called backwards for a reason. Not giving a fuck works in reverse. If pursuing the positive is a negative, then pursuing the negative generates the positive. The pain you pursue in the gym results in better all-round health and energy. The failures in business are what lead to a better understanding of what's necessary to be successful. Being open with your insecurities paradoxically makes you more confident and charismatic around others. The pain of honest confrontation is what generates the greatest trust and respect in your relationships. Suffering through your fears and anxieties is what allows you to build courage and perseverance. Seriously, I could keep going, but you get the point. Everything worthwhile in life is won through surmounting the associated negative experience. Any attempt to escape the negative, to avoid it or quash it or silence it, only backfires. The avoidance of suffering is a form of suffering. The avoidance of struggle is a struggle. The denial of failure is a failure. Hiding what is shameful is itself a form of shame. Pain is an extricable thread in the fabric of life, and to tear it out is not only impossible, but destructive. Attempting to tear it out unravels everything else with it. To try to avoid pain is to give too many fucks about pain. In contrast, if you're able to not give a fuck about the pain, you become unstoppable. In my life, I have given a fuck about many things. I have also not given a fuck about many things. And like the road not taken, it was the fucks not given that made all the difference. Anything?
That was pretty good.
I could touch on the word suffer. Means to allow.
I mean, basically, I think what he's saying here is that if you stop trying so hard to get to point A, if you're meant to get to point A, it will automatically happen. Which brings me to something that a very good friend of mine said many moons ago to me. And he said to me that through life, he goes, and it made sense. And I always say to people, only take what resonates to you. You know, I mean, what we're talking about here, you don't got to believe it. Only take whatever resonates to you. If nothing resonates, that's cool, you know. But he said to me, if you're trying to, let's say, get from point A to point B, let's say that is your life journey, because we all have our own individual path that we walk on, even though it's interacted with everybody else, but we have an individual path that we walk on. So he says, getting from point A to point B is not necessarily like just a straight run, okay, and that everything's going to be peachy. He goes, you're going to get a little ways down the road and you're going to look to the left and you're going to see something is distracting you. So you head off the path and you go there. Might be a good experience, might be a bad experience, but you will be led back onto your path. Then you keep going a little bit further and he goes, you might see something on the other side and you want to go and have a look. So in life, basically, we have all these distractions, whether they be good or bad experiences or distractions, whatever you want to call them. But eventually, at the end of the day, you still get brought back onto the path that you were meant to walk. and you still will reach your destination, whether you, well, like this guy says, whether you try or you don't try. I mean, I always say to my kids, when they're you know, like if they're looking for work or something or other, and I go to them, stop stressing, stop worrying about it. That job was not meant to be yours. You're not meant to be there. Wherever you're meant to be is where it will come up, and you will be meant to be there for whatever reason, whether it's to be in contact with a person that may be working there, whether they need to learn from you, you need to learn from them. And you don't necessarily have to be friends forever. You will part ways. But I personally think that everything has been laid, and it's all been pre-planned for each individual person, somehow interconnected between 7 billion of us in one form or another, right? In one way or another. Hence is why they say, you know, we're all one. We are fucking connected.
Yeah.
But things will happen when they're meant to happen. They won't happen if you try and force it. I find in my life, generally, if I try to force something, it usually fucks up.
The Force.
If I go with
I
the
was going
flow,
to say,
you know, like the Asian people say, be like water. If I go with the flow and I don't try to force something, it usually works out okay. But if I try
but
and
look,
force it and want it my way right now, it 9 times out of 10 it fucks up.
now see, think about the world problem right now with what you just said. That's a pretty good point, and I love that analogy of that. Just going with the flow. But see, I think most of us people, like all of us, you know, we tend to do go with the flow. It's the
Not me,
politicians that are overstepping their boundaries there and going against the flow, isn't it?
I put a
And I
bigger
think you're
motor
right.
on
We
it
all
against the
do end
flow.
up at that point, you know, but we find that point within ourselves, not from me, not from Voy. You find that within inside yourself. Because the
And
Bible
believe
is basic instructions before leaving Earth. We all are connected through energy. And people, I just wish people would figure that out, man. And I mean, history is so fucked up. Yet we're talking thousands of years of history, 7 billion, almost 8 billion people, and trying to just come at them one day and said, hey, look, your whole fucking life, if you're 60 years old, your whole fucking life's been a lie. People, they can't, what was that movie with, what called it? You can't handle the truth. Most of them ain't ready for that truth. They ain't ready to hear of all the children on a daily basis being trafficked through family courts, which is a legal system that we, the people, supposed to be faith-based
Oh, yeah.
people, do
Fucking
no harm
torturing
to one
kids, man.
another and allow this shit to go on. We allow our neighbors to be solicited on the side of the road through
It's worse than
forced
that.
contracts by violence, and we go along. Sometimes I think there is a time to go against a grain of salt, and that's where I'm at
Yes,
with
it
my
is. I put a
reality
bigger
today.
motor on that fucker and let's go against the current.
See, I get on their Zoom calls and their government meetings in my community, and I post all kinds of shit, and they take it down. They don't fuck with me here, and I'll tell you why. I'm not scared to say it on this fucking platform. I don't fear any one of these motherfuckers, because when you sit down and have a conversation with me, coming to enforce your bullshit on me, oh, I'm going to hit you right in the soul. I'm going right for your soul, and I'm going to look you dead in the eye, because that's a gateway to your soul, buddy. And you're going to know that I ain't scared of you, and you're going to know real quick. And I'm not saying that that's not going to change. That's going to change their mind. I'm not saying that at all. That's his determination. He has to figure it out. But when it gets to the end game, when it gets to the end, oh, I know who's going to prevail. God prevails. God wins in the end.
Dean,
The
Void,
creator,
you
whoever
guys
you want
got
to make it.
anything?
What's that?
Pardon?
No, I was saying to I don't know if Void is still with us. His mic is muted. Dean, any input? Void, any input on the book?
Oh, I was in there in the beginning.
Hey?
Yeah.
No, the part that I just read out a little while ago.
I thought I did say it. Now I forgot already.
Okay, let's move on.
Yeah.
Chances are you know somebody in your life who, at one time or another, did not give a fuck and then went on to accomplish amazing feats. Perhaps there was a time in your own life when you simply did not give a fuck and excelled to some extraordinary height. For myself, quitting my day job in finance after only 6 weeks to start an internet business ranks pretty high up there in my own didn't give a fuck Hall of Fame. Same with deciding to sell most of my possessions and move to South America. Fucks given, none. Just went and did it. These moments of non-fuckery are the moments that most define our lives. The major switch in careers, the spontaneous choice to drop out of college and join a rock band, the decision to finally dump that deadbeat boyfriend who you caught wearing your pantyhose a few too many times. To not give a fuck is to stare down life's most terrifying and difficult challenges and still take action. While not giving a fuck may seem simple on the surface, it's a whole new bag of burritos under the hood. I don't even know what that sentence means, but I don't give a fuck. A bag of burritos sounds awesome, so let's just go with it. Most of us struggle throughout our lives by giving too many fucks in situations where fucks do not deserve to be given. We give too many fucks about the rude gas station attendant who gave us our change in nickels. We give too many fucks when a show we liked was cancelled on TV. We give too many fucks when our co-workers don't bother asking us about our awesome weekend. Meanwhile, our credit cards are maxed out, our dog hates us, and Junior is snorting meth in the bathroom. Look, this is how it works. You're going to die one day. I know that's kind of obvious, but I just wanted to remind you in case you'd forgotten. You and everyone you know are going to be dead soon, and in the short amount of time between here and there, you have a limited amount of fucks to give. Very few, in fact. And if you go around giving a fuck about everything and everyone without conscious thought or choice, well, then you're going to get fucked.
Yeah, I never gave a fuck about it. Don't even thought about it. You're gonna get fucked. Bend over. No Vaseline either.
There is a subtle art to not giving a fuck. And though the concept may sound ridiculous, I may sound like an asshole. What I'm talking about here is essentially learning how to focus and prioritize your thoughts effectively, how to pick and choose what matters to you and what does not matter to you based on finely honed personal values. This is incredibly difficult. It takes a lifetime of practice and discipline to achieve, and you will regularly fail, but it is perhaps the most worthy struggle one can undertake in one's life. It is perhaps the only struggle in one's life. Because when you give too many fucks, when you give a fuck about everyone and everything, you will feel that you're perpetually entitled to be comfortable and happy at all times, that everything is supposed to be just exactly the fucking way you want it to be. This is a sickness, and it will eat you alive. You will see every adversity as an injustice, every challenge as a failure, every inconvenience as a personal slight, every disagreement as a betrayal. You will be confined to your own petty skull sized hell, burning with entitlement and bluster, running circles around your very own personal feedback loop from hell, in constant motion, yet arriving nowhere. Oh,
Yeah.
everybody dropped off. It's just you and me, Dane.
Oh, they killed us. Yeah, first Voy. Yeah, I thought it was gonna go unless they had issue or something like that. But yeah, I knew a guy that he had the art of not giving a fuck pretty good. It was a former foreman. I remember I had like a major issue on this one job, and I told him, I said, this shit ain't gonna happen, man. It's like, this is nuts, stuff like that. And he goes, you'll have that. He goes, here, just go do that instead. Don't worry about it for now. It's okay. Yeah, I didn't give a fuck. He didn't
So
give a
anyway,
fuck.
the subtle art of not giving a fuck. When most people envision giving no fucks whatsoever, they imagine a kind of serene indifference to everything, a calm that weathers all storms. They imagine and aspire to be a person who is shaken by nothing and caves in to no one. There's a name for a person who finds no emotion or meaning in anything, a psychopath. Why you would want to emulate a psychopath, I have no fucking clue. So what does not giving a fuck mean? Let's look at three subtleties that should help clarify the matter. I heard a ping. Hello, Gary.
Hi, how you doing?
Hey,
I'm
there
doing
we
good.
go.
Well, I wish I could say I am, but I don't give a fuck either.
All right. Who gives a fuck?
Okay. Not giving a fuck does not mean being indifferent. It means being comfortable with being different. Let's be clear. There's absolutely nothing admirable or confident about indifference. People who are indifferent are lame and scared. They're couch potatoes and internet trolls. In fact, indifferent people often attempt to be indifferent because in reality they give way too many fucks. They give a fuck about what everyone thinks of their hair, so they never bother washing or combing it. They give a fuck about what everyone thinks of their ideas, so they hide behind sarcasm and self righteous snark. They're afraid to let anyone get close to them, so they imagine themselves as some special, unique snowflake who has problems that nobody else would ever understand. Indifferent people are afraid of the world and the repercussions of their own choices. That's why they don't make any meaningful choices. They hide in a grey, emotionless pit of their own making, self absorbed and self pitying, perpetually distracting themselves from this unfortunate thing demanding their time and energy called life. Because here's a sneaky truth about life there's no such thing as not giving a fuck. You must give a fuck about something. It's part of our biology to always care about something and therefore to always give a fuck. The question then is, what do we give a fuck about? What are we choosing to give a fuck about? And how can we not give a fuck about what ultimately does not matter? My mother was recently screwed out of a large chunk of money by a close friend of hers. Had I been indifferent, I would have shrugged my shoulders, sipped my mocha, and downloaded another season of The Wire. Sorry, Mum. But instead, I was pissed off. I said, no, screw that, Mum. We're going to a lawyer. Um, we're going to lawyer. Oh, no, we're going to lawyer the fuck up and go after this asshole. Why? Because I don't give a fuck. I will ruin this guy's life if I have to. This illustrates the first subtlety of not giving a fuck. When you say, Dan, watch out, Mark Manson just don't give a fuck, we don't mean that Mark Manson doesn't care about anything. On the contrary, we mean that Mark Manson doesn't care about adversity in the face of his goals. He doesn't care about pissing some people off to do what he feels is right or important or noble. We mean that Mark Manson is the type of guy who would write about himself in third person just because he thought it was the right thing to do. He just doesn't give a fuck. This is what is so admirable. No, not me, dumbass. The overcoming adversity stuff, the willingness to be different, an outcast, a pariah, all for the sake of one's own values. The willingness to stare failure in the face and shove your middle finger back at it. The people who don't give a fuck about adversity or failure or embarrassing themselves or shitting the bed a few times. The people who just laugh and then do what they believe in anyway because they know it's right. They know it's more important than they are, more important than their own feelings and their own pride and their own ego. They say, fuck it, not to everything in life, but rather to everything unimportant.
Yeah. Sackatechically. Yep.
What do you think, Gary?
Yeah, I think that's real because, if you look around outside, nobody really does give a fuck. Everybody's got their own little thing going and they don't care about anything.
Yeah, but what this guy is saying, right, we can say, or what I think he's saying, we can say, I don't give a fuck. But that doesn't mean that I don't give a fuck about everything and anything. Obviously, I give a fuck about my kids. I give a fuck about my bro. I give a fuck that kids are being fucking pricked out there and whatever. There are some things that I do give a fuck. So when one
Yeah, I
person
don't give a
says
fuck to watch a
I
sporting
don't give a fuck, it doesn't necessarily make them totally heartless.
I kind of interpret it as you can't give a fuck about most things, but some things you have to. And with that in mind, how is your bro?
At the moment, I'm trying to get him off some of the meds that he's on and to put him on the vitamins that I was told are supposedly or will help to some degree of people that have been pricked.
Yeah.
So I'm doing the best I can for him. The rest is up to God. So I try to keep a positive thing. I'm finding out a lot from doctors or his doctor, things that he didn't know about that had been done to my bro. The fact that they herded all of them to a certain place and had an outside doctor come in and do all the injections. My bro's GP was not even consulted. And apparently you're supposed to consult your GP before you have the prick to find out whether you can or not. And that wasn't done. So I have yet to get in touch with my bros, the people the company that take care of him, and get them to find out from the doctor that actually gave him the prick, who gave him the authority to do it, one, and two, how long did he know my bro and his medical situation so that he could actually assess whether my bro could have an injection or not. So, yeah, my GP is not impressed over the fact that he had no knowledge of it. He only found out from me a few nights back. And I even asked him, I said, by law, should a person not be consulting one's doctor as to whether or not they should be having this? And he said yes. So, yeah.
Wow.
Mess here and mess there. So I'm trying to piece it all together. I'm trying to do whatever. So there was, like I said, a lot of stuff that the GP didn't know. When I queried about how did my bro end up on all of these meds, because after all, he's his GP, he turned around and said to me that he can only go by what he's told. And I said, I totally understand that. And then when I brought up one of the things that was on the list of meds, I said to him, I said, I'm not giving him that anymore. And I don't want you to be putting that on the script. And he brought up the fact that he was told that my bro was losing weight. And that's when I said to him, I said, in two separate conversations on one particular day, I had a phone call and I was told that my brother needs to go on such and such because he's losing weight. But then later on in the day, I make another phone call and I go, what's this I hear? My brother is losing weight. And they go, no, he's not losing weight. So this is what the doctor has to go on, you know. And when I said this to him, and then I told him about the fact that there's a good possibility that my bro's missing out on meals, he just couldn't believe what he was hearing. Couldn't believe what he was hearing. And I said to him, I said, that's what I have to deal with. And I says, I understand that you can only go by what you are being told by people. I said, but I don't want you to listen to that. So it looks like for every time my bro goes to the doctors, I'm going to have to be present so that they don't ask for more meds or come up with different things that he needs to be medicated for. Later, chemtrail. Thanks for dropping in, yeah. So, yeah, that's where I'm at, kind of. Hello, Gary?
Yeah, I was just thinking, prayers go out to you guys. But, I don't understand why people think, that these so-called scientists and pharmacists are going to fix things. It just seems like to me that if you look around, everybody is so fast to go and get a pill or a shot when it's not needed.
Well, put it this way, for people that haven't looked at their scripts lately or whatever, let me just enlighten you guys. When I went through my bro's script, okay? Now, first off, we all know that when you take a lot of medication constipates you, okay? Medication of whatever sort in numerous numbers constipates you. So when I went through my bro's medical list and I did some research on side effects and whatever, okay, 2 of them, okay, 2 lots of medication he is on for constipation. Like I said to the doctor, how badly can somebody not shit? Like that he needs to be on 2 separate pills for constipation. How could anybody not see this? And I'm going, when it comes to the pain factor, he's on like 4 separate fucking painkillers. How much pain is he in? Because the last time I checked, he wasn't. I mean, yes, he's probably got the aches and pains or whatever of an aging person, but, everybody goes through that, Everybody has that. But does that warrant 4 different sorts of fucking meds and opioids to boot? And then when I look and I wonder why he's in a wheelchair, how did he go from walking to crawling to then from crawling, not being able to move his fucking limbs? One of the pills that he was on causes muscle rigidity. And then another pill for depression. Now, if somebody is not capable of telling you how they feel, how the fuck can you diagnose somebody with depression? But like I said, I am not fully blaming the doctor here because he can only go by what he is being told, okay? So, that's in my bros thingy. For people that aren't looking at what's written on their script, if you've got X amount of friggin' lots of medication on there, as I always say, assume responsibility, do some research, find out the side effects, see if you've got those side effects. You don't need it. There's always alternative medicine. Go out and find something that will replace whatever it is the fuck that you're on, because that's what's killing everybody.
Basically why I don't do doctors or hospitals or anything. There's something out there that's natural that will take care of every element, that someone's body goes through.
Yep, what would the caveman do?
Anyway, let me go on to
More not giving a fuck.
more of not giving a fuck.
Okay. All right. I don't give a fuck. Go ahead.
This is what is so admirable. No, not me. No, hang on. No, not me.
Admirable. There's that admiral thing again.
Fuck it, not to everything in life, but rather to everything important. Burritos, because there's another sneak peek.
I never liked Doritos.
Because here's another sneaky little thing about truth, or about life, a truth about life, sorry. You can't be an important and life changing presence for some people without also being a joke and an embarrassment to others. You just can't. Because there's no such thing as a lack of adversity, it doesn't exist. The old saying goes that no matter where you go, there you are. Well, the same is true for adversity and failure. No matter where you go, there's a 500-pound load of shit waiting for you, and that's perfectly fine. The point isn't to get away from the shit. The point is to find the shit you enjoy dealing. This guy speaks my language. What can I tell you?
It is good. I'm listening. Look.
Hang
Good
on.
master not giving a fuck. What, you got an airplane going by?
Not me.
Yeah, there's something flying over the house. You know,
Oh,
I've
really?
noticed there's been a lot of military stuff flying over.
Well, that's the chemtrails in the picture that I got there. You know, that one is just because it's a circle. It's not a circle not from the camera. That really was like that. You can see a couple of straight trails too. It just was a cool picture. I saw it in the backyard, and it's like, hey, there's a curved chemtrail. Nice.
Okay.
Okay.
Subtlety 2. To not give a fuck about adversity, you must first give a fuck about something more important than adversity. Imagine you're at a grocery store and you watch an elderly lady scream at the cashier, berating him for not accepting her 30-cent coupon. Why does this lady give a fuck? It's just 30 cents. I'll tell you why. That lady probably doesn't have anything better to do with her days than to sit at home cutting out coupons. She's old and lonely. Her kids are dickheads and never visit. She hasn't had sex in over 30 years. She can't fart without extreme lower back pain. Her pension is on its last legs, and she's probably going to die in a diaper thinking she's in Candyland. So she snips coupons. That's all she's got. It's her and her darn coupons. It's all she can give a fuck about because there is nothing else to give a fuck about. And so when that pimply-faced 17-year-old cashier refuses to accept one of them, when he defends his cash registry's purity the way knights used to defend maidens' virginity, you can bet Granny is going to erupt. 80 years of fucks will rain down all at once like a fury hailstorm of back in my day, and people used to show more respect stories. I hear that. Those coupons are important to her. The problem with people who hand out fucks like ice cream at a goddamn summer camp is that they don't have anything more fuckworthy to dedicate their fucks to. If you find yourself consistently giving too many fucks about trivial shit that bothers you, your ex-boyfriend's new Facebook picture, how quickly the battery dies in the TV remote, missing out on yet another 2-for-1 sale on hand sanitizer, chances are you don't have much going on in your life to give a legitimate fuck about. And that's your real problem, not the hand sanitizer, not the TV remote. I once heard an artist say that when a person has no problems, the mind automatically finds a way to invent some. I think what most people, especially educated, pampered, middle-class white people, consider life's problems are really just side effects of not having anything more important to worry about. It then follows that finding something important and meaningful in your life is perhaps the most productive use of your time and energy. I'm not suggesting this is easy, especially if you're old and poor and alone and farty, but it's important because if you don't find that meaningful something, your fucks will be given to meaningless and frivolous causes. Oh shit, sorry 5-speed, I forgot to hit the button to add you. It wasn't
That's
that
all
I
right.
didn't give a fuck. It seriously wasn't that I didn't give a fuck. I was looking down reading and I didn't even see that I had to add you.
No, that's all right. I was gonna touch on when you guys were talking about all these pharmaceuticals and everything. We'll look at the profits from that. That's a big business, wouldn't you say? The whole
For sure
pharmaceutical
it is.
industry and the whole.
Mr. Gates made lots of money.
Well, here again in the Noah's Webster's Dictionary, 1828. The word business. What I find, well, you know what? One of the things that was really interesting to me in the definition of that was, let me find it here. An elevation or rising in the sea. I'm looking. Here we go. Number 7. Duty or employment. That duty enjoins a lawyer's business is to do justice to his clients. To do the business for a man is to kill, destroy, or ruin him. Now you wonder why they're trying to get the men out of the household so they can traffic more children. Do we see what these people are doing?
They're giving them the business.
Yes, sir. Now, bank.
Oh, uh-oh.
Lightspeed, I think you've dropped your audio. You were roboting a little bit before, but now you've gone.
Maybe because I was off the screen.
Oh, there you go.
Reading, yeah, I think if I could go off for a couple minutes and read, and then I got to come back, I guess. But the banks was the word bank is another interesting one, because you can tie that into the scripture. Because let me find it here. A activity, a bench, a gallery. Here we go. Number 4. Let me come back over real quick. And now I'll go back and read number 4 on the definition of bank from the 1828 Noah's Webster's Dictionary. A bench or a bench. Wait a minute. I'm sorry. I want number 4. By analogy, a collection or stock of money deposited by a number of persons for a particular use. That is aggregate of particulars, or a fund as to establish a bank that is a joint fund. The place where a collection of money is deposited, a common repository of money of individuals or of companies, also a house used for a bank. But now, look where all those people, where it says the analogy, a collection of stock or money. Now, who owns the stock and all the resources from the land in the world? The people.
People. Uh-oh.
Well, until Firespeed comes back, let's continue.
All right.
Whether you realize it or
Oh, I'm
not,
sorry.
you are always choosing what to give a fuck about. People aren't just born not giving a fuck. In fact, we're born giving way too many fucks. Ever watch a kid cry his eyes out because his hat is the wrong shade of blue? Exactly. Fuck that kid. When we're young, everything is new and exciting, and everything seems to matter so much.
that kid.
Therefore, we give tons of fucks. We give a fuck about everything and everyone, about what people are saying about us, about whether that cute boy girl called us back or not, about whether our socks match or not, or what color our birthday balloon is. As we get older, with the benefit of experience and having so much time slip by, we begin to notice that most of these sorts of things have little lasting impact on our lives. Those people whose opinions we cared about so much before are no longer present in our lives. Rejections that were painful in the moment have actually worked out for the best. We realize how little attention people pay to the superficial details about us, and we choose not to obsess so much over them. Essentially, we become more selective about the fucks we're willing to give. This is something called maturity. It's nice, you should try it sometime. Maturity is what happens when one learns to only give a fuck about what truly is fuckworthy. As Bunk Moreland said to his partner, Detective McNulty in The Wire, which, fuck you, I still downloaded. That's what you get for giving a fuck when it wasn't your turn to give a fuck. Then, as we grow older and enter middle age, something else begins to change. Our energy levels drop. Our identity solidifies. We know who we are and we accept ourselves, including some of the parts we aren't thrilled about. And in a strange way, this is liberating. We no longer need to give a fuck about everything. Life is just what it is. We accept it, warts and all. We realize that we're never going to cure cancer or go to the moon or feel Jennifer Aniston's tits, and that's okay. Life goes on. We now we now reserve our ever-dwindling fucks for the
She's
most
a
truly
dude.
fuckworthy parts of our lives. Our families, our best friends, our golf swing, and to our astonishment, this is enough. This simplification actually makes us really fucking happy on a consistent basis. And we start to think, maybe that crazy alcoholic Bukowski was onto something. Don't try.
Yep. Don't try.
Gary,
Yep.
anything?
A lot. With that being said, that's kind of like that goes back to people need somebody to rule them. And I don't understand that because those rulers don't give a fuck about you, and we just stand there and let that happen. Perfect example is all these people running around here yelling, "Stop the steal!" Trump is all this. Trump isn't any better than anybody else. Biden is shot the fuck out. He doesn't know what he's doing from day to day. But yet people want to, let these individuals run their life. That's when I quit caring. I didn't give a fuck 20 years ago. I don't give a fuck now. They do what they want to do. Don't involve me in it. And if people were to all stand up at one time together and just say, we're done with this, wouldn't this be a wonderful world?
It would be. Don't give up, Gary, though, because I think big
I'll
things
never
are coming,
give
man.
up.
We need
You're gonna never see me lay down till I'm dead. But to get
you seem
people
like
to understand and help is like talking to a goddamn brick. Nobody cares really. It's like, oh, you're crazy.
Well, I mean, these guys look at the. I mean, man, I could go on with so much of the corruption and show you. You know what I mean? Just look at your district courts. They're all called minor courts. Why are they called minor courts? Because you're a minor child. Like here in Pennsylvania, it's actually called the Orphans Court. It's run by the Education Board. The county of Bucks on Duns and Bradstreet is run by the purchasing guy at Delaware Valley College. He's the principal on the business deal. They're all government or corporations. They're for profit.
The thing
And
is,
you're the human cattle. You're the human cattle that these guys are harvesting.
the thing is though,
You got to harvest for life, right?
folks, people should know by now, okay, that who is raking it in and who is getting fucked on. We're getting fucked on, and they're raking it in. No matter which way you
Well,
look
look
at,
at
no
the
matter what corporation you look at, no matter whether it's big pharma,
Yeah,
this, that, the other, whatever.
that's right.
But basically, people need, and this is why I think this book is good, is people need to stop giving a fuck about the minor shit. Like, for example, who's the head of the company, what company it fucking is. They need to stop giving a shit about that, and they start needing to give a shit about the main thing, which is where are all of our asses going to end up at the end of this? Not in any place good. What is the most important thing right now, globally, is people's freedom, people's right to choose.
I think I honestly do, Perth, and I deep down, I honestly do. I think brighter days are coming. These people have had so much control. Most folks don't even have a clue of how deep and how deep rooted this evil whatever is running this shit show.
But if people keep
How
doing the
deep it
same
really
thing
is.
high speed, how is it ever going to change? Nothing's ever going to change if people just keep going
Well,
along with it.
I think people are seeing it. This is the shakeup we see across the world. People are standing up. They're not taking it
But
anymore.
there's a difference
there's so
between
much.
seeing it and do something about it. You know what I mean?
Well, I got it. At
We
least
see it.
they're in the streets, right? At least they're in the streets and they're peaceful. They're
Oh,
peaceful. The
listen,
people are standing up in groves.
this is in the thousands, whatever. But I'm saying for anything, remember how many of us there is on this earth.
I got you. But
You
there's
know
a
what I
whole
mean?
lot of people. See, the people's not the problem. It's the son of a bitches behind the media with the propaganda and the race baiting and all the hatred and the
No,
divide that they've
it's not them that's the problem. It's not them that's the problem at
subliminally.
high speed. It's us, the people. If people, I mean, how many times,
That's
you
just
can
it. I
go
know.
anywhere
But
and people will give you the information about a television and how media lies and whatever, right? Now, any given person that is sitting in front of a TV and knows that mainstream media is spreading bullshit, and they still choose to be the person that they are, whether that be racist, whether that be, I don't know, fucking
they
hateful in
haven't made
any
that
fucking
connection
shape,
with
form, or
themselves
whatever.
yet.
The
I
mainstream
feel that
media are spinning their bullshit, but it's up to the people themselves to look at that and go, fuck you. You know, I'm gonna do me, I'm gonna be this way, I'm not gonna look at that, yada yada yada, or just go and do their
right,
own research to find out what the truth is. But a lot of people are too lazy to do that.
right. I
A
was
lot of
gonna
people
say.
just want it handed to them. They don't want to lose. They're scared. Some people even see
But
what's
see,
going on, but they don't want to lose their
those
cricket
people.
confidence.
See, that's the people that I'm putting my faith in. That's the people because those people aren't bad people. They're starting to see something right now, but they're not. Because you could agree that if you're not well informed, and being well informed is being well informed in that faith as well, right? If you're not well informed, how can anybody that is not decipher what's truth and what's not truth out there? Because it's the faith that leads you to the
But
truth.
then we can look at the fact that when you look at videos of people lined up, for example, to go get the prick, and one person gets
Yeah.
it and they stand up and they drop dead. Those other
See, it's
people
like
still stay in that fucking
I know,
line. Surely,
I
if you
know.
saw somebody drop dead in front of you after just fucking getting it, that would be enough for you to get the fucking hell out of Dodge.
Yep. I mean, this is a deep, evil, satanic cabal we're up against here in the world, and I honestly, deep down in my soul, I feel that good things are coming.
Well, I reckon that this book is
And
absolutely great.
faith is full speed ahead.
I reckon that this book is absolutely great because it basically, to me, it's saying, choose what you give a fuck about. You know, all the
Hmm.
petty, small bullshit, whatever. Don't waste your fucking time on it. Don't bother with it because we, as a collective, as human beings, need to find that common goal. And I keep saying that common goal is freedom. You know, everything else needs not be given a fuck about, quite frankly.
See, we play around with all this money and all this talk of wealth and all of that shit because of the money.
So
Well, here in America since 1933 there has been no money. All the US currency that everybody calls money is federal script. There is no money.
Exactly. It's just numbers on a screen at the bank where you're enticed into going, look how much cash I have. When in reality, what do you
Yep.
really have?
Yep.
Nothing. You have each other.
See, it's
Everybody
checks
has
and
to
balances,
stand
right?
together.
All governments are supposed to have a checks and balance, right? What is that checks and balance?
That's supposed to be the people keeping your government in check and not letting them do as they will, because reality is supposed to be that we are their boss. And nobody
Well, keep
remembers
the
that.
government
And
in
once they
line by
do, the
balancing
sad
the
part
books.
is this, right? Freedom is not free, and
No,
nothing
it's
is
not.
without, cause and failure, and nothing is without loss. And if you're going to be free, some of us have to give up our life to keep our children free.
See,
That's
here
right.
in America,
And
see,
people
here in
aren't prepared
America,
to do that, Gary. People aren't prepared to go that extent. Why do you think that there are parents that are literally lining up with their kids to get the prick? They're
Well,
not
that
prepared.
all goes back. You remember I asked you one time if you had accepted death?
Yep.
Yep. So if everybody were to do that, then you wouldn't be scared to stand up, for what the hell it's all about. And that's all people living as one.
and you know how I know a lot of people don't have that faith right now, or
You can just
that
look
drive, is
around and
because they
see,
don't
because
have that faith.
everybody runs to the doctor and they say, "Oh, I don't feel good. I need something. I'm scared I'm gonna die from this freaking disease. I need to get jabbed," because
By going,
yeah,
The thing
the
everybody
is,
doctors,
thinks
they're
somebody's
counting on
gonna
you
keep
as
them alive forever, and the ultimate end is you're gonna die and life goes on.
the thing is too, Gary,
Yep.
like I find, for example, when I spent my last little stay in hospital, and the doctors are talking to me, and they're, oh, we're trying to help you live, and da 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 da. When they were trying to push medication for me to take medication, I said to them, I'm not afraid to die. And one of them turns around and says to me, he goes, oh, are you saying that if it happens again that we shouldn't resuscitate you? And I said to him, that's two different things. What I'm telling you is that I'm not afraid of death. I mean, obviously, me being there and being here in this chair today, my number wasn't up. Because if it was, there would have been no ambulance, no doctors, whatever, that would have saved my ass. I would have gone. Okay. So obviously, my number was not up for whatever reason. But to them, you got to be very careful what you say, because I'm looking at him and I says to him, no, I didn't say that. I said, I'm not afraid of dying. I'm not afraid of death. Because the way that they're talking to me, it's like, oh my God, you have to take all of these 5 pills because we're trying to keep you alive. Well, no, I fucking don't. No, I don't have to take all of those pills. And I said to him, you've done your bit, now it's time for me to get the fuck out of here. I said, because I don't trust any of yous. And I said, I need to go home where I can relax and my body can heal. But a lot of people won't like you say, accepting death or whatever. They won't, because if they did, they would not be putting their kids' life at risk. Different story putting your own at risk. If that is your choice, do it. But to take a child and put it through that, not knowing 100% that child is going to be okay, yeah, that's a whole other ballgame.
Well, you're saying not taking a risk. Everything you do is a risk. I mean, you realize that, right? You get on a motorcycle and you pull out into traffic, it's a risk. You get in your car, you pull out in on the road, it's a risk. You go to sleep at night, a meteorite falls through your roof and destroys your home. It's a risk. Everything is a risk. And if you're not willing to live life in its fullest, well, go hide in your closet, and try and have somebody make you live longer. But when that last tick comes, there's nothing else, and nobody can make it last any longer than it has.
That's why I say
know,
when
man.
your number is up, it's up. You know.
Yeah.
I mean, I've shared my experience before, like with my ma. She was on morphine just prior to her passing away, and yet at those final minutes, or not even minutes, the final seconds, you could say, prior to her dying, all the morphine on this earth did not stop her from being totally and absolutely lucid, to seeing my daughter sitting there, to calling my daughter's name, to smiling at her when my daughter looked at her. She was letting my daughter know that she knows, or she knew, that she is there. All the fucking medication in the world didn't stop that from happening. And yet, for days prior to that, she was just laying there with her eyes closed. We didn't know whether she could hear us or not. But in those seconds before she passed, didn't matter what medication was in her body, because she was totally and absolutely all there.
You know, another thing I believe deep down in my soul, Perth, I believe that in the very near future, the healthcare industry in this country and across the world is going to change drastically for the good.
Yeah, I don't think it,
There's
mate.
already technology out there to do things. CBD is it's gonna change the whole. There's all natural shit out there. Like you said it come out of your mouth. He put everything here we need.
The
Has
thing
it
is,
been hidden from you?
God putting it
Has
here
it
and
been hidden
it
from
actually
you?
being used is a whole different ball game. I again have to
Well,
look at
I
that
think that's what's coming.
I look at it pessimistically, because they did not prick 7 billion people because they cared about them. They made sure that 7 billion people, obviously minus the ones that don't get it, that 7 billion people will continue to be sick so that they can profit. And with what's in the injection, okay, with what's in it, is a whole other fucking kettle of fish that people don't even know about.
You know
People need
what?
to look at
Yeah.
what they got injected into their bodies and why all of this is going on. That's why I said, unless people, and very soon, stand up as a human race, I really cannot see any of us getting out of here alive.
We're getting out of here alive. Don't let the faith down. We're getting out of here alive. The ones that are lost and the ones that are self-righteous ain't gonna make it. I mean, the ones that think that you and I may be a lower class than them, and it gives them some sort of authority over us or some level up on us or something. Those people, they're just going to have to deal with what they got to deal with. It's an awakening. You're going to do no harm. You're going to do no harm. All of this technology and the resources out there for the healthcare and everything, it's still there. It's just being hidden from you. You know, we here, all of us across the world until now didn't even know. Every time, what do they want you to do? Sign here, sign here. Those are all contracts. That's what's eating up the resources. That's what they're stealing from us, the people. They're stealing from us.
Yeah, to me, being on something like this, and I've said this to people before, when you have a platform of your own, and you can sort of talk to people or whatever, or people are going to by listen, I mean be present and hear what you have to say or whatever. Not necessarily listen and do what, you know, you're suggesting or da 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 da. It also comes with a responsibility, a huge responsibility. So to me, I've never sugar-coated shit for people unless they want it sugar-coated. Otherwise, I'll say it as it is. To me, humanity needs to wake the fuck up, and it needs to wake up mega fast. Mega fast. There is no sitting back waiting. That I'm not waiting on God to save my ass, mate. I'm really not. I don't
Well,
expect
think
him
about
to.
it.
You know,
I
I
got you.
don't expect
I
him to,
understand. I
because
understand how you feel.
he gave us everything. He gave us everything. The fact that we got fooled, that's on us. That's on us. The fact that we did nothing, that's on us. You know what I mean? That's on us. We can't blame, oh, well, if they hadn't have done that. Well, they did. And we did
Well, yeah,
nothing.
but I think
You know?
people are going to stand up. I think that I think that's exactly what's going to happen, and hopefully that is the way it happens. Hopefully it isn't some crazy bloodbath. I would certainly much rather see people wake up to the fact that all of this harm and hurt that's been bestowed on all generations for generations on top of generations, all of
See,
that suffering and that harm to go away and say that, no more. No
to me,
more.
when
We
I look
advance
at
forward
everything,
and good.
yeah, to me, when I look at everything, the best way to sort this problem, apart from the fact of humanity standing up together, but I can't see that happening. Okay, maybe the odd country will, like I said, definitely won't be Western society. But to me, the best solution for this, and I've said it before, is I wish somebody would hit the button. You know why? Because even if humanity stands up, unless every department is brought down, and I'm talking from Capitol Hill all the way down, unless every experimental place is brought to a halt, unless all of those people that run those things are knocked off, all those asshole scientists that experiment on people, like for MK Ultra and whatever, unless they're all eliminated, it will repeat itself all
They
over
will
again.
be. They will be. It's going to happen here in America.
Yeah, no.
And
I
one
have you
one
watched
one thing about that
that?
is you can guarantee it. If it happens here in America, it's coming to Australia.
But
So
dude,
the
you
harm
honestly
and the
believe
hate has to stop. It's
What do
the
you
only
mean it's
way
coming to
societies are going to
what?
get.
Hang on, what's coming to
Well,
Australia?
you people, whatever you people decide of no harm. If you see what I'm saying, I mean that's across the board. This ain't about America. This ain't about Australia. This is about the faith, right? We got to get back on
no,
track.
this
If we want to go back home, we got to go back to our roots. We have to know where we come from and how we got here. We have to know the roadmap from A to B. Where are we going to get to? What are we going to do when we're at C? And if we
Gary,
don't
what were you
know the
going to say, Gary?
roadmaps, if we don't know the roadmap, we don't know the way. We've been dependent on everybody else to show us the way in their story and their history, their ideology and their way of thinking, their religion. No, we got to get back home. We got to get back to the roots.
Gary, what were you going to say?
5 Speed, what do you think the roots are, man? You're born a free person, and then
That's
you're
right.
a slave.
Absent harm,
And if you
you're free.
believe in the Constitution, you know that freedom is not free. You know
Correct.
that the Civil War was here to give you your freedom, and good people died. And it's
Yes.
never going to change when you have
Well, wait a
evil
minute.
in
Wait a
charge.
minute.
They do not care about you. And the only way you're
Wait a
going to
minute.
get rid of evil, truly get rid of it, is to eliminate it. And the
That's
people
right.
need to stand together. They need to take out the federal government and let that
Yep.
be a message to all the states that have their own laws that if you tread on us, you're done. This is our
Well, see,
country. And
that's what they've done to us here in America. I don't know where you're at.
I'm
But
right here in
that's what.
Florida, brother. I'm a real live
Okay.
American. I'm Native American, and all of this
Okay. So
disgusts
am I.
me.
But all of that aside, you can agree what they've done here in America is we the people didn't know because we weren't educated and brought up on those principles and that sound doctrine that we are the fucking government here in the United States of America. With those
Yeah,
great powers
exactly.
comes great responsibilities to make sure there's no harm on a living live soul on planet Earth.
Exactly. But
That's
then
how
when
I
the
feel.
government
That's my
incorporated, they
faith.
stopped the
And I know
education
my
in the
roots and I know
schools.
where I come from the creation.
What was that, Gary?
You're exactly right. We are the government. The problem is that the government thinks that they run everything and, they control us when it's actually opposite. So what they have
Yes, it
done is
is.
they have tried to reverse what goes on into your mind. And with that being said, that's when education stopped. The indoctrinations began. They raised the children up to think that they are the ones that rule over them, that keep them safe. If you look back 50 years, man, it's one thing after the other. It's a goddamn war, it's a disease, it's another war, another disease. It's weapons of mass destruction. These people are going to kill us. All of this over here. These people are born and raised in hell. It's going to come to us. We're all going to die. We have to do something about it.
I mean, yeah, they
It's
look.
the government trying to take over the planet. Okay, they believe in that new world order, one world, one government, one ruler, and nobody's going to rule me. The hell with that NWO
No
shit.
way. I'd rather die. I'd rather die.
Exactly. So I'm ready. All we have to do is say, now
I mean,
let's all stand up. Let's deal with this shit. I'm over it. I don't care.
you know what's
I'll
crazy,
be
Gary?
ready. Take me first. Get me out of here. I don't care.
You, you know what's crazy, Gary? I look back now that I've got in touch with my faith and all of that stuff, and I look back on a lot of this history, and you look at the show The Wizard of Oz. Well, The Wizard of Oz come out in the 30s, and miraculously, in the 30s is when America or the United States filed bankruptcy in 1933. But then you look and you talk, that's when they rounded all the gold up. You look in the shows, you got the Yellow Brick Road, you got Toto. Toto means total. You've got Oz, that's for ounces of gold, the Yellow Brick Road. Now you got the Scarecrow. What did he want? What was it the Scarecrow wanted? He wanted a brain, didn't he? They couldn't give him a brain, so what did they do? They gave him a certificate, the birth certificate. Now the lion was a cowardly lion, but he wanted courage. What did they give him? They gave him a badge. Now the poor old Tin Man, he worked himself to death. He'd have to get oiled up all the time, right? The Tin Man, the tax identification number. And what about them when they were running through the field of poppy? How did they know heroin was going to take over the world? Folks, telling you, the whole shit show is an illusion, and we're dealing with some serious people.
That's what I'm saying. It's all an illusion. and it's evil.
And what happened at the end of that
ones
show?
that are pulling the illusion over everyone's eyes are the ones that need to just disappear. The world would be a better place without all of them. And you know the old saying, all politicians are liars, all doctors are disease, all judges are guilty.
I always thought that ticks sucked blood. And that politicking.
So
But
let me
look
go
at
on.
the end of that show. What happened? The curtain was drawn and it was some little fat dude, right? Pulling
Let me
all
go
the
on to the.
I mean, it sounds really good, like with DeSantis, you know, standing up for Florida and the guys out in Texas and all that. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. They sit there on the TV on your computer, and they say, "Okay, these people have committed treason, and we want to see. You know, we're going to give them a lawsuit and see if we can make them resign." That's not the Constitution. The Constitution says it's punishable by hanging. It's not that people, you know, I'm not an evil person. I don't condone hatred or to go out and slay somebody that isn't in the same mindset. But you're looking at
right.
your children's life, and if this
Yep.
evil isn't taken out, then it's never going
They're
to
all
change.
going
Like
down.
Perth said, you know, the future always repeats the past. The past always repeats into the future. It's just a
Gary,
circle. It's a cycle.
well, just stop and look. Even besides all of that, even if you go back into history and whatever, and people say, you know, history repeats itself, whatever, simply taking out the top heads is not enough. Have a look in every country how many labs they've got hidden in the forests. That's why they take all this land away from people. It's not because there's not enough land. They want to do all their shit in secrecy and put these fucking labs and experimental labs and whatever in places where people can't go, nobody can drive by, nobody's ever going to fucking see it, nobody knows, da da da. So you killing just the heads still leaves all of that there. It leaves all of them there, you know. When you knock
All
one
evil will be
fly
destroyed.
off, another fly is just got to take the first fly's fucking place. So
Right.
to
All
me,
evil will be destroyed,
Right, but if
eradicated.
you start at the top and work your way down, if you went through the entire federal government and took out all of the major players, the corporals and above to generals in the Pentagon, what would happen to the rest of it? You've cut that snake up in so many pieces it can't live. And then America has to be strong, and just like all the other countries, they have to do the same thing. And then you have to be strong, and you have to look back at that little part that says, "No, I'm your boss, and you're going to do what I say." And if the people that you have that's taking care of your business while you're taking care of your life doesn't do as you tell them, then you get rid of it. You dip it in the boat and you put somebody there that's going to.
Gary, just going back to what you mentioned earlier on about people and you know that they need to be okay with death and yada yada yada. I mean, I look at people here, for example, and there's some videos that have gone out, okay, where the Australian people, well, not the Australian people, the people that have put the videos out and whatever, they're asking for help from other countries. Do they not stop to think that if another country came in here, they may not leave? What then? Do you know what I mean? Are these people thinking about what could happen then? Then there's a whole other shit show if those same ones that come in don't ever fucking leave. The people just are not prepared, to me, they are not prepared to stand up and fight for their life. They're just not. They're not. You know, I always say, like, if there's a conflict in another country, it is not anybody else's business. If those people don't like what's going on, they need to stand up and sort their shit out. Not another country coming in, bombarding fucking everybody for the sake of it, oh, it's for your rights and we're fighting for you. No, you're not. You're not. That's why, to me, the people of any given country need to stand up and fight their own fucking battles and not be asking for outside fucking intervention.
This is gonna sting. Probably a lot of people aren't gonna like me. I really don't give a fuck because I don't have any fucks to give. But that's just like Afghanistan. Why the hell were we in Afghanistan? We're over there for 20 years.
For the heroin.
No, exactly. That's because somebody has to get rich. That's what wars are about: is making the elite, the so-called rich, your governor, people, money, and population control and control over society. So
So
we go
don't you
to
think the only people had
Afghanistan
that
as
free will?
America. We're there for 20 years. We teach them how to fight. All of a sudden, let's just leave. Within 2 days, it's back as it was 100 years ago, same as it was 1,000 years ago. Those people grew up in that type of environment. That's all they know. That's all they care about. And they don't care about, what we tried to make.
But the thing is, though, they don't want that.
The thing
You know?
is we taught them how to be warriors. We left them basically the third strongest military they have now in the friggin' world. And 2 days they gave it all up. For what? Because that's all they know. They needed somebody to teach them. They need
But
somebody to keep them
maybe
safe.
they don't want.
They
Yeah,
need
but maybe
somebody, to make life better for them. And in fact, they need to goddamn stand up and do it for themselves. It's not any of my problem. I don't live there. I don't know these people. They've never done anything for me. I know that it's cruel. It sounds bad. It's their country. They need to deal with their problems.
it's not just that, Gary. A lot of countries, and I'll speak for my own, okay? A lot of countries don't necessarily want to live like Americans live, like Australians live, like they have their culture. They have their culture and they pass that down through their kids and they're okay with that, you know? And if they have an issue, then they need to stand up and basically sort their differences out between themselves. Another country intervening anywhere and trying to get people to live better according to who?
No harm.
Do you know
That's
what I
what I
mean?
mean.
Like maybe they like going out and herding the goats up in the mountains, you know? I mean that personally I think would be very frigging peaceful, quite frankly. If they wanted better, they would little by little introduce better. But to them, they had a good way of life.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. That's what they wanted, and it went inverted right back to where they wanted to be. They just gave it all away.
Because
War is
even
not the ultimate, solution to anything. It would be a wonderful thing if it could be done peacefully. But at this point in time, I don't see it happening. And, I hate to say it because, well, I'm not so sure.
We
I
got
know
this.
philosophy is all about religion and all that, but when I died for 6.5 minutes, there wasn't any bright light. All there was everything grayed out, everything was peaceful, and there was no pain. And when I woke, my wife was pounding in my chest and trying to get me revived. And it was like, why the hell did you do this? I was fine. It would have been fine.
I mean, I too, Gary, get what Five Speed is talking about. I mean, it's more like along the religious factor, and I'm not saying that people shouldn't keep the faith, no matter what belief your system is. If it gets you through the day, then keep the faith. I always say to people, you have to have something to believe in to be able to get you through the shitty times. And if it gets you through
Exactly.
the shitty times, it's a good thing, right?
Exactly.
To me, like I said, if I was God, there's no way in hell that I would be coming down saving any of your fucking asses, right?
Exactly.
Because to me, I gave you everything. You pissed it up the wall. Now you want it back? You're going to have to earn it back. And to earn
Why
it
should
back,
you have shitty? Why should you have shitty times when God gave us everything? Why should people have shitty times if we
because
were
we
living
because we
in
did
a
that.
world where people loved
Yeah.
each other and cared for each other?
Well, no, because we pissed all of
There
that
wouldn't
up
be
the
no shitty
wall.
times.
We
Well, it's
pissed it
not
up
too
the
late.
wall.
That's what I
God
say.
didn't make
It's
us
not
have
too late.
shitty
We just got to
times.
turn around and go back home to our roots. We got to get back to the faith. We got to get back to that common understanding that, hey, we're all good people. We come
So,
together. The more we work together, the more we can accomplish. It's
It's
the
not so much
division that
as
ain't getting us
going back to
nowhere.
finding out that we're all good people. It's going back and learning. It's not even going back. It's learning tolerance and understanding for each other's beliefs. Do you know what I mean? Tolerance and
Well,
understanding.
well, well,
You
well.
can't
See, the
look at somebody
beliefs.
because they're dressed differently and think that they're assholes
No,
immediately.
absolutely
And
not.
that's the way
Absolutely
humanity
not.
is.
Well, that would have had to change now, wouldn't it? Because the golden rule is to do no harm. So why would you want to go make fun of somebody? Why would
That's
you?
why
Why would
that's why
society allow
I
them to do
can't see
so?
any optimism in that it's going to change. I keep saying to people, nobody's coming to save you. Get the fuck off the couch. Get out there, do something. Do whatever it is that you can with whatever it is that you've got. But do something, right? Don't be sitting
I
back just
call freaking
waiting,
public officials all the
okay?
time, man. I call
Don't
them
be
out.
waiting for somebody to come and save you. Trump didn't save your motherfucking ass, which I kept saying to people, all right?
no,
Trump didn't save your ass. None of them are going to save your ass because they don't give a fuck about you. Get that through your head
What would you think?
first, right?
What
And
would
God
you?
is not going to come down and save you.
All
He's
right.
not.
Well, what would you think if I? What would you think if I shared? If I told you that? Let's go back to. Let's see. Let's go back to 1963 before Kennedy was shot. Um, what did
fuck it.
Kennedy?
Let's get.
What did Kennedy tell the American people and the people of the world? That he wanted to basically do away with the CIA and bust it into a million pieces. And he also said that there was a secret society out there that wanted to enslave every man, woman, and child.
But
Now, what would
five
you think?
speed, yeah, 5 speed. Listen, I get where you're going to go with that. But you had a woman on your TV in America the other day standing there, literally finding it amusing, okay, because there was laughter in the background. She's standing there now telling people that the vaccinated, that the hospitals are full of vaccinated people. That same bitch,
Well,
right,
that doesn't mean the
was one
American
of the
people here
ones
are
that was
falling for that shit
pushing the
anymore.
shit. No, but what I'm saying is these people can stand there and they tell everybody, go and do this. Everybody will go and do it. Well, not everybody, but majority. They go and do it. That same person then comes back and finds it amusing that now she is telling you that we fucked you over. People still do nothing. People still do nothing. They're looking at that. They're listening to it. So it doesn't
We want
matter
them all.
who says
We want
what.
them all.
It doesn't matter what they do because people just keep going with it. 9/11, for
Right. Well,
example. How
you've heard
long
the old
are people
saying, give them
still
enough
going to
rope and
believe
they'll hang
that?
themselves. You've heard the old
Pardon?
saying, give them enough rope and they'll hang themselves. We want them all. We want every last one of you dirty pieces of shit. We want all of you.
And what we're
We want
trying
you
to
all.
say is, how long do we have to sit here and listen to the bullshit before people actually decide to act on it? Until it's too late? Is that what you're trying to
Uh,
say? Because people are
no,
so,
I honestly
people
think the
want to
military.
be so nice and friendly and everybody love and all of this peaceful shit. Yeah, it has to stop. You can't do it.
I run it down to man. I
Once the
haven't watched
evil's
TV.
gone, yeah, we can go back to our roots. But if we don't take care of it, guess what? It's not going to
Well, you
stop.
agreed
It's
with
going
me.
to be too
You,
late.
you you agreed with me, Gary. Here in America, you're one of the you're the government. So you know what I'm saying? Now you see how you think. Now there's a lot of people that think like we do, Gary. They may not be well versed in the history and the understanding and the operations of intergovernment, but beside the point, that something inside them was sparked up to start looking now and starting to see that things just ain't
They don't
right. Things just is not
see.
adding up.
They don't have
Listen,
time
but
to look anymore. There is no time to look.
Well, I know that,
There
but
is no time to sit back and now say, let's give them enough rope and they'll hang themselves. Because
let's
while
just say
everybody's
there's an
sitting
inside
back,
job to an inside job.
hang on, while everybody's sitting back, giving them time to hang themselves, do you think that has stopped them? They're changing law after law after law after law. They're poisoning more and
Well,
more
look,
people
while
in
they're
every
sitting
fucking
back,
way possible, right? There is no time. There is
right,
no
but think
time.
about it. When they're sitting back, when you think that they're not doing anything and they're sitting back, but what's coming out of this as people are sitting back, figuring out something ain't right? What's a positive thing that comes out of that? The information that gives them more to digest before you get the taste of reality, before you get back to you're not going to do no harm anymore.
brother, if
Slowly
you
wake
haven't
these
gotten
people
a
up.
taste
You
of
can't do it. You
reality and
can't
see
flash
what's going
somebody's
on
life in front
around
of their
you in the
eyes.
world, then you're blind to everything around
I
you.
think you were
You see
crazy too.
nothing.
To be honest, I know how it is, man. Our
Five
whole
Speed, put it
lives we've
this
been
way.
led to believe
I
anything.
don't know a lot about history. I don't want to know. Do you know why? Because history is not important to me right now. Right now, where I
It's
am,
more biblical.
right here, right, is my freedom is at stake. My children's freedom is at stake. My family's freedom is at stake. I've got that many family members overseas that have accepted that fucking prick, right? That in I don't know how long I could be seeing a shitload of kids in my family dying and whatever. You think if one of my family members dies from this, that I'm going to be peaceful? You seriously think that I'm going to get on my knees and ask God to
Perth,
forgive
I
them?
get it.
No
I get where
fucking
you're at with it,
way
and I
in
understand it.
fucking hell am I going to ask God to forgive them. No fucking way. To me, you do in one of mine, I do in one of yours. It's that simple.
I
It's
I
that
think it's
simple.
coming very soon.
That's universal law. You don't fuck with mine, I don't fuck with yours.
Well, if you're
They
going to get
have
into
fucked
universal law,
7
you got to get back
billion
to the faith
people.
then.
There is no time. If people haven't learnt by seeing their friends getting totally disabled from this, if they haven't seen yet how many people have died from this, if they haven't seen everything that is being put out there and what is told to them, then that's just their fate, you know? If this isn't enough to wake people up, they don't need to know history. History right now, I don't give a fuck about Columbus or Captain Cook or MacArthur or whoever the fuck is out there that is dead now, okay, as in history, right? They're not going to help me right now. Right now, I see one thing, that all of our freedoms are at stake. All of our freedoms. And that's the only thing that people should be looking at. That's the only thing that people should be concentrating on is our freedom to live, our freedom to travel, our freedom to fucking choose what we want and what we don't want, or what we like and what we don't like. And that's all at stake right now.
So
I mean, to me, sorry, Gary, go on.
the easy way to explain that is this, okay?
Gary, you've dropped out too. Okay. I can't hear Gary. I don't know what's happened to Gary. But
Yeah,
while we're
maybe
there, I'm going to read this last bit of the book, and it's the last bit of the chapter 1. So, Mark, what the fuck is the point of this book anyway? Right? This book will help you think a little bit more clearly about what you are choosing to find important in life and what you're choosing to find unimportant. I believe that today we're facing a psychological epidemic, one in which people no longer realize it's okay for things to suck sometimes. I know that sounds intellectually lazy on the surface, but I promise you, it's a life death sort of issue. When you believe that it's not okay for things to suck sometimes, then we unconsciously start blaming ourselves. We start to feel as though something is inherently wrong with us, which drives us to all sorts of overcomplication, like buying 40 pairs of shoes or downing Xanax with a vodka chaser on a Tuesday night, or shooting up a school bus full of kids. This belief that it's not okay to be inadequate sometimes is the source of the growing feedback loop from hell that is coming to dominate our culture. The idea of not giving a fuck is a simple way of reorientating our expectations for life and choosing what is important and what is not. Developing this ability leads to something I like to think of as a kind of practical enlightenment. No, not that airy fairy eternal bliss end of all suffering, bullshitty kind of enlightenment. On the contrary, I see practical enlightenment as becoming comfortable with the idea that some suffering is always inevitable, that no matter what you do, life is compromised of failures, loss, regrets, and even death. Because once you become comfortable with all that shit that life throws at you, and it will throw a lot of shit, trust me, you become invincible in a sort of low level spiritual way. After all, the only way to overcome pain is to first learn how to bear it. This book doesn't give a fuck about alleviating your problems or your pain. And that is precisely why you will know it's being honest. This book is not some guide to greatness. It couldn't be, because greatness is merely an illusion in our minds, a made up destination that we obligate ourselves to pursue our own psychological advantage. Instead, this book will turn your pain into a tool, your trauma into power, and your problems into slightly better problems. That is real progress. Think of it as a guide to suffering on how to do it better, more meaningfully, with more compassion and more humility. It's a book about moving lightly despite your heavy burdens, resisting easier with your greatest fears, laughing at your tears as you cry them. This book will not teach you how to gain or achieve, but rather how to lose and let go. It will teach you to take inventory of your life and scrub out all but the most important items. It will teach you to close your eyes and trust that you can fall backwards and still be okay. It will teach you to give fewer fucks. It will teach you to not try. Gary, you dropped off. I don't know why, mate, but you dropped off. So that, people, is chapter 1, what I've read today, of The Art of Not Giving a Fuck. And I'll do chapter 2 another time, even though we did kind of get off topic at certain points, but it doesn't matter. But we all kind of, I think, at the end of the day, need to come to the realization that nothing else matters but your freedom. If you don't have freedom, you ain't got shit. You ain't got shit. And to
That
tell
was
yourself that you're
interesting.
going to be okay with that, you're lying to yourself. You're lying to yourself if you say that you're going to be okay with that. Once your freedom is gone. Like my daughter said to me the other day, she goes, "Oh, Mum, I know how much you like Bali." She goes, "You know that you can't travel unless you get pricked." And I said, "Well, I guess there goes Bali." I said, "My life is more important than me traveling on an aeroplane." Like I
Seems like
said to my
Gary
other
said,
girl,
freedom.
there is no job out there that is more important than your fucking life and your health. Because without that, you ain't got a job. You ain't got your health, there goes your job. So what did you do? You fucked yourself over.
Can you guys hear me?
Yep,
Yeah, I'm going to jump off here, but before I go, I wanted to say what Gary said when he said freedom ain't free. That's
yep.
absolutely right. You have freedom. You do harm, you can lose that freedom. So you're free. Do harm, and you can lose that freedom.
Yeah, but you see, that kind
You
of
see my
goes
point?
back.
You see my
That
point?
kind of goes back to, like, your Constitution. Okay, they already took your freedom from you. What do you have to lose? When
That's
somebody
right.
has nothing
No,
left to
we're
give
taking our freedoms
away,
back here in America. We're taking our freedoms back here in America. I can just about assure you of that.
Yeah,
Just
I
on my actions alone, and I've never spent a day in jail. Well, see, I don't go fighting with these people. We're going to talk. We're going to talk sensibly, and we're going to sit down and we're going to try to figure out how you think that you, as another man, that you got some higher power than God or the Creator, whatever faith you believe in, because you took an oath, and at the bottom of that oath it said, "So help me God." So did you take that job on false pretenses? You know,
have
God
you
said
ever
to follow
known
Him. He didn't say to
anybody
lead. He said to
have you ever
follow.
have you ever known anybody in the government that actually stood up in front of the judge with the jury and the people in the audience and swear on the Bible that they're not telling a lie? And if you were there, that's all they're doing is lying.
Shouldn't
Have
be
you
swearing
not
on that
ever
Bible to
seen
begin
that?
with, should you?
Huh?
Shouldn't be swearing on that Bible to begin with, should you?
those people that are up at the top, the people that are
See
involved
the
in
false
all of
pretenses
this,
they've got on everybody.
the people that are involved in all of this, you can't sit there and have a civil, common sense conversation with them. They have an agenda.
No, but as an individual, you can get to a soul when you start speaking that language instead of arguing and fighting and talking rights and laws and all of that. No, let's talk about God. Let's talk about that creator of life. Let's talk about that thing that put that very breath in you to have a conversation with myself.
But they don't believe in that 5 speed, because if they
Well,
did,
because how do you know?
how
How
could
do
they
you
prick
know?
7 billion fucking people without
Well, you
any
ain't got to. I don't.
any
I just said
conscience?
you keep talking about changing 700 or 7 billion people Perth. I don't think the people is what the change is. Sure, there's going to be some adjustments with the people, but I don't think the people are the problem, Perth. It's your leaders, our leaders. It ain't the people. That's
It
what they
is
put
the
in your
people,
mind.
5 speed. If the people don't stand up, okay, who is going to change these leaders? Nobody. The people don't make a
There's
move,
people standing
nothing is
up.
going to
There's
change. The only thing that will change is
Who was
people
that guy
with no
riding the horse
freedom.
through the town there in Australia? Who was that guy riding the horse through the town there in Australia? There's
Beats the
people
fuck out
standing
of
up.
me. Some guy on a horse.
Yeah, there's people standing up, man. There's attention. I believe the United States military is already. I believe that Joe Biden is not your president. I believe Donald Trump is still the president. He's the commander in chief of the military, because we ain't had a sitting president for a very long time. At least no one's vote here in America
5 speed
voted
though.
for a legitimate
Can I
president.
just make something clear to people? How can it be that Trump. Now, I don't give a fuck about any of them. I don't trust any of them as far as I can spit. No matter what their names are, no matter what they look like, no matter whatever. To me, I've never liked any of them, and yeah, I just simply won't, because I can see that they are exactly the same. They all swim in that same shit pool of theirs, right? None of them go to fucking jail. Trump first stood up and was saying that, oh yeah, you know, people don't have to take it if they don't want it or whatever. Then he brings up hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin, yada yada. And then when he's interviewed again way down the track, then he's saying, go get it, go get the prick. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? And somebody tells
Who
me that
you talking about?
he's
You talking about Trump?
different. Yeah. And somebody says that
Well,
he's
see, because
different.
I also believe, like our skies here. I've noticed in the last week or couple weeks how clear our skies are now here. At least where I'm at in Pennsylvania. I mean, the stars are just as bright and beautiful, clear as day, and we haven't seen that in a long, long time.
Well,
I
if you heard of
believe
us,
we've
Dane,
already got control of the problem here in the United States of America and a lot of the world leaders around the globe. And I think it's a short time before it all comes out, the truth comes out, and things will change.
yeah, I personally
I
don't
think
see
they've
it.
already got a hold of the jab myself. I don't know.
You honestly believe that the federal government has taken that vaccine?
Hell
Hell
the
no.
fuck no. Hell
See,
the
it's
fuck
like the
no.
school here. It's like the school here. They require a mask, and if you don't want your child to wear a mask, you got to come and fill out a form, right? You got to sign something. You got to get into that contract with those people. Well, I told my little guy, he said, and because he just wasn't wearing a mask, and then finally after about a week, they told him, said, hey, you got to have a mask, and he texted me on the phone and said, Dad, they're going to make me wear a mask. I said, give me 10 minutes. I'll text you back. I called down there and I says, what's your mask policy? She said, well, if you don't want your child to wear a mask, you got to come out and fill out a form. I said, well, let me just stop you right there. I said, I don't need to come down and fill out a form and sign a piece of paper for my child to do something that is natural of his God-given rights. I don't need to sign your form, and anybody's got a problem with that, you tell them to call me and I will hold them liable. Still don't wear no mask. These people get paid by the signatures. They all get federal funding for all this shit. Most of these deaths. Now I'm not saying some people didn't die, but most of these deaths are pushed to COVID because they get a $30,000. It's crazy what these people have done. Listen, the
And
people here
yet,
in America, I'm telling you, here in America, we're awake. We're
yeah.
awake. We understand. We went back in time and figured out what they've done and how they've done this because we're going to eradicate evil. Evil's gone.
5 Speed, have
You
you
got
ever
freedoms.
listened to 5 Speed? Have you ever listened to her name is Celeste Solom. If you want to
No.
find her stuff, I'm on BitChute also. Jump over on BitChute. It's the same name, Perth Observer, and look down the list, and you will know because the title says that she used to work for FEMA. Okay, you go and listen to her when she's interviewed, and she tells you how they have been watching people, studying people. By people, I mean the useless eaters. I mean us. Okay, how they have been watching people and studying people for a very long time. And because America was brought up in the conversation, whatever. Oh, she's talking about FEMA, okay? Because she used to work for them. And she turns around and says something to the effect of, I can't remember her exact words, so I'm not quoting here. She said something to the effect of that 1% of people will keep their guns, they will fight. Something like 2 or 3%, she goes, what will happen to them is like what happened when Hurricane Katrina happened, and they said, you know, you can't go into the refuge places without handing your weapons over, okay? So they can be coerced into letting go of their guns. And then she turned around and she said, 90% of the others won't do nothing. And that's not coming from her. That's coming from things that she has seen, not only from FEMA, but from other companies prior that she worked with. She had to translate documents, certain documents or whatever. She found documents like, I can't remember what it's called, project something, because I thought, what the fuck is that? I've not heard of that one. She lived on a property where she had fruit trees and stuff like that. Her husband apparently was killed. And she noticed these same trees that used to give her abundance of fruit, all of a sudden started not having fruit, or the fruit was dying. They literally, she realized through reading these documents that they had this project thing where they spray everything so that the food, people that are growing their own fucking food, okay, or trying to, it kills it off. This is a woman who used to work for FEMA. They don't care if the military, some of the military is leaving and saying, we're not going to get this prick, da. Why? Because if you stop and look at it on a world scale, how are they going to have one military? It's very easy. Whatever military drops out, they're counting. They're keeping score. They're keeping score on you, on me, on Gary, on whoever is talking against them, so that they know how many they're up against. Any police that leave will be replaced by the peacekeepers from UN. Any military that leaves will be replaced by the peacekeepers from the UN or FEMA. Like in America, a woman queried, this bus was outside of a hospital and there was a nurse standing there full get up, and this woman goes over to her and asks her, like, what's going on? And a little ways into conversation, it turns out that this nurse that is standing near the bus, they were actually shipped in because apparently the hospital was short-staffed, right? Because people walked out. How did they cover that? They brought in nurses that work for FEMA, okay, or medical staff that work for FEMA. Do they have to get the prick? No, they do not. So they don't care about people walking away because they're doing a head count right now. How are they going to make a one world government? Well, that's easy. How are they going to make a one world military? All they have to do is change the uniform that every country's military wears. Because the ones that are left in the military, they know that they will comply. And all I've got to do is change their uniform colours to the same colour. And they have a one world military. Because all the ones that are against it, that whatever, walked a long time ago.
So my question to you, 5-Speed, is this. Do you believe that your vote for the president counts?
No. First of all, I don't vote.
Okay,
I don't consent to be governed by anybody.
Okay, so my same exact feelings. I don't vote because I refuse to bow down before any man or any government. But
I actually just did not show up to vote. I rescinded my right to vote.
Right. If you go on any format and they're talking about this and that, and, you know, we'll say Trump. And, you know, you say something in the fact that you people are silly because all I hear is stop the steal, they stole the election, and you put in on the chat like, how are you so naive? Don't you know that your vote does not count? you get bombarded with all these people. So what happens is you give them the proof and you say, so according to the United States Constitution, the 12th Amendment says that the people do not elect the president or vice president. And all you hear is, well, show me the proof. Well, you know, my response is, I'm not your goddamn secretary. Read the Constitution if you can read.
That's right. That's right.
But they would, you know,
That's
people
right.
don't stop. They actually believe it. They go down there, they vote, they put the president in. All the presidents have been groomed from when Kennedy was assassinated, he was the last real free president. From every
Exactly.
president thereon have been
Exactly.
groomed by the Rothschild Association for that position. It's all for the same agenda: one world order, one planet, one government.
Do you know that here, if we don't vote, they actually send you a fine?
You know, yeah, I feel sorry
Think
for
about
you guys. You're right there. You're just across the water from all hell that's going to
check
break.
this out. Check this out, Gary. Abraham Lincoln, when he was
It's
shot.
the biggest fucking tyrant that ever walked this planet.
Well, I don't know. When Abraham Lincoln was shot, his secretary's name was Kennedy. When Kennedy was assassinated, his
Secretary was named Lincoln.
secretary's name was Lincoln.
I've read that.
And they were both shot on a Friday.
Well, if that ain't fucking pre-planned, I don't know what the fuck is.
Oh, it goes on. It goes
I
on.
know.
It talks, you know,
I've
it goes
read it.
on to like JFK.
Yep, I've read it 5-speed.
Yep.
Like I says, when you go through all of that kind of stuff, if it doesn't
Now
wake you up
look
to
at.
the fact that shit's pre-planned, I don't know what will.
Well, yeah. Well, we're like I said. I mean, I know a lot of people around the world here in America, and actually all over. There's people from Australia in those groups that I'm in too. There's there's plenty of people awake, but the
Yeah, but
people
they're
that are
not
awake
doing
to,
anything. What are they doing? They're walking up and down the road holding
we're all
signs.
talking about it,
And the
aren't we?
people
We're
that
all
are
talking
inside the
about it
buildings
slowly.
there in their own comfort, in their own safety zone, going, look at all
Yeah.
these fools. Don't they know that nothing's going to change? They can do this all day long.
There's conversations like this happening all over the internet.
The thing
Oh,
is, though, the
See, now
conversation.
think about it. Right now, we're talking rational with each other, conversating back and forth in a rational manner, trying to figure out something positive. There's been no discord here, has there? See,
The
when the
thing is,
discord
though,
comes in, everything else is dismissed.
talking about it really isn't going to do anything. And listen,
Well, you
kudos
got
to
to know your
all the
enemy.
people. Kudos to all the people that go to the protests and that support all of that and whatever. Kudos to all of them. But at the
I
end
don't
of the
buy into that
day,
shit either.
at the end of the day, people, and this is to everybody, when you do something like that, are you not asking for your freedom? Isn't it just better to fucking take it? You're still asking, you know? You're still asking. I mean, like I heard in one video, they had a sign or something and they were calling out, like, sack that prick from Victoria, right? Now, you're asking. You're asking somebody else to do that. If you don't want him there, remove him yourself. Why ask somebody else to do it? So you're basically still asking for freedom. You're still asking for whatever. If we so-called we the people universally, okay, they're rulers because we, even though we didn't, elected them or we put them there so that our life doesn't have to be harder, right? If we have that power, then why are we still asking for anything? Who was it? Was it Bill Cooper? Was it Bill Cooper or somebody else when they were talking about? It might have been Aaron. What was his name? Was it Aaron Russo? They used to hang out with all of these. Might have been Bill Cooper actually. When he turned around and he says, you know, you'll have people with their placards standing on the corner of the street or whatever, and he goes, you know, trying to show that they don't. He goes, they don't care. They don't care that you're doing that. Because there's a huge difference between asking and taking. And up until now, all I can see is the people are asking.
That's all I see, Perth. I mean, you know, that's all it is. Everybody walks up and down the street with their little signs, and it looks really good. You know, if you're watching the TV, it's like, wow, something's going on, you know, but what's really being done? A lot of people wasting their time. The government sitting back laughing at everybody with that little, you know, smirk that they have going, look at all these fools. Don't they know nothing's going to change? We're going to do what we want until we can't. And as long as they keep doing this, well, you know, we keep, with our agenda, we keep taking away their rights. One day you wake up, you have no rights. And then you do what the government tells you.
No, one day you wake up and the military is on the street and you can't walk out your fucking front door.
Exactly. It will all come to a head, and at that point, everybody that are awake, so-called awake, they'll look back and say, "Why didn't we do something about it when we had the chance?" I can understand where you're at, but here in America, as many people that owns weapons, why are we still in the state that we're in?
Can I please tell you, Gary, there was a guy over on the other platform that I'm on, and I spotted the title of his video, so I went and had a look, right? And he's a well-known guy, okay? Thousands of followers. And he turned around and he was saying that if Australians don't know how to get up and fight for their freedom or for their rights, they don't deserve any, right? Now,
Yep.
I kind of put a message for him saying, it's coming your way. Let's see what you and yours do. You have the weapons.
Oh, exactly. If you get on one of the Second Amendment sites here in America, it's all the same thing. Oh, you know, we're disgusted with this. We're free. We're Americans. They're not going to take my guns. You know, blah, 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 blah. They're doing it every day. What the hell? You're standing there and you have the ability and you actually have the authority, but yet you do nothing. You sit on front of your computer and play computer cowboy or keyboard cowboy, and you talk that big game because you're anonymous. How many people are actually willing to stand up, look them in the face, and say, no, I've had enough? You vacate or you die.
Sadly, until, like I said, the people realize that if we are supposedly the people, okay, until they're realizing that asking is not taking, nothing's going to change. Nothing.
Right.
You know,
Right.
all those people that walk every Saturday, and I'm not saying, and for 1 second, don't even think that I'm saying that you know I'm against protests or this, that, and the other. People should voice their opinion. They have a right to voice their opinion.
Redress
But
your
stop
government.
asking somebody else to do something, you know? Stop asking.
Well, you know, right now they're just playing everybody, and it's just to see how far they can go. what they're not telling you is the government, along with the military, are 100 years plus more advanced than they're letting us know. They actually could just, zap and everything is gone. And then
Absolutely.
only the elite are here. They can't do that because they have nobody to take care of them. We're basically their slaves. Without us, they have nothing. If you're the elite and you're a ruler and you have nobody to rule, then you're nothing. So they
See
can't
here,
take everybody. But we need to
Gary.
understand that, and we need to be, decided as a human race, and it needs to be the whole planet. I don't care if you're Chinese, Japanese, any Asian, black, white. It doesn't matter, and we're all here as one. We're all brothers. We're all sisters. Anybody you cut bleeds red, just like everybody else. We all have that same human DNA. You may need a blood transfusion. You may be white as red as snow, but there's black people out there that have that same blood type and are willing to help you because they are your brothers and sisters. And people don't understand that. They let the government get you all, festered up about blacks are better than whites are better than blacks. China's going to come over here and kill everybody. It's this
Gary,
is our planet.
I
By God,
found
we need to take it.
I found a newspaper which I've spoken to people about before. The very first house that we bought when I was married, we were ripping up the lino off the floor, and underneath was all this fucking newspaper, right? Anyway, I start looking through, and I find a newspaper from 1957. 1957. I still got it to this day. What are the headlines at the front? Russia is a threat. Russia has missiles. It's the same old regurgitated motherfucking bullshit. It's to constantly keep
Yep.
people in fear of each other. I mean, unless I slept through a Chinese invasion of the United States, unless I slept through some massive fucking invasion, nobody's been going anywhere. The only thing that I see is people invading countries that did nothing to them. Countries that invent bullshit just so that they can go and invade and kill thousands and millions of innocent people. That's what I see. And that's
Population.
their own fucked agenda. You know what I mean?
That's population control, and that is control over the human beings on the world.
Well, what I was going to say a minute ago, Gary, is
to.
yeah, where you're talking about the military and stuff. There's a lot of reasons why I think that good things are coming. I don't know if you guys know. Have you ever heard of a guy named Monkey Works? But he's an ex-military guy. He watches the skies with all of the technology and knows all the airplanes up and all of that stuff. And I believe our military's already got control. It's like ropes, like Perth said earlier. You give them enough rope, they'll hang themselves. And I
Yeah.
think that's what's being played out right now. They're heavy up here in the Northeast with with the trafficking of the children. This is bigger than just our feelings right now. There's a lot of children have been hurt and misused and abused in many different facets that one's mind cannot even fathom. This is much deeper than all of this. There's a lot of reasons I feel the way I feel. It's my conversations with the public officials in my area. How I don't.
OSP, do you know?
My faith is strong.
Do you know that in
Yeah.
Australia here, and I do know that America also, I think, signed some kind of a document saying that one's own military cannot turn its weapons on its own people, but a foreign entity can.
Yes.
I mean, I don't know about America, but with Australia, for example, and I was talking to a military guy who was sitting here in my house with me, and we were talking and about different things, and like Australia being invaded, for example, or how easy would it be to take over this country. The perfect place for any jets to fly over or planes to drop shitloads of military would be across the Great Australian Bight. That's at the very bottom middle of Australia, because there is nothing there for fucking miles, right? You might have your odd little tiny petrol station, which probably consists of 2 or 3 people that run it. That's it. Okay? Australia would not know until it woke up the next morning and found a foreign military at its doorstep. Obviously, the Australian government would have to be a part of it, which, hey, the way things are going, it doesn't surprise me if they are. But yeah, then they can't turn around and say, well, our own military did that, but a foreign military did, in cahoots with the government. The people wouldn't fucking know. By the time they, like I said, got to their front door, it would be over. Too late.
Well, think about
Kind of
this.
like that 142,000 acres that Bill Gates owns out in the Northwest. You kind of just at night fly your airplane in, unload the troops, and the next morning they're here.
Think about this, Perth. If I'm anywhere even near right, and our military does have control here, and America's about to take back its freedom, if that is the case, wouldn't you think that military influence would have strong influence on your leaders there in Australia? Because we are going to eradicate the evil. The
Put it
evil
this
has to
way,
go.
Australia,
There's no
5
ifs, buts,
speed,
or ways about it.
Australia is owned by the CIA. The CIA have been here at Pine Gap
Australia
for
is
many,
owned
many
by the
years.
people of Australia.
Australia
Australia
is
is owned by the people.
CIA. Until
Well, I
Australia is
understand what you're
taken
saying.
back, until
Well,
Australia
until
is
the,
taken back, then it's owned by the Australian people. The way that it stands
you said
right
it
now,
right there.
they don't
So
own it.
who owns it? Who has to take it back?
The
The
people have
people
to take
do.
it
And if your
back.
military, if your military gets in the way, and if I'm right, and we are going to take back our freedoms here, don't you think that would have a big influence on your officials over there in Australia? Because America's not going to stand for any evil. It has to be eradicated.
In all honesty, 5 speed, I know that in the Northern Territory, where Pine Gap is, Alice Springs, there's a shitload of Americans there. But in all honesty, I don't want yous here.
I understand that.
I don't want the
I wouldn't want
Americans
to come
coming
there.
here fighting. No, I don't want the Americans coming here fighting for my rights. You know what I mean? This is where I'm saying the people need to stop and think very, very carefully when they start asking for external help. If that help shows up and doesn't leave, you then have a whole other fucking shitstorm.
Yeah, that wouldn't be the issue with America, because, as far as I'm concerned, and as far as everybody I've had any conversations with, we all feel the same way, and no harm. No harm. You have
We as
freedoms.
people,
You
we
don't
as
have
people,
freedom to harm another life that God created. You
we
don't
as
have that
people
freedom.
can say that, and we can talk about that and whatever. But when you
Well, that's
take
that's our founding here. That's our
when
founding.
you
That's our principles and sound doctrine here.
when you take a military, okay, and you put it into a different country, that military is detached. They are not pointing guns at family members. They are not pointing guns at their friends. They are not pointing guns at whatever. They are detached. Therefore, they do what they're told to do, be that bombing, yada, 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 yada. Hence is why if a different military comes into your country, you need to be extremely fucking careful what you're asking
Well,
for.
I definitely agree with you. I definitely agree with you. But I'm just saying to you, Because you said you wouldn't want America there, the Americans there. See, we shouldn't feel that way towards one another because, and I understand what you're saying in
When
today's
I say
times.
that, yeah, just let me correct. When I say that, I'm not talking about you guys, okay? There's a difference between your normal standard civilian yada yada to military. If you've had
Right.
people walk out that don't want to comply with all of the crap, okay, so they're gone, you've got the good people gone, you're left with ones that will comply and will follow orders, okay? I don't want them here.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I
You
think,
guys are
let
welcome
me,
to come. Hey,
let me
listen, my
clarify.
doors are open. My doors are open to any one of yous that ever need a place to go. And if you can get out of the States or whatever and you want to come down this end, Lord knows, I don't know why the fuck you would. But anyway, if you want it, my doors are open. Okay. But we're talking military that is detached, meaning there's no
Yeah.
feeling. They're just order followers.
Right, but I
Okay.
think if in today's times and what's going on here in America, I think, and it's like we said before, most people are good. You think, see, in the past, in all of this indoctrination and all of these years that we've been asleep and not and just let government run wild, think of the indoctrination that was over those military. Now, if we've got that indoctrination cleaned up here in America within that military, now that military is a faith-based military, do no harm. You know, see, most folks don't know how our government operates here. They don't know that there's a chaplain sits up there and determines whether there's a missile fired or not. Things are supposed to be done in an ethical, most humane way. This is what they've got us off track on. The golden rule.
Yeah,
No harm.
you say that though, 5 speed, and yet to me, like I said, if you're going to come after and annihilate a member of my family who's done nothing to you, has done nothing and doesn't even know what the fuck is going on, but gets annihilated, there is no fucking way in hell I am going to be peaceful. There is no way in hell that I am going to
I
ask
get where
God
you're coming
to
from.
forgive you. That's why I'm not God, because it's a bitch ass job, you know? It's a bitch ass job to be the creator. That's why I'm not
You
him.
know,
Because for
that's
something
another
like
thing I'll
that,
tell you.
I would
That was
not
one of
and
my
ever forgive you. That's why I say to
that was one of
people,
my struggles
with all
too.
these countries, okay, where people have gone in, the military has gone in and annihilated families and children and elderly and whatever, people who just used to go out and maybe fucking herd goats or whatever the fuck they got joy out of. You know what I mean? They annihilated
Yeah.
them, but they expect their family members, oh, you know, we gave you a place to live. You came here as a refugee. We gave you a place to live and you need to get the fuck over what we did. Well, like fuck.
Yep. See,
Do you know
that
what
was
I
one of
mean?
my big struggles. Yeah, that was one of my big struggles in the Bible, where God says to forgive thy enemy, and I had a hard time with that one. But just
Yeah, no.
thank God I've never had no death or anything involved into that, because I don't know how I could deal with it on that aspect. But as far as the cops that give me the tickets back in the day and all of that shit, I forgive all those guys. I
Listen,
forgive
I'll
them with their
forgive you.
trespasses because of their ignorance and their indoctrination, because I was once asleep.
Yeah, I was
And
too.
I
But
once was
yeah,
just doing my job, but I didn't
I was
understand what my
too.
job
Yeah.
was, because God gave me some powers, and
Uh-huh.
with those powers came
But at
great
what point,
responsibilities.
5 speed, does one's moral and ethics kick in when you pick up a weapon and you point
I
it
don't
at
know.
somebody that has
Mine
done
didn't
nothing
kick
to
in.
you, that has
Perth,
done
Mine
nothing to
didn't
you
kick
that
into
you
about
don't
4 or 5
know?
years ago.
They don't know you, and you want to you kill, and you think that you're going to go away and have a happy life after that. You're not.
I understand that, but think about that faith. What that faith is? That faith is an
Five speed.
ideology, isn't it?
Five
Yeah,
speed. Let's
yeah.
contradict yourself right now. Were you in the military?
No, sir.
Okay.
I'm not a
So you're
devil dog.
inducted into the military. You become part of that country's government. Okay. and now think about what I'm going to say.
You just swore of an allegiance to something that you own. Yeah, I get it.
Okay, so now let's think about what I'm going to say. They take our young men, they indoctrinate them, they turn them into a killing machine. They send these people overseas to a so-called war so that the elite gets richer from the oil and the power struggle of this country. They tried to indoctrinate this country, but in the meantime, what are the military people doing? We're at war. We're shooting, we're killing, we're destroying people.
Yep.
So that contradicts everything that you read in the Bible, that you think that the good Lord's going to come and help you. What about all the
I didn't
people
say
that
that.
have been killed
I
by
never
the
said the good Lord's gonna
military?
come and help me because I don't believe in some magical fairy guy up in the sky. I believe a man manifests his soul into a certain faith-based ideology and a comprehension of an understanding to do no harm and treat other people the way you want to be treated.
But
And
if
I
it
think we
says,
manifest that
on
at a
the
certain time within ourselves. I'm sorry?
If everybody in the world thought that way, see, there wouldn't be this problem that we have. But nobody thinks
There you
that way.
go. There you go. Why? Why is that? Because they got us all thinking another way. They will come over here and learn this deal and learn how to write these contracts and how to word these contracts and get a higher degree and make a higher salary.
but it's not
You see
even
what I
it's
mean?
not even it's not even that 5 speed. I've
Take the
I've
Bible out of
listened,
schools, take prayer out of schools, take everything out of schools, get the
I've listened
kids
to
on
people.
drugs.
I've listened to people that say they're awake, and yet in the same conversation, but later on, and this is in this is a while back now in chat, live chat, and then they turn around and they say, "Oh, we're celebrating our child, male or female, is going off to the military." Now, how can you be awake and be okay with your child going off to the military? And some people might say, well, that child is no longer a child, it's an adult. It makes its own choice.
They're not fully
But
awake.
but surely as a parent, you would sit back and go, don't do it. Those people haven't done anything to you. How do you justify picking up a gun, which you made a choice? That's a conscious choice that you made to pick up a gun and go shoot people that you don't even know.
It's not okay.
It's not.
That's the shit that has to stop. There has to be world peace, man. Look, when Donald Trump got in there, what did he do? He talked to North Korea, Kim Jong Un. First time everybody ever walked across that line in how long? No, we were not really at war anywhere, really, except what was already existing. Look at what he done, and then his very first executive order when he got into office was human trafficking. It's not just trafficking of the kids; it's trafficking you on the side of the highway. It's trafficking you and all of these rights that have been violated of yours because you have the right to travel unencumbered in your private conveyance, not defined as a motor vehicle.
So why did he flip flop, High Speed?
Why did I flip flop?
No, why did
Why
he
did
flip flop?
okay? Answer this question. You're talking about
Sometimes
he
I
went to
guess
North
you know what
Korea,
I can't
okay?
I can't answer the question on that because I don't know.
All right. So
But
I guess
I guess I
the
need to know on
video
flip
that
flop
I
on what
saw
first.
where Donald Trump wouldn't answer the press about different aspects of the Constitution when he said that the world was going to be a better place, that he had already signed with China and with Russia for the New World Order. And
That's
then he
right.
said
Who
that
did?
the Constitution itself was old news, it was old laws, it needed to be rewritten. When in fact,
Okay, well
the
maybe I
Constitution
can
has
explain.
been
Maybe I
good for
might know something about that
7,000
after all.
years.
Maybe I might need to know. Maybe I do know something about that after all. Okay, well I can come up with one reason why he would say that because as of the Act of 1871, the Constitution was changed, and they changed one word in that Constitution from the word for to the word of. And it now became a corporate constitution for the corporations here in America, and that's when they really took control of mostly everything.
And you see that right there is what you would say would be the legal battle, because the government is actually a business now. They took a business
Yeah, it's de
license.
facto.
Therefore, they
It's de
are
facto.
no
They're all
longer your
corporations.
government. They are just a company. And if you choose not to
Yep.
do business with that company, then they go bankrupt. And when
There
they
you
go
go.
bankrupt, they're no more. Well, people aren't realizing that. You know, taxes
See,
are
everything
a
ain't what it
right?
seems.
Taxes were a volunteer thing, because in the Civil
Yeah.
War we ran out
The
of money.
13th Amendment and on up was never properly ratified.
Can I just interfere there for a second, please, just to respond to Ted in the chat? Australia would be speaking, Ted, I know that you're very military. Australia would be speaking Japanese if it weren't for military people. Obviously, if you're going to come onto my turf and attack me, I have the right to defend myself. Hence is where the military comes in. It's defending its own people on its own turf. To pick up a weapon and go on somebody else's turf to kill and shoot innocent people, that don't wash with me. That don't wash with me. So I'm not anti-military. What I am is anti-fucking killing machines going someplace where and sticking their nose into something that has fuck all to do with anything. 9/11 was an inside job. And if you don't know that, by all the fucking architects that have watched those videos, and every one of them has turned around and said controlled demolition. Not only that, Ted, if you go over to BitChute, there is a video that I put up, and you will see it by the title. It says 9/11. Okay. Go and watch a military man who had retired. Somebody sent him a message and said, you need to turn your TV on now. When he looked at it and he looked at all the footage, he said, no way in fucking hell did a plane make that hole in the side of the not the towers. What was the building that, not building 7? What was the other shit thing that nobody was even there? Apparently they told the people not to come in because construction was happening. The government building. Was it the Pentagon?
Supposedly, a plane flew at about 2 feet off the ground and slammed into the Pentagon.
And yes, and the military guy is literally telling you that when he looked at that, he said, no way did a fucking plane make that round hole, that was a missile. Okay? That's your military man telling you, Ted, that 9/11 was an inside job. America, which is so highly fucking protected with all its weapons, where were the military across America? Okay? Where were they?
All like the Pentagon, the most heavily secured place on the planet, probably. Cameras galore and no footage? Really? How convenient.
Please, listen. To me, when you've got a news crew that is standing there in front that jumped the gun and says that building 7 has come down, and in behind her you can fucking see building 7 was still fucking standing. Okay. Not only that, the people that they interviewed straight after that happened, I think one of them was a fireman and another one was some either random guy or a news reporter that was shook up. What were all of them saying? That they heard boom, 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 boom. And that was the dynamite going off, or whatever the fuck they used on each fucking floor.
Yeah, and Silverstein collected 2 insurance policies on it for terrorists.
That's right. That was on building 7. That's right. But
Yeah,
most of the
yeah.
world still believes, you know,
Now look at the building
that
that sits there
9/11 was
now.
real.
Now
Well,
look at the
look
building that
at the
sits there
fact
now,
of
World
life.
War
You've
One
got a
Center.
102-story building. You crash an airplane into the 87th floor. Okay, let's say, the jet fuel melted the steel and it collapsed. It's going to fall in its own footprint, just like when they demo, I don't know, a building to put a new one in, but do not want to destroy anything around it. How
Yeah,
does
I'm sorry, but when they
two
show,
towers that are
Look,
102 stories, tall, collapse in their
look
own
what building's
footprint?
there now.
And then what about building number 7 that did the same thing, yet it never got hit?
Gary, not only that, what about the plane that never made it, supposedly to hit a building, but literally nosedived into the ground? You've got suitcases, whatever, that are on a plane, people, which means bodies. You've got the nose hitting the ground, but Lord knows the fucking tail is way back there in the distance. That's
Yeah,
why I
they
always
tied that to
consider
the
the
little
tail.
straps of metal.
And all of a sudden, you've just got a hole in the ground and nothing else. Well, what happened to
With
the
a
rest of
little
the
bit of garbage like scraps of metal and a little bit of clothing and this and that, but it's not. I've seen a plane crash, and
Right.
that was like a big goddamn hole with a little bit of garbage thrown in it and passed off. Is all
When
I've seen.
Hey, Perth.
I was going to say something there, but I just lost my fucking train of thought. Yeah, the Twin Towers. When the Twin Towers came down, okay, you've got no plane, right? The plane is gone. The people are gone. Everything is gone. Dust everywhere, okay. But conveniently, on the ground, you find passports that are still intact, paper passports that are still intact. Like, come on.
Perth, have you seen the building that sits there now? What is it, the World One Center?
Yeah, that obelisk-looking thing.
Looks like a syringe, don't it, for COVID? The big vac?
Mate, I know by the bombing that happened, in Bali, Indonesia, right? When the big jump was, we're gonna go get those people that did that to the Twin Towers, yada yada yada. The Australians were called to join in. People in the eastern states were protesting and saying, no, not our fight, no, right? The next thing you know, what happens? There's a bombing in Bali, which is majority of the tourists are Aussies because it's so close to go and whatever and cheap and stuff, right? The bombing happens there. Straight away, they're saying this was after the Americans, yada, yada, yada. No, it wasn't. That's only to convince the people who don't know Bali. I lived there for 2 years. That place that got bombed, I was all of a 5-minute walk from there. Granted, I wasn't there when it happened, but 5-minute walk from there. We used to go out every night. We would have to walk down the laneway to come to the main drag where the club is, right? Then we would take a right and we would go down the main drag to wherever we needed to go. Every night we went past that club that was chock-a-block full of Aussies. The Marines, the US Marines, never hung out there. They never hung out there. There was 2 separate clubs which were way down, probably about 3 suburbs down. Both of the clubs were on the beachfront. That's where the Americans hung out when they were in town, per se, right, in Bali. But that club that got blown up was an Aussie friggin' club, not Aussie owned, but that's where the Aussies frequented. The club across the road from that, which was back then called Studebaker, or I knew it as Studebaker. That guy ended up selling it, and then after that, I think it was Paddy's Bar or something or other. I'm not sure what they changed the name to. That also that also was where Aussies hung out, not Americans. So did the Bali bombing happen to get revenge, or not revenge, but to have a go at America? No, it wasn't. Because how do you rile up a shitload of people? You kill a few of them off. After the Bali bombing happened, the Aussies weren't protesting anymore to go to Iraq, to go wherever. They weren't protesting anymore because some of their own had been killed. This is what they do all the time. I got calls from my Indonesian friends. As soon as that happened, they said to me, Donna, what do you think? This is what they're saying. Straight up, I said to them, that was not targeted at the Americans. That was a target at the Aussies, because those clubs were frequented by Australians. I lived there, like I said, a 5-minute walk from those clubs. So nobody can tell me that was aimed at the Americans. It wasn't. It was aimed at the Aussies to rile them up so that they too would then head to Iraq. But yeah, people still wanna believe whatever is put out on mainstream media, and you can't. Some are just stuck on military, some are just stuck on, mainstream media would never lie, and they go with whatever is being told to them.
So they're all basically in the same boat. They're all scared, and they all run to the government for their almighty protection. And all they're doing is throwing away everything that is theirs, their freedom, their livelihoods. Why are we all shut down? Why is nobody working? Why was there quarantine? Why did all of this happen? It was a mind fuck, so that it put that fear in people so that they would go to their government for protection, because that's what they want. And when people are done being scared, then there's nothing left they can do. That's when America takes back its country. That's when every country takes back its country, is when people are done being scared. Which goes back to the saying, you have to accept death, know that you're going to die, and since you're going to die anyway, why not die doing something worth doing, giving your children a better place.
Have you guys noticed something very, very important? And I have, and it sticks out to me like a dun in a desert. If you've ever been over to, it's kind of like the same as your homepage, not your channel homepage, but the homepage of YouTube, right? When you come onto the platform, you can see there's an array of different videos there, okay? Well, with the other one, with BitChute, it's kind of the same thing. You have a row at the top of people's channels that keep flashing by, but underneath that, you have all the videos that people are putting up. Well, not all of them, but, as many as literally fit on your internet page, okay? Have you noticed the change in narrative? I find that for every day that goes by, and I've noticed this for a couple of weeks now, if not more, there's less and less information on there. And this is what they do to people, but people aren't aware, which I keep saying to people, don't get distracted, don't get distracted, don't get distracted, right? What I've noticed is that majority of the videos that are coming out now are about climate change, which is non-existent. It's a fucking hoax, okay? What somebody has done in the media, okay, what actress or actor has done something, the concert that happened over there where the people died, but the concert just kept going on, there's been a whole complete change of narrative that has snuck in there. Because I literally now, to find anything about the prick or the side effects of the prick or anything thereof, I really have to hunt for it. Because people now have just moved on to the next motherfucking subject, which is climate change. And I can't remember who it was ages ago that I was listening to. And they were saying that they go from one thing to the next, meaning there was all of this bug issue, and then that stops, and then they use the next big issue, which, now we're all a threat, climate change, whatever, it's coming to get us, okay? Fuck the fact that weather modification and they're spraying us in the sky and they're putting Lord knows what the fuck up there. Let's forget about that, Now climate change is the next big topic. So the narrative along not mainstream media, on the different platforms is very slowly starting to be changed. Not only that, what I find, and if I, like when I'm looking at the videos, I'll always look at the bottom of the video to see who did the video. I've noticed that there is a shitload more people that have come into BitChute, and they're literally just like passing off, how could I say, whether it's about the climate change or whatever, if somebody's done a climate change video, you will see about 4 or 5 other people have done the same video, right? So it's like pushing the narrative away from COVID, basically, and what is going on there, and the pricks and all of that, the side effects and whatever. It's pushing the narrative away so that people don't get to see that. Now let's push the people onto a totally different topic. Because before I could go there, and I'm talking that whole page would be full of videos where there's doctor interviews, this interview, that interview, epidemiologist giving an interview, a virologist giving an interview. You literally take your pick of what you wanted to watch, right? But not so much anymore. The topic is changed. The topic is starting to be changed.
Sure, they need that next fear. Because that's all it is. It's put the fear of death or the fear, of your salvation or whatever. But they keep pushing that agenda. That's like I say, it's one thing after the other. It's a war, it's a disease, it's climate change, it's this, it's that. And it's reality, it's nothing. It's a mind fucking your head to give you fear so that you, so that you conform and go with their agenda. Because if you're on board, they don't have to fight you.
And to Greta, all I got to say is blah, 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 and go home and learn how to wipe your ass.
Yeah.
It's sad how these rich fuckers they use their children and put them out there to promote their fucking agenda. Somebody should just tell her to go the fuck home.
Well, here in the United States, certain states they haven't came on board yet, but it's all bullshit anyway. But if the parents go down to the school board and bitch and say, we don't want our children taught this critical race, we don't want them taught this, we want them to be educated. Well, now all of a sudden you're a domestic terrorist, and they want the FBI to come in and arrest you and
but Gary, we're domestic terrorists anyway.
Sure we are.
That just got added to...
We're free and we understand what's going on. So yeah, we're terrorists to the government. In reality, what we are is savior to the humankind.
That just got added to the useless eater, the useful idiot, the parasite, the sheeple, the I know that there's one more that I'm fucking missing here. And then what got added to that was the terrorists. So, I mean, we are the terrorists. The useless eater is the terrorist now. The ones that conform are not, true blues, whatever. They're just bigger slaves. And the ones that don't conform, you're now a terrorist on top of everything else that they've called you. I mean, I didn't think up of those names. I didn't think initially, somebody said to me, like, why do I say that? And I wish I could take credit for it, but I can't. Useless eater came from, I was listening to somebody being interviewed. This is going ages back. And they were talking about these elites and the little meetings that they have and the parties that they go to and whatever. And he was saying that they refer to us as the useless eaters. And that's where I got it from.
Okay, it all goes back to one thing. It's like, really, who gives the elite the right to decide who lives or dies, who eats, who starves?
We did.
Everything is there. If people would just come together and be done with it, everything is there. Our world is a beautiful place. The planet's a beautiful place. It will take care of all of your needs, but only if you let it.
The
But you
thing
find
is,
that
we did.
people are too weak and they're too high class to go out and make their living for themselves. They want somebody to give it to them. I'm not going to dig in the dirt and make vegetables. I'm not going to go out here and gather and hunt like we did, thousands of years ago. The gatherer hunters, they lived, they had no disease. The only thing they had was, some animal killed them because they
Gary,
were
that's why I don't think that things will get better. If they do, it
I
won't.
agree.
It'll be a long fucking time, and it'll be like a one of those Arnold Schwarzenegger fucking movies. Maybe at that point in time, somewhere there might be somebody that decides to actually take and not ask. But if you look at people today, they don't want to lose their creature comforts. People don't want to have to forage in the forest, and they don't want to go dig a garden, and they don't want to have to wash their clothes by hand, and they don't want to have only 2 items of clothing because that's all they can carry while they're looking for some place to shelter, because that's what it will get to. You know what I mean? If you don't comply. And that's if you can escape their little so-called quarantine camps, e.g. concentration camps that they're building everywhere. They're getting ready. They're getting ready, and people still think that they have time. You know? I mean, if you
Yeah,
take this conversation back 12 months, people thought they had time. Look where we are now. Take it back 12 months prior to that. Oh, we've got, there's time. We can do this. There is no fucking time, because look how far they've gotten. Look how far we've gotten. They can move on to the next subject now because they did their bit, okay? They did their bit. They got millions of people across this earth to get a prick, right? Be it young or old, whatever. They killed off what they could, right? They did that. The rest that are still haven't had any side effects or this, that, and the other, some may not have, like I said, placebo. The rest will keep Big Pharma going. Now it's time to move on. Let's go on to climate change. And people don't get it. They don't get it.
I
After
think
climate
climate
change, I'm sure
change.
there'll be something else.
You know, I think climate change is like on the back shelf. There, it's hard. Um, the world is not what people think. It's all an illusion. The climate hasn't changed. The
No,
climate does what it does every so often. It's kind of like a dog that shakes off its fleas. Every so often, you know, it gets hot. Every so often, it gets wet. It all runs through cycles.
exactly.
For God's sakes, if there's a climate change and we're looking at global warming, I'm as about as far south as you can go in Florida, and some bitch it's cold out here sitting outside. So where the hell is your climate change at now?
Gary, it's no different. It's no different here. The only thing that I find different here is when they fuck with the weather, okay?
And they do fuck with the
Tell,
weather.
yeah, I can tell by my fruit trees, okay? I can tell by my garden that things don't know when they're supposed to fucking grow. You know what I mean?
Right.
When my fucking nature trees are confused, you know that something is not right. And that ain't fucking global warming. That's the junk that's being fucking sprayed. That's the hey, let's drop a chemtrail like 2Ks or 3Ks off the coast, let the wind bring the fucking shit in, and guaranteed you've got a fucking thunderstorm on the way. You know? You've got
Well,
places that are fucking flooded out. You've got places that are flooded out that never fucking saw rain in I don't know how many fucking decades.
you know, with that being said, you can look around and think to yourself, why is that? Like California's been on fire now for a while. It's consumed thousands of acres. Oh, we can't fight it. Do something useful with that technology. You know, go spray that. Let it rain. Let it rain for
Well,
weeks. Put that
Gary,
fire out. Get it over
Gary,
with.
the thing is, they are using their technology. They're creating the fires.
Exactly.
They want people off the land. They don't want people farming. They don't want people growing shit. They don't want you there. They want you in bigger cities where they can keep control of you, where they can watch you, where they can track you, where they have major control of you.
But I'm your wild child. I can't be controlled.
Well,
I
sadly,
see through
me
all
either.
of that illusion. You know, so what these people are telling me is in one ear and out the other because I look at reality. I know the government is fucking up our planet. I can't do anything about it because I don't have any help. If I had help, America would step up. America would be free. If you had help, Australia would be free. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's not up. Nobody's going to come save us. It's up to the people. If we don't keep ourselves in check, if we don't keep the government in check, if we don't take back what's rightfully ours, well, then we're just slaves to, you know, the elite that are going to laugh about the whole thing as they watch us die and suffer.
And that's what they're doing. Like I
And
said,
I
that
know
woman,
this, and I
I think
dare anybody to try and prove me wrong.
I think it was Kamala Harris. I think it was Kamala Harris was the one that was standing there, and the reporters were asking her about hospitals or something or other. She was the one, I think, that came out and said the hospitals are full of vaccinated. Was it the hospitals are full of vaccinated?
Well, they're trying to say, you know, there's
And
no unvaccinated people in the hospital. All the people here are the unvaccinated, and
well,
it's
she now is standing there. She now is standing literally there saying it. Let me see if I can quickly find it, and I'll drop a link to it in And how people can look at that and not think that there's something fucking going on here. Hang on, let me see if I will go newest first. Hang on. Newest first. Let's see while I'm here if that video actually. Are you kidding me? It's not even there. It's still not published. That video that I put up, the music for, to tell everybody go check out the video, it still is not processed and published. The only one out of all of them. Hang on a minute. Where is she?
There was I watched a couple of your videos. There was a girl. You had a Michael Jackson one.
This Delta variant, it spreads fast.
Hang on. Let me tell me if you can hear this. Okay, it's on full blast. Hang on, let me turn it up a bit more.
And it is in many cases reported to be much more serious in terms of its impact.
Can you hear this?
Oh yeah.
Okay, is it clear?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll let it play through.
And the vaccine will protect you from it. And here's how I know. Virtually every person who is in the hospital sick with COVID-19 right now is vaccinated. I'm going to repeat that. Virtually, it's a fact. Virtually every person who is in the hospital right now, sick with COVID-19, is vaccinated.
That's Kamala Harris.
Yeah.
Not once does she say it, because the reporter turns around and says to her, "Oh, that's a conspiracy theory," and she goes, "No, it's fact," and then she repeats it. And that's in peace.
You know that you can look at it and see it's all it's got to be all bullshit because they're telling you that the hospitals are overwhelmed, they don't have enough staff. Well, sure, the staff is leaving. Before my wife committed suicide, and I think it was because she knew this oncoming deal that we have. Okay, she worked in several different hospitals through her career, and they were all the same. They treat the nurses like shit. They overwork them. They underpay them, and they're finally starting to realize that. So why the hospitals are understaffed is because they realize they can go across the street into a private sector, make twice the money, be treated better, and they're bailing just like anybody would. So yeah, with that in mind, they're all quitting, and that's why the hospitals are understaffed. And then they want to bring in all these people, to take their place, which, they're the FEMA nurses and what have you. And they're just following the directive, let's say and do as we say. And this is what's happening. And they're too blind or they just don't care, and they follow along with that directive, and they keep pushing that agenda. So
But
people are starting to wake up, with what's going on with the so-called disease. So now they're moving on to the next big fear to put into people.
Yep.
Which
but
they're talking
don't
about
you think
global warming and nuclear with China. That's all you hear over here is China just got this new supersonic rocket that's goes around the world in an hour.
Don't you think though that when people
it all comes down to money, 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 and control. For God's sakes, we have these 6 nuclear subs, and one of them can destroy everybody on the planet. And now, note we have 6, and that's not counting the 1,200 nuclear missiles that we have in silos. When does it come to a point to where, when is enough enough? If they wanted to destroy the planet, it would have been done. They want to destroy the human people. They want their little group. They want their 500,000 or what is it, 5 million, whatever the Georgia Stones is. Because the scientists, which are actually the ones that are running in the governments right now, they want to get rid of people. They want a better life for themselves. And when reality is, there's nothing wrong with anything, except these people are greedy. They want everything. And us, human society, we're not opening our eyes and seeing that it's just a bunch of bullshit and that everything is there. All we have to do is just go out there and take it. And
Gary,
when I
that's
say
why I
take it,
say all
you
these
know,
people, for example, she's in the government in the United States, right? Now,
she said we were out there on horses beating these people coming across with whips and all that, and it was inhumane and daddy and then that got shut down. And,
no, I mean the video that I just played for you. Now
yeah,
she was one of those same people that was telling everybody, that was pushing the narrative and telling everybody they need to go get the prick. Now she stands there and not once but twice says that the hospitals are full of people that have already taken the prick. Surely people must look at that and are they not asking themselves now, why the fuck did I take it? Aren't they not seeing that it's a load of bullshit? Like, why would you be in the hospital if it's safe and effective?
well, sure, if it protected you from that, oh yeah, that's the vaccine. Take this. You're not going to get sick. And then all of a sudden you've taken it and you acquire that disease. And now you're in the hospital and you're asking yourself, what the hell went wrong here? I did this because I didn't want to go this way. And here I am. You have to be able to look at that and say, something's not right. Denmark doesn't smell right here anymore. This is all craziness. I
And
did
even
this
one of
because
the
I
and
didn't
even
want
one of
to
the
get sick.
reporters says to her,
Sure.
that's a conspiracy theory. And she goes, no, it's fact. Everybody that's in the hospital are fully pricked. How
Well,
people are not
I
in an
personally,
uproar over just that, I don't fucking know.
I personally know 7 people that have done that. 2 died within 3 months. 1 died within a month and a half. The other ones, they had adverse effects for a while, but they seem to be doing better. But, they're not the same person I knew before. They don't have that warrior instinct anymore. They're just like
Gary, the thing is
Captain
also, is the graphene oxide that's in it, the spike protein, the fact that it changes your DNA. I mean, people need to go have a look what the ingredients are, and don't believe me. Don't listen to me. Go and do your own investigation and come back and tell me that it's not so. Okay? Come back and tell me that it's not so. Show me the documentation, and then when I look at it, I may agree with you. But up until then, people need to go and look what's in it and then ask themselves, is it safe and effective? When doctors are putting the shit under fucking microscopes and finding Lord knows fucking what in there.
It's aluminum
So,
oxide. It's heavy metals. It's antifreeze. I mean, I've done research enough to know that there's no way in hell they're putting that shit in me.
and not only that, the big question at one point was about fetal tissue, right?
Yeah.
And there was a scientist, I think her surname I think is Kensington. You can find her video. She's being interviewed by Stu Peters. It's on my other platform. She shows people because they hide it under all of this coding, right? And if you don't know the coding, there's no way in hell that you could literally uncover that on your own. But
Right.
she shows the people what to look for, and she brings up the documents and she shows you this is that. Then you go here, this is what you will find there, and bang, right there it is.
Not
All
changing the subject.
documentation.
Not changing the subject, but did you see where the labs are taking aborted fetuses? They're taking the scalps and they're putting it on lab rats to see that if they can keep that part of the tissue alive, and they've actually seen hair grow.
Oh, mate, listen, that's why I said somebody needs to push the button. Maybe that child molesting, fucking perverted hair sniffing dickhead Biden, maybe he can go push the button.
I don't know if he could find it if he had it in a suitcase.
Oh my God. Oh, Jesus Christ. Did you see, Gary? Did you see that other one? What's that other one? Is it Pelosi?
Oh my God, she's
Did
out
you
there.
hear her giving a speech of some sort? And she's talking about a bird bath and a something else. Did you hear that?
I probably
Oh,
missed it.
mate.
I try not
I
to watch
pissed
too much
myself
of that stuff.
laughing. She is, if she's not fucking high as a fucking kite, then she's definitely drunk as all fuck. Okay?
Well,
Because that
just look
woman,
at her when she's talking. Her eyes are everywhere, man. I mean, they're one eye's this direction. She looks like she's zombified either on like vodka or I don't know, maybe meth. She's out there.
mate, she's fucking on something. She's, like I said, she is as either as drunk as all fuck,
Yeah.
or she's on something, because when you listen to that, I was listening to it and I'm thinking, and this is what is in government. This is what is telling people what to do. I mean, I would have done a better job if I had gotten hammered. At least when I get hammered, I know what I'm talking about. They're asking her serious questions and she's talking about some fucking bird bath and there is no wrong answer. And the people that are watching this, because you've got two females that did the video, and they're actually watching the video of her giving this interview. One of them is pissing herself laughing. The other one was looking at her totally fucking stunned, going, "What the fuck?" Do you know what I mean?
Oh, I know. It's just crazy reactions that people have. I mean, for the stupidity that is, it's all nuts. That's why I try, like I say, I try not to watch a lot of it. It'll make your head explode. I mean, you're sitting there and it's all of a sudden, and then, it's this is going to kill you, that's going to kill you. And then they come off with some shit and it's like, where in the hell did that come from? Better
Mate,
yet,
and
what the fuck are you even talking about?
It's not just the United States has them, because we've had those here. Where
Yeah.
they've said one thing and then they turn around and say something totally contradictory to what they just said, and you're like left sitting there going, What the fuck?
Yeah.
And these
And
people
Biden,
are running countries.
yeah, and Biden, he's just he can't even remember who he's talking to.
Gary, I don't know if you were following me, but the day that Biden was made the president of the United States, I actually put up a video, but the cover picture of the video was the American flag upside down, going, America is now on its knees. That was the day that he was pretty much made the president, and I thought, oh my God, like, what the fuck? And then I've got to beg to differ, and people have to ask themselves, how many people actually voted for this guy? Or was he just put in there?
He
Was
was
he
just
just put in
putting
there
there
as a
because,
major fucking joke? You know?
yeah, he was their next little mouthpiece. They're all puppets. I mean, he was selected by the government to,
Of course.
be our president because, your vote doesn't count. Everybody wants to think that, but when it comes to the president and vice president, your vote doesn't count. They put who they want in there
Well,
because they
Gary,
have
at the end of the
a
day,
agenda. And that
mate,
was like, they put Trump in there and everybody was, oh, Trump, he's a savior, he's into our freedoms and all of this stuff. And he did what he did through his agenda, which was start the ball rolling to bankrupt the American system. He wrote that executive order for $6.4 trillion and then gave the bankers, 4.2 trillion. How the hell does a bank need to be bailed out? That's, really? And
Gary, the thing is, at the end of the day, they know that they're heading to a new world order, which is a one world government. So they're not going to need prime ministers and presidents. So they can afford to stick Biden in there.
Yeah, you're exactly right. It's all coming to a head, and nobody seems to care. They want to walk up and down the street with their little signs that say, go Brandon.
Oh, and you know who's going to be the head of the New World Order, or at least, well, United Nations New World Order, whatever it is? Obama's going to be sitting up there.
Oh my God, we're all going to die.
Obama is going to make a comeback. Remember
Obama
what I
and
say,
Hillary.
people.
Obama and Hillary.
I don't know about Hillary, but definitely Obama.
Well, he seems like he's the one that's pulling the strings for Joe Biden. If you think about it, everything he was about is, they're doing it.
I mean, people got excited. How people haven't learnt yet that every time the government gives you something or they tell you that it's good for you, you should run like fuck. I mean,
Well,
when he was there,
the most beautiful words in any country is, "I'm here from the government and I'm here to help you."
I mean, look what he did. Look where we are now, and remember back when no person should be without a mobile phone, and he was handing out mobile phones to everybody, remember?
Sure.
That wasn't for nothing. Those mobile phones were needed because once you take the prick, you've got graphene oxide in your system, and all the other places that you get it from, it's in your system. Graphene oxide is magnetic. So your mobile phone is just going to work wonderfully with your body.
Well, sure. And every phone is set up with a location, so they know where you are at all times.
Oh, yeah.
And they give you that illusion of like, turn it off. You can turn it off. Well, you're not really turning it off. It's not showing on your apps. It's still there. Everything is tracked. Everybody is listened to. I've known that for years.
I keep telling people, Gary, the best thing.
We have a complete tape of everything we're saying, not missing a word. And, you know, it wouldn't be surprising if they didn't have your camera on your phone or computer and they're watching you right now.
Gary, it is. I'm telling you now, it is. How do I know that? Is
You're
my
preaching,
daughter,
baby, listen, you're preaching to the choir when you talk to me because I see it all. I mean, I've
Gary,
done
when my daughter was in Greece, okay, she got a phone call from a rally and they had the conversation, right? And a couple of minutes after the conversation, not even a couple of minutes after the conversation, because she was saying to me, she goes, Mum, she goes, I stopped the conversation, put the phone down. The next thing you know, the phone turns itself on and is wanting to take a picture of her, is asking, like it set itself to take a picture. So she literally shit in her fucking pants, pushed the off button, like literally turned it off. After she told me, I said to her, get rid of the fucking apps that you've got on the phone. As many apps as you can possibly get rid of them because it's all tracking, it's all tracing, and that was years ago. But people don't get it. I always say to them, go and watch that TV series. It's not a new one. It's an old TV series that tells you exactly how shit works and how they listen, right? And we're almost there. It'll show you facial recognition, everything else, how they hear people's conversations, yada, yada, called Person of Interests. Persons of Interest? I think Persons of Interest. I always tell people to go watch that.
I would, only I don't have the TV.
I watch it on my monitor.
Not having a TV makes my life much better, you know, because I don't hear or see all of that.
No, but people think that this isn't going on. I mean, Snowden warned everybody. I even put a video of his up over on the other platform. He warned everybody that this was what was going on and that they were being listened to. And even after they turned their phone off, when people think that their phone is turned off, that is still listening and it's sending data. He said it. He tried to warn, you know.
You know,
But
seriously, what kind of a person is so damn paranoid that they have to see and hear everything? What kind of life can you be living if you're that paranoid?
Exactly.
And that's what the government is. They're paranoid, delusional psychopaths.
Yeah.
Because that's all they care about is what everybody does, because they have to be the upper echelon and they have to control and rule. And I keep asking people, why the hell do you think you need somebody to rule over you? You don't think that you're man or woman enough to realize what you're doing is right or wrong and how to live and treat other people? Well, what about this and what about that? You know, you have serial killers. Well, you know what? There's bad people everywhere you go. You're not going to stop it. And somebody, you know, is like that and they're killing children, and you get rid of them. And then you don't have to worry about it. Eventually, they're all gone and it's a great place. But in the meantime, why do I have to have somebody that rules over me, tells me where, when, and how I can dress, what I can go, where I can go, what I can do? That's all bullshit.
Yeah. People, I'm not as optimistic as what 5-speed is, but yeah, unless people literally stand up in a fucking hurry, and I mean shitloads.
It would be nice, and it would be a wonderful thing if you could do it, you know, in a way that it was peaceful and all of that. But you know, I can't see it.
Well, put it this way, Gary, if you stop and look, there's only one thing that shows that what we're saying is correct. Somebody has died, but they won't let you go to the funeral. They won't let you bury the body. They're sick and about to die on their own, but they won't let you go in to see your family. What kind of sick motherfucking fucktards are these people? And that shows you exactly that they don't care about anybody. And that's what they were doing to people.
Well,
That's what they were doing to people at one point. Supposedly, you know, whether you got hit by a truck or whatever, you died of a certain disease.
right.
And then they wouldn't allow the family to even have a funeral. I mean, what did they do with these bodies? Like, are these people sure that their family member got buried? You know
Are
what I
you
mean?
sure
Like,
they really did?
I'd be wanting to dig the body up to make sure that there is a body in the coffin, but that's just me.
Oh, I agree 100%. That gives you that openness of your mind to wonder about things like, are they really dead? Did they really die? Are they using these people for experiments? Are they doing things to what's left of them? Is it something, that they're doing because, okay, this person's dead, nobody's gonna, they're not gonna know, what we do. So let's say that they died. In the meantime, we can take these away and we can do experiments to these people to see, what different things work with different. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, Gary. The thing, like when I spent my last little stint in hospital there, okay, there was one doctor that came in. Now, after what had happened, I kind of expected. I was finding it a little bit hard to breathe. Like I was finding it hard to expand my lungs. I expected that, okay? And I thought that's not a drama, that's just something I have to work on, right? This doctor comes in and he's wanting to peddle one of his pills. And he says to me, this is for whatever. And I says to him, like, what are the side effects? And he tells me that it actually affects my lungs and makes that I'll find it a little bit difficult to breathe. And I looked at him and I went, are you kidding me? I said, I'm already telling you that this is what is happening, but you now want to give me a pill to add more pressure onto my lungs. I said, no, thank you. Then, now listen to this, then not even, he leaves the room, 10 minutes later, nurse comes in, they must have had a discussion outside. Nurse comes in and she's carrying that little cup, got the pill in it, and she comes over and she just hands it to me. I looked at her and I said, what is it? She says the name, and I said, is that the same stuff that the other guy was peddling? And she said, yes. I said, no, thank you. I said, what part of no didn't he get? Now, if I had have been one of those people, right, if I had have been one of those people, I just would have taken that pill thingy and thinking, oh, it's the nightly pill, and I would have taken it. Then I would have had way more fucking like difficulty breathing and what have you. Then, like, that's not good enough. Now, if you listen, okay, to what they're doing, you'll see where it was supposedly heading. Another one comes in and he's going, are you depressed? And I kind of looked at him and I went,
No, hell no. I just had a heart attack. I'm not depressed
no,
at all.
I'm not depressed. I said, I'm pissed off because I'm here. I said, but I'm not depressed. I think we'll put you in for a lung X-ray. And I said, hang on a minute. I said, I came in here because of a heart attack. I didn't come in here because I had problems with my lungs. I said, no, thank you. Now, why would two of them, one want to give me supposed heart medication, but the side effect, it screws with my lungs, and then the other one comes in and then he wants to send me for an x-ray of my lungs, and I once that sort of happened, that's when I fully stayed on alert, and I said, that's it, I'm out of here. And when the doctor, the main guy came in afterwards, I said to him, I said, I'm going home. You do realise, he says, I really would like you to stay in overnight or whatever, just one more day or whatever. And I mean, to me, I can't sleep when I'm in there, especially knowing what I know, because I think to myself, they can come in, they can jab me with whatever the fuck they want, and it's too late. You know what I mean? They can do anything, right? Anyway, my daughter says to me, but I know why she did it, because she was scared. And I says, he says to me, he goes, just one more night. He says, give me just one more night. He goes, you can go home at 10 o'clock in the morning. And I said to him, I says, you make sure that you're here before 10 o'clock if you need to do any paperwork. I said, because I'm out of here. I said, all right. I said, I know that I can walk now. If I sign myself out, I said, I know that I can walk now. But I thought my daughter needed a break. She needed to go home. She needed to get some sleep. Knowing that I was somewhere, well, you know, somewhere that where they'd possibly fucking keep mother alive, I guess. So I stayed in, and 10 o'clock the next morning, like I went out, because she came in the morning and that was it. We were out of there. But for people that just don't fucking keep an eye on them, you know what I mean? They can slip you anything. They will give you anything if you don't fucking question. And that was like all the other medications. They ended up talking to my daughter outside. And this is how conniving they are, okay? Now, she doesn't have a power of attorney over my medical, right? But they spoke to her outside, and she said to them, she says, just give her what she's asking for, what she's prepared to take, and just leave it at that. And in the end, I kind of more or less listened to the main guy. I kind of felt sorry for him because I thought that I had a cardiologist, okay? Somebody that I'd gone and seen a long time ago. Sadly, even though I ended up in hospital, they were sending him messages that I was in the hospital. He never came. And when I turned around and I said, why isn't Dr. So-and-so here? This other doctor turns around and says to me, he goes, because the hospital won't pay him enough for him to be here. So that's when I realized that it didn't matter. He took my money when I went to visit him before. He was okay with that. But when it came to the crunch, he would not get paid thousands like if I was in a private hospital, okay? If I was in a private room paying top notch, right? He was not prepared to come to the actual fucking hospital.
Doesn't that piss you off when the person that's supposed to be looking after your well-being won't look after your well-being because they're not getting paid enough?
That's right.
Yeah, they took an oath that, you know, that life is more valuable, so.
Gary, I turned around and I said to him, I said, why are you lying? I said, you're telling me that, you know, he's coming and then all of a sudden now he's not coming. You know, you're just lying. He turns around and he shows me, the doctor, the main doctor, shows me the text messages that he sent to this doctor telling him that I am there. Showed me the text messages. So I kind of felt sorry for that particular dude because I gave him a hard time there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I could see that he was trying to be, not trying to be honest, but what's the word I'm looking for? I mean, at least he was upfront with the fact of why the doctor wouldn't show up. You know what I mean? because on day 3, he came in to see me before I actually left. And because at that point, I'd already said to my daughter, there's just something not right about what happened to me. I was already questioning it. So I was like asking him, I said, I understand people have heart attacks and whatever and blockages. I said, but mostly of what I've heard, it's either the left or the right side. It's never the one at the back, right? It kind of just, none of it made fucking sense to me. And he stood there and he was like talking to us but he was like on his own at that point. And he just seemed more genuine, I guess, than the rest. He would be like one of those, which don't get me wrong, because knowing stuff and not telling people, to me, that's just, especially now in the last couple of years, every doctor should be fucking held accountable, right?
I
For not
agree.
speaking out, right? But I personally think that they knew that this was from shedding. I'm 100%, almost 100% certain that they knew. Because why would you want to check my lungs? Why would you want to give me a medication that, I mean, it wasn't a blood thinner, it wasn't none of the standard stuff, right? I mean, why want to do that? Like, for example, I got a blood nose on the second day. And
So
straight away, the
So
chick
you're
says to
thinking
me,
that what happened to you was due from shedding from somebody that had the vaccination, and that it's their government's little way to take that last stab?
run that by me again, Gary. Sorry, I didn't hear you.
So what you're thinking is, when you said it was due from shedding, you think in your heart and in your mind that it's that last stab that the government was against you because of the freedom, and that's what the objective is to infect everyone and get rid of the people that actually stand up, and maybe not like it's basically intentionally aimed at you, but from shedding from someone that had gotten the jab, and they talk about the shedding where they get other people infected, and that's what kind of happened to you. You think that's what that was?
Put it this way, I questioned. I mean, the first time I ended up in hospital ages ago, mate, I never questioned, okay? I never questioned. But this time, for some odd reason in my gut, on day 2, I was saying to my daughter, there's just something not right about this. I mean, I've practically lived on fucking soup and different sorts of stuff like that, like healthier food, for the past 4 or 5 years, okay?
Right.
Now, all of a sudden, out of nowhere, that this would happen, and then I queried, okay, if this is not just some random thing, and something did set it off, where was I 2 weeks, 3 weeks prior that I normally would not have been at? And then it hit me. I had bought furniture for my bro. I had to go down and talk to different people. I had to go down at meetings down to the group home. They're all vaccinated, all of them. Because usually if I see my bro, it'll be at my house here, or we have an outing and we see him. Do you know what I mean? It's never in a
In an environment where other people are occupying.
yeah, and if there is, it's okay because it's always been outdoors. But when you go to a lot of these places, they have the heater fucking cranked up. Like I was there one day and I even said to them, how the hell can you guys work in this environment? I couldn't believe how hot it was in there. I mean, to me, heat breeds bacteria. Okay. Now, I don't expect those people to freeze in there, but for fuck's sake, come on. You know what I mean? I like heat
Right.
better than most people, but this was unbearable. And I thought to myself, if these people, and it's not if, they were all vaccinated, including obviously my bro, because they did that to him and then they handed him back to me, and I'm in there, they're shedding, and I'm breathing this in. Because when I got the blood nose, the girl straight away says to me, she goes, "Oh, she goes, if it continues or if you blow it again or whatever," she goes, "I need to look at it." I know what she was looking for. She was looking to see if it was clotting up.
It's the whole goddamn system is just you don't know who to trust anymore. You don't know
Exactly.
what's right, what's wrong. Where do I go? I realize I'm sick, but if I go to this wrong person, I'm not coming home. If I go to the right person, well, maybe. You don't know how far along in the system they are.
The thing is, oh, listen, I've lived with different things and strange shit going on in my fucking life and house and yada yada. The last time I had to go down to my bros, I literally took my scarf, not one of their shitty masks. I took my scarf, or my bandana actually, and put that around my face. Because when I walked in there, they went to me, "Oh, are you okay?" And I said, "Yeah, I'm fine." I said, "I'm just taking care of myself." I left my daughter in the vehicle. I said to her, "You're not coming in." I said, "You stay in the vehicle," because she's not vaxxed either, right? I left her outside, and it's sad to say, and I would never turn my back on family or but I don't want to go through, if I can help it, I don't want to go through what I went through on my bed. I do not want to go back there because the pain was that fucking excruciating that yeah, it's nobody here wants to be going back there. So if that means me having to cover my face with my bandana when I go to where my bro is, then that's what I'm going to do. That's what I'm going to do. I avoid crowded places. There is no need for me to go there. If I do my shopping, I try and go at times when I know that there will be minimal people in the shopping, like that, not the center, but your supermarket per se.
I've kind of come to that conclusion myself. Uh, I'll go down here to get groceries, and I know that if I'm there early in the morning, there's a light staff, there's very few people, and then when it's time for checkout, I always will go to one of the cashiers that's wearing a mask because they have a sign in the door that says, um, all of our staff are either vaccinated or they're wearing a mask for your protection. And I would rather, talk with somebody with a mask that's at least trying, knowing that they're there at that particular place working and they haven't fell into, that illusion, and they're wearing that mask because they either have to or they can't work. I would rather deal with those people than somebody that's standing there being false and smiling and all that, and like, how's your day, and all the bullshit. When not 20 feet from them, there's a sign. Get your vax here. It's free. You can set it up, and it's like I don't. That scares the hell out of me more than anything else. You know.
No, but where I was going to with that, I just had this need while I was going through the heart attack. I had this need to keep my arms apart, like how the only way that I can say it is, when you see Jesus Christ on the cross, how his arms are outwards. Okay, I needed to keep my arms out there.
That's your body's human reaction that expands your blood vessels and takes out all. How would I explain that?
I mean, I don't know if that happens with other people when they have a heart attack, but I just had this great urge to literally, that I needed to keep my arms apart for some odd fucking reason.
Well, that was your body's natural reaction, so that the veins that delivers the lifeblood through your body isn't pinched off or collapsed. It's at its most openness, for the flow. So it would be like a natural reaction. That's kind of why you did that. And it's probably a good thing.
But yeah, I can't, in all honesty, like I spoke to my daughter and I said to her, I mean, if it's gotten down to the point where diet doesn't play into this, I mean, they, for the very first time, they actually checked my cholesterol. I wasn't over the mark. I was on the mark. Okay. So I'm not over the mark. I was expecting the results to come back astronomical. Okay. But they didn't. And I says to my daughter, I said, what is this? I'm not obese. I mean, sure, I could shed a few pounds, but that's not nothing, or kilos, that's nothing, major. Like, why? I see people that eat junk food continuously, and sodas and this, that, and the other, and all the rest of it, and you'd kind of think that they would be the ones that would end up with a heart attack or a clot.
Did we lose you? There you are. You kind of went off track for a while. It went blank. Yep. Shut us down.